Man. Like, I wanted to see if it told me, because I want to know if like anything on armor resists this gun. I just have to check if I have audio. Check? Check, check, check. Okay. There we go. So stun penetrates frickin' everything. Oh wait, no, what is this? That's just fire up here? Bleed. Okay, bleed affects everything. Burning heavy, stun. Stun. Okay, it doesn't say anything that about it not affecting anyone. Like, so it looks like it does. It does, you know, it does affect shit.
Mission coordinates locked. Orbit synchronized.
Wait, I gotta donate materials to the space station.
Hellpod launch suspended. Hellpods primed.
So let's check our frame rate. Get our fucking Alright, still hit 29. Okay. It didn't like that. Okay, with Restream we need to definitely keep it on quality there. We can go this up to high. Okay.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Zapata, what did you do to your house? Zapata, what did you do to your house? Oh, what is that here?
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Oh, we're all using baby turret, huh? Stalwart with ammo pack. Oof.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Zapata, what do you do to your house? Both people got dropped on the drop in. Pretty dark.
Calling down support weapon. Requesting tac pack. Deploying SOS beacon.
You engaged with something?
Enemy patrol. South.
Found something.
To the skies.
Orbital incoming.
Come on.
Outpost cleared.
Found something. Calling down a sentry.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Found something!
Back to the fire.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a walker.
Gotta pick up the samples so that mean lady doesn't yell at us.
Found something!
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Far.
Got a sample!
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
What is happening?
For prosperity!
Spots west.
Tagging location. Objective located. South. Squid outpost spotted. Illuminate. Southeast. 50 meters. Dropping package.
Illuminate outpost destroyed.
Rolling down a support with package acquired.
Requesting sentry.
Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package. Objective located. South. Dropping package. Package acquired. Package update. Dropping package.
Outpost cleared.
Reload, for fuck's sake.
Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Calling down supplies. Canisters empty.
Supplies please, supplies please, supplies please, supplies please. Pick pick up the fucking supply pack.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Come on, are you fucking for real right now?
Package acquired.
Requesting sentry.
Found something. Tagging map. West. Far.
The bullet drop on that motherfucker. Still got him.
Prosperity! Freedom forever!
Dropping package. Package acquired. Marking location. Marking location north. Never mind.
Mission at 30 minutes
Dropping
remaining.
package.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Package acquired. Illuminate west. 100 meters. Requesting walker.
I'm just here to grab these supplies, okay? Flesh mob, calm down. I'll just give me a rush. I gotta go. Damn it! Fucking heavy armor, my god.
Calling down a sentry.
Get some. Get some. Squad outpost.
You will never destroy our way of life! Activating jump pack! Requesting air support.
Dropping package. Calling in reinforcements. Package acquired.
Come on.
Calling down a sentry.
Main objective near your position.
Dropping package. Requesting air support.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Package acquired. Requesting orbital.
No match.
What was that horse shit?
Reinforcing. Package acquired. Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting fortification.
Democracy has landed. Requesting tac pack.
Engaging terminal.
Calling down a support weapon. Rare sample acquired. Got a sample.
I got the terminal.
Sending in an eagle.
Attack
Requesting
underway.
sentry.
Freedom spreads yet further. Extract when ready.
Activating jump pack.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. Far.
Objective located. Northeast.
On my way.
Tagging location. North.
Tactical asset near your position.
Closing down supply.
Tagging location.
Package acquired. Requesting sentry. Reinforcing.
Request
Dropping
approved.
package.
Deploying reinforcements.
Reporting to the front.
And you could take fall damage with the jetpack. So I guess you can.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air
Dropping
support.
package. Bots, north.
Here comes the cavalry.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Dropping package.
New mag. Activating jump pack.
Mag's empty. Reloading.
Throwing grenade. Heavy. South. 50 meters.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Requesting sentry.
I need a speed reload.
Mag's empty.
Not today.
Sending in an eagle. Yeah!
Calling down a sentry. Calling in reinforcements. Dropping a pin. North. 100 meters.
Fire in the hole! Calling down a sentry.
Calling down fortifications.
Last reload. Say hello to democracy! Requesting air support.
Eat liberty.
Calling in extraction.
getting in front of me. I can't shoot if you're fucking dancing in front of me, bruv.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting air support.
Delivering payload.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Get up there, get up there, get up there.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Democracy has landed.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing in progress.
Marking extraction point.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
The existence of high casualty missions implies the existence of low casualty missions. And we can take some solace.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Requesting tac pack. Dropping a pin. South, 300 meters. Marking location. West. Cancel that. Illuminate. West. 100 meters.
Calling down a
Requesting
walk.
sentry.
Oh. Who barking? Who you do a bark? He borka borka.
Objective near your position.
Great, can't climb that. Have it. Love that, love that, love that, love that, love that, love that.
Help bomb off. Clear the area.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Fucker. Even survived the bomb, too. For nothing.
Reinforcing.
Reporting to the front.
Squad. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point me to the enemy. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Sending out an SOS. Rare sample acquired.
Found something. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Light armor. Last time I'm using this shit
Calling
against
in
Illuminate.
reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Ready to liberate. Backpack inbound. Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry. reinforcement budget remaining.
Freedom never sleeps! Grenade!
Joining the fray.
Quit outpost. Calling down a sentry. How about a nice cup of liberty? Found something. Requesting sentry. Reinforcing.
He has landed.
I'm out. I'm out.
Reloading.
Throwing supply beacon.
Sending down equipment package.
Orbital incoming.
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting sentry. Found something. Tag's empty. Found something. Requesting tech pack.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Found something.
Outpost destroyed.
Calling down a sentry. Tagging location. Never mind. North. Reloading! Requesting sentry.
Objective near your position. Objective critical stratagem available.
Fire in the hole!
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
No mag!
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Have a taste of democracy! Reloading!
Get some! Get some!
Hellbomb on! Clear the area! Dropping item. Get some! Get some!
Squid!
Calling down a sentry. Liberty save me! Have a taste of democracy!
You have been a stolen line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Hellbomb on! Clear the area! Calling down supplies.
Helldivers never die!
Calling down a sentry. reinforcements. Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Fire in the hole! Freedom forever!
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Democracy has landed. Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down support weapon. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Holding in reinforcements!
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Wow, Drape.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Excuse me, guys.
ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Back inbound.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Dropping item. Reinforcing.
Reinforcement budget depleted. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Helldivers never die!
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
I'm live for super!
For peace! extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The Illuminate resurgence has been stymied. For now.
That was one for the record books, where all missions are logged for analysis.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
It's a hot one today.
Administration orders the National Guard to Los Angeles following clashes between immigration officers and protesters. Then a book that pulls back the curtain on a company that's considered a driving force behind the boom of artificial intelligence, OpenAI.
They were going to be open and collaborative, and they wanted this technology to be ushered into the public purely for social benefit. And that is not what I found.
And how gene editing technology may offer a breakthrough approach to combating a devastating disease ravaging Florida's citrus industry.
Major funding for PBS News Weekend has been provided by...
In 1995, two friends set out to make wireless coverage accessible to all. With no long-term contracts, nationwide coverage, and 100% U.S.-based customer support. Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And Friends of the News Hour. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. In Los Angeles, quiet streets have greeted the first of 2,000 National Guard troops sent by President Trump in response to 2 days of clashes between protesters and immigration officers. Demonstrators had gathered at places around the city where officers were carrying out raids, some of them throwing things. Authorities used pepper spray and flashbang grenades to try to restore order. In a memo to the Pentagon and the Attorney General, Mr. Trump said he was acting under a rarely used law because the demonstrations constitute a form of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, objected, saying on social media that the Guard's presence will escalate tensions and erode public trust. Democratic Representative Nanette Barragan represents Paramount, California, a heavily Latino city where there were clashes yesterday at a Home Depot. Representative, thanks for joining us. What do you think accounts for the fact that things are calm now?
I haven't seen any immigration activity today and raids like we saw in the last couple of days. So I think that is a factor. But look, people are afraid. They're worried. They're concerned. I think that's why you're seeing the protests. They are protesting mass deportations and what this administration has been doing for the last several months, whether it's trampling on due process, just deporting people. There is no targeted effort to actually find serious criminal offenders. And that is what you're seeing people protest. It's saying, get out of our communities.
And what's your reaction to the president sending in the National Guard?
Well, I think the governor's right. I think this is an effort by this president, number one, to distract from his failed policies, whether it's about to take millions of health care away from people, whether it is the tanking economy, prices are going up. He reverts right back to what he knows, and that is immigration. And so I think this is his way of showing force. I think it's an unnecessary effort. I spoke to local law enforcement yesterday evening. They had things under control. They got things under control without the National Guard, and so did LAPD. So we know that the National Guard really is just an effort for the president to escalate things and have more tension and show, flex his muscle. Maybe that's a better way to put it. But it's unnecessary, and it's really a dangerous power grab.
You talk about the anger. We've seen pictures of people throwing things at officers, trying to block their vehicles. Is that an appropriate response?
I condemn all violence, and we are telling people to protest peacefully. You can have civil disobedience peacefully as well. But we do not believe that people should be throwing items at law enforcement, and violence is no answer. I will also say, I think that last night we saw people who were taking advantage of the situation, who I don't think were there really to protest the immigration conduct and activity. They were destroying property, they were looting. Those people should be arrested, and that is not what the movement against the immigration action is. So we want to continue to have people be peaceful.
And what do you make of the president's description of this as a rebellion against the government's authority?
This is more of the president manufacturing something that's not there. This is a situation where in California, our local law enforcement does not participate in federal immigration conduct. And that's what he wants. He's acting like a dictator. And we're seeing that happen both in his language. We're seeing it happen in the way he's defined even court orders, how he's trampling on due process.
Help us understand what the difference is between what immigration was doing in the last 2 days that sparked all this anger and what they've done in the past.
So what they've done in the past is immigration has been showing up at hospitals as women were delivering to separate their babies and deport the mothers. They've been showing up at schools. They've been showing up just about any place, even work sites. They even picked up a U.S. Marshal, mistaking him for an immigration person they wanted to deport. And in the last couple of days, we've seen immigration show up and just indiscriminately show up at places like a Home Depot parking lot where people are trying to find a job. They're not criminals. And so this is his mass deportation effort, which is not focused on finding criminals. And I think that is one of the reasons you're seeing people protest. They're protesting these mass deportations.
Representative Nanette Barragan, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
And in other news, a peaceful protest in Washington, D.C., where hundreds of LGBTQ plus people and their allies braved the rain on the final day of the weeks-long World Pride celebration.
Here he is, God of our silent tears.
The tone was more political than Saturday's parade. Speakers criticized the Trump administration's rollback of anti-discrimination policies for the LGBTQ plus community and executive orders targeting transgender people. The mayor of Moscow says Russia intercepted at least 10 Ukrainian drones that were headed for the city. In Ukraine, one person was killed and another seriously wounded overnight in another round of Russian airstrikes in the Kharkiv region. Russia has stepped up its attacks since Ukraine's big drone strike on its warplanes. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told ABC News that the covert operation was a setback for Russia's military.
We have our analytics that we destroyed 34% of their strategic air jets, and especially those jets which they used to attack our civil infrastructure, people, children. They killed a lot of people. The price of this operation, I mean this for Russians, more than $7 billion.
NATO says Ukraine had about 40 Russian warplanes, but estimates that only 10 were destroyed. Military experts say it will take years for Russia to replace the bombers. A Colombian senator and presidential hopeful remains in critical condition in a Bogota hospital. Miguel Uribe was shot Saturday at a campaign event in Bogota. People staged vigils and waved Colombian flags outside his hospital. Authorities said they arrested a 4-year-old carrying a pistol. The government is offering a $730,000 reward for information about who was behind the attack. In a statement, Secretary of State Marco Rubio condemned the attempted assassination and said inflammatory rhetoric from leftist Colombian President Gustavo Petro was to blame. And at the French Open in Paris, a stunning comeback for 22-year-old Carlos Alcaraz, defending his title in a marathon match. He rallied from 2 sets down and saved 3 match points to beat world number 1 Jannik Sinner. The match was the longest ever French Open final, 5 hours and 29 minutes, and it ended in a tiebreaker. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, we sit down with the author of a book that looks at open AI and where it may take us. And we explore a potentially groundbreaking solution to a disease devastating the citrus industry.
This is PBS News Weekend from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, home of the PBS News Hour, weeknights on PBS.
OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, is one of the world's most famous and secretive companies. It's on a mission to try to develop artificial general intelligence, or AGI. That's a theoretical type of AI that possesses human intelligence and can perform any intellectual task a person can, as opposed to more specific tasks like image recognition or how to win at chess. Investigative journalist Karen Howe's new book, Empire of AI, Dreams and Nightmares in Sam Altman's OpenAI, offers a skeptical look at where the company is headed. Here's Ali Rogan.
Karen, thank you so much for joining us. You've been following OpenAI from the very beginning when it introduced itself as a research nonprofit with very lofty goals. Tell us about those early days.
Yeah, so I was the first journalist to ever profile OpenAI, and I embedded within the company for 3 days in August of 2019. And the reason why I thought it was worth profiling them in that moment in time is because they were beginning to shift away from those nonprofit origins. They had just restructured to put a for-profit within the nonprofit that suggested there would be some kind of commercial intent later on. And I was asking executives and employees to explain to me what was the mission, and they insisted that the mission was the same, that they were trying to ultimately build AI completely without commercial interest, and they were going to be open and collaborative, and they wanted this technology to be ushered into the public purely for social benefit. And that is not what I found. I found that they were very competitive, they were very secretive, and that certainly they had to have some kind of commercialization plan because they had just received a $1 billion investment from Microsoft.
And of course, we can't talk about the company and the ethos of the company without talking about its CEO, Sam Altman. You track his rise in the company and then his firing and then subsequent reinstatement, which really shocked a lot of folks in Silicon Valley. How much has Sam Altman and his views informed the direction of AI in Silicon Valley?
I really think OpenAI is a manifestation of Altman. He is a product of Silicon Valley himself. And he is very much a product of this philosophy of growth at all costs. Try and be ambitious about changing the world and assume that the world is a zero-sum game and that winners take all in this race. And so you see a lot of how OpenAI operates today is an embodiment of that. They chose to take an AI development approach that is based on this growth at all costs mentality, where they're trying to train their models on the entire internet. They're trying to train them on massive supercomputers that are starting to really strain the energy resource availability around the world. They are trying to exploit a lot of labor to fortify that particular AI development paradigm. And ultimately, he is positioning AI development as this aggressive race where OpenAI needs to be number one, because if not, if an American company is not going to beat that global race, then China will overtake it. And there is this zero-sum game mentality around the rhetoric.
You have a position in this book, and it is that AI evolving in this way is indeed a threat to humanity. What do you see as the biggest risks?
For me, it is very different from the doomer threats, where the doomers believe that AI could fundamentally go rogue and it could develop consciousness and therefore kill everyone. That is not what I think is actually the risk here. I do not think that AI will go rogue. There is no scientific evidence for that particular claim. But what we are seeing in the real world right now is that this particular AI paradigm is creating an enormous consolidation of economic and political power in the hands of these companies. And my title, Empire of AI, is a nod to the argument that these companies actually need to be thought of as new forms of empire, because they are laying claim to extraordinary historic levels of resources. They are exploiting an extraordinary amount of labor. They are monopolizing knowledge production. So most of the AI research is actually filtered through the lens of what is good for these companies versus not, because they have a monopoly on the top AI talent in the world. And ultimately, all empires have this narrative that there are evil empires and there are good empires. And the reason why they, the good empire, have to be an empire in the first place and engage in all this resource and power consolidation is because they must be strong to beat back that evil empire. But ultimately, we are just seeing a profound, unprecedented consolidation of power. And the threat is when we reach an age where people at the top can just do whatever they want, develop this technology however they want, deploy it however they want, and potentially lead to mass environmental consequences, mass economic consequences, huge amounts of job loss, that ultimately most of the people in the world are going to feel this loss of agency in determining their own future. And when people do not feel that they have a voice to self-determine, democracy dies. So the greatest threat is to democracy.
You also document many of the problems with AI and the unfettered growth that it is experiencing. Proponents, including Sam Altman himself, would argue that there are tremendous benefits as well. Is there anything good you see about AI and the pursuit of artificial general intelligence?
AI is such an interesting word because it's sort of like the word transportation, in that you have bicycles, you have gas-guzzling trucks, you have rocket ships. They're all forms of transportation, but they all serve different purposes and they have different cost-benefit trade-offs. And to me, the quest to artificial general intelligence has the worst trade-offs, because you are trying to build fundamentally an everything machine, but ultimately it can't actually do all of the things. So not only do you confuse the public about what you can actually do with these technologies, which leads to harm because then people start asking it for things like medical information and instead getting medical misinformation back. But also, it requires all of these things that I described, the colossal resource consumption, the colossal labor exploitation. But there are many, many different types of AI technologies that I think are hugely beneficial. And this is task-specific models that are meant to target solving a specific, well-scoped challenge, something like integrating renewable energy into the grid, weather prediction, drug discovery, healthcare, where you identify cancer earlier on in an MRI scan. These are all very task-specific. It's very clear what the use case is. You can curate very, very small data sets, train them on very, very small computers. And I think if we want broad-based benefit from AI, we need broad-based distribution of these types of AI technologies across all different industries.
The book is Empire of AI. Karen Howe, thank you so much for bringing your insights.
Thank you so much, Ali.
Sam Altman declined an interview request. We remain open to it in the future. Finally tonight, researchers in Florida are testing a new gene-edited tree that they hope will be able to fight off the tiny insects that have been devastating Florida's orange groves for years. Here's PBS Iowa's Colleen Krantz.
Ron English's family had been in the Florida citrus industry for generations. But when a disease called citrus greening began ravaging his orange and grapefruit groves, his family business came to a crashing halt.
About 2015, we decided that greening had hurt us enough to where the quality of the fruit wasn't there, and when it hit us hard. What we knew to do to keep the trees alive didn't work, so we made a decision just to shut our operation down. My father-in-law and our family had been in the citrus business since 1895.
What happened to the English family has become increasingly common across Florida. Since citrus greening first emerged about 20 years ago, producers in the state have lost 63% of their citrus-bearing acres. Some growers switched to other forms of agriculture, while many others, like English, sold to developers.
We were able to sell something we didn't want to do.
All this massive change has been caused by a tiny bacterium spread by the non-native Asian citrus psyllid. The insects burrow inside leaf folds and deposit the bacteria when they feed. There is no cure for the infected trees. All will eventually die. For generations, Americans have associated Florida with oranges. But the state's orange production has plummeted 90%, the lowest annual production in nearly a century. So now, an all-out effort is underway to find a fix, and Ron English is back in the citrus game. He oversees a test grove for a company called Soilcia. That company has partnered with the University of Florida, which is developing citrus trees that are genetically edited to protect against greening, even after exposure to the bacteria. The company is rapidly refining the most promising genetic edits to make the trees more resistant to the bacteria that cause citrus greening, known for short as HLB.
What we're doing is finding the specific genes that are susceptible to HLB and using CRISPR precision breeding to turn off this interaction. And we have a tree that we're saying is showing early HLB resistance. We hope it's going to last for a lot longer, but we only have trees that have been in the field for a couple of years. Every 6 months, we're getting more and more confident.
In the past decade, Florida growers have tried one potential solution after another, including using steam to kill the bacteria. All either failed or required constant management that was too costly.
We do feel the pressure. They get it to growers quickly because, I mean, they're really struggling, right? It's a real testament to the growers that they've stayed in this industry, even with citrus greening.
So far, researchers say the trees that result from precision breeding look much healthier than the control trees.
Different gene targets are showing tolerance where the plant actually still gets infected, but it's a big, beautiful tree compared to the controls.
I got infected.
We're seeing others where the amount of
Why?
bacteria in the plant is so low or almost undetectable compared to the controls.
The hope is that the work of the University of Florida and Soil SIA will ultimately bear fruit. But it will take several more years before the gene-edited trees can start producing enough oranges. And then the next stage will involve evaluating taste and yield.
If everything goes well, I think we'd be looking at the end of 2026 or maybe spring of 2027 where we kind of get those first commercial trees out there. So they'll really start bringing the industry back. It's going to take some time.
As for Ron English, he's optimistic that his grandchildren might someday have the opportunity to get the family back into the citrus business, thanks to science.
That's what we're doing, is the key to getting back. And once we can get people started and start planting, I think it'll catch on.
For PBS News Weekend, I'm Colleen Bradford Krantz in Tampa, Florida.
Now online, why buy now, pay later programs have become so popular and what consumers should keep in mind to protect themselves. All that and more is on our website, pbs.org/newshour. And that is PBS News Weekend for this Sunday. Tomorrow on the NewsHour, a look at how the Trump administration is putting people with
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Get this
Orbit
light armor
synchronized.
off of me.
pod launch initiated.
Best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Deploying SOS beacon. Tagging map.
Yeah! My leg.
There's something here.
Sending down sentry.
Say hello to democracy! Found something.
Objective near your position.
That was a close one, Mr. Lightning Tower.
Hell bomb on. Clear the area.
Objective critical stratagem available. Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reporting to the front. Dropping a pin. Found something. There's something here.
Deploying support weapon.
It's lame that the Hellbomb doesn't have the fucking same upgrade to come in super quick like the fucking weapon does.
Found something.
Did a spooky guy hear me?
Deploying sentry.
Freedom forever!
Objective, hero position.
Did I arm that? Yes.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy has landed.
Firing orbital laser.
Freedom never sleeps!
Helldiver lost and sending replacement.
Come on, Orbital. Are you fucking for real? Get up, you fucking...
Helldiver AIA deploying replacement. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Epic. Missed him.
Ready to liberate.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Expunge the squids from our territory.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. pod launch initiated.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, for justice is your cause.
Deploying SOS beacon. Tagging map.
Sending down sentry. Sending down sentry.
Say hello to democracy!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
That's empty.
Calling down a support weapon.
Objective vertical stratagem available. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Democracy delivered.
Reinforcing!
Don't throw me in there. That's not where I want to be.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Point me to the enemy. Calling down sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Calling in reinforcements. Freedom forever! Requesting sentry. For prosperity! Calling down a sentry. Layer sample acquired.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Bag's empty.
Calling down a sentry.
Helldiver never died. mag! Say hello to democracy!
Requesting air support.
Reloading! Marking location.
Requesting orbital strike.
Throwing supply beacon.
Outpost destroyed.
Mag's empty. New mag.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting air support.
Reinforcing. Say hello to democracy!
Point me to the enemy. Illuminate. Objective located. East. Never mind.
L-bomb on. Clear the area.
Heavy. East. 100 meters. Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry. Bag's empty. How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Reinforcing!
Get some! Get some!
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Bag's empty.
Calling down a sentry!
New mag. Have a taste of democracy! Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Calling in orbital strike.
Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Throwing grenade. Get some! Get some!
Squid outpost destroyed. Objective critical stratagem available.
Who called in fucking supplies? They're not even near them either.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Pack back inbound. Illuminate, north.
Requesting air support.
Bag's empty.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
How'd you like a taste of freedom?
Got him.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Dropping a pin. Northeast, 300 meters.
You have accomplished Liberty's will. Extract at your discretion. Sending in an eagle. Package acquired.
I see it. I'll join your squad in a second, bud.
Calling in reinforcements. Dropping package.
Climb this wall, please.
Package acquired.
Freedom forever!
Dropping package.
Climb this wall, please.
Package acquired. Tagging map. North.
Hellbomb arm. Clear the area. Dropping item.
Dropping package. Calling in reinforcements. Package acquired.
Calling down a sentry.
Skedaddle maneuver.
Dropping package.
Come on! Fucking getting caught up in pipes and shit. I don't know how that didn't kill me.
Package acquired.
Ooh, machine gun.
Dropping package.
Calling in
Requesting orbital
reinforcements.
strike.
Moving down.
Squad. Package.
I'm invisible.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. sentry! Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Calling in orbital strike. Aiming at an eagle.
That's empty. Orbital inbound.
Marking location.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
What? I left a bomb out there. I didn't pick up me bomb. Get over the terrain.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Sending in an eagle.
L bomb on. Clear the area.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Squad outpost. Requesting air support.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. Squid outpost. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Oh wait, I have a machine gun.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Grenade.
Vaporized.
Reinforcing. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Launch countdown complete. We have extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. The Illuminate will wish they had never returned.
Right, I made myself a sandwich. Set the back too long. Now it's all wet from the steam.
A triumphant return.
vicious fighting have ended with the decimation of the once great Illuminate host, last seen warping out of Super Earth's orbit. Multiple megacities lie in ruins. The death toll of high classification citizens is still being counted. This victory follows an unimaginable assault on freedom, which will never be forgotten, nor forgiven. The Second Galactic War continues, but today is a day of celebration. The shadow of tyranny has been lifted from our great capital. Freedom shines brightly once more.
What? I haven't had a flash hider on it. Alright, and while that little man who wanted to play with me finishes his game, I would have joined him in progress, but you know, the planet's about to be liberated, so I wanted to make sure the points went to it.
How are you? I am fine. No, seriously, how you doing, man? No, seriously, how you doing?
You're being weird, man.
Everybody watching this, you're being weird right now, okay? Just calm. Hey.
Just chill out.
Just chill out. Just be yourself. You're a cool guy.
My name is Greta Thunberg, and I am from...
Okay, so that's how you say that. Okay. Okay, sorry, Greta, go ahead.
My name is Greta Thunberg, and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel.
Okay, well, this is today's person of the day, Greta.
Overseas tonight, a brewing international showdown, potentially, with Israeli officials promising to stop an aid boat with climate activist Greta Thunberg on board from reaching Gaza as soon as tonight.
That's right, Holly. Israel's defense minister vowed to stop the boat and order Thunberg and the rest of the crew to turn back. But the...
Okay, wow, this is CNN at this point. Here we go. Here we go, CNN. Israel has made a brilliant PR decision by intercepting a Gaza-bound aid ship carrying Greta Thunberg and other prominent activists, detaining those on board and taking them to Israel. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition earlier said the Israeli military had boarded the Madeleine, which was attempting to deliver aid to Gaza. All this has pushed the enclave's 2.1 million people deeper into a hunger crisis. Okay, so even CNN. The FFC, okay, that's Greta Thunberg and her boat, had earlier said that the ship had come under assault in international waters. Great! In a Telegram post. Okay, here's where it gets really... weird. It's kind of disrespectful, okay. Quadcopters are surrounding the ship, spraying it with a white paint-like substance. Oh, great, yeah. Oh, man, way to assess the threat of this little Swedish girl and a guy who was an actor of Game of Thrones. Yeah, definitely needed to do that. Way to activate the perimeter on that one, good God. Communications are jammed and disturbing sounds are being played over the radio, the FFC said. A video posted by Israel's foreign ministry appeared to show a Navy staffer sending a radio message to the vessel saying the maritime zone off the coast of Gaza was closed. Yeah, I wonder why it's closed, man. F***ing nut jobs. In a video live stream, again, this is CNN. In a video live stream from the boat, activist Yasmin Akar showed a white substance on the deck, saying it had been dropped onto the vessel. Akar was later heard saying it was affecting her eyes. Oh, great, man. Winning the hearts and minds of the people of the world by showing they don't give a crap about anything. And they're going like this. Israel had repeatedly vowed to stop the aid boat from reaching Gaza and described the ship as a selfie yacht carrying celebrities. Then what's the problem? Then why would you need to stop them? You psychos, you whack jobs. Yeah. You know, honestly, very brave thing here by Greta Thunberg. Hope she's okay. Greta, if you're hearing that, She's not.
About the
3
guys
years later.
Who
I
is?
can't wait for them to meet her.
Bro,
Adult
that
baby.
little how dare you girl?
Yeah.
How dare you? You know, the climate change girl? You know, the little
yeah.
autistic girl?
She's an
well,
adult
now
now,
she's
I guess.
free Palestine. She's singing things off her phone. Now she's at the front of a boat like George.
I'm sorry. What does that mean? She's singing things off her phone. She's singing things off her phone. I wish Joe had some people around him that weren't just famous from him. That could be like, what does that mean, Joe? She's singing things off her phone. You mean like she's reading lyrics? What does that mean, Joe? And then Joe just goes like this.
Adult baby. She's singing things off her phone. Now she's at the front of a boat like George Washington, making its way to Gaza.
Exactly.
Whatever the environment,
Bro,
though.
it's like there she is.
Is the environment
exactly
Leonardo
what it
DiCaprio.
She's got a nice boat. Maybe that can bridge the gap here.
She could be
sacrificing
herself for all of us. Well, she could be just the best person ever.
Nothing greener
Or
than killing yourself.
She could be someone that they take advantage of, use at the front of the line for every cause.
Yeah, why not look into it, you know? Yeah, she could be this or that, or I don't know. Man, if only I had the time to look into this. If only there were a way. It's 2025. If only there were a way to look things up. But there is one thing I know for sure, which is that...
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
They do? No, they don't.
Not obviously, but it could be out of her hands. She probably has handlers and political shit. But it's like,
for now.
at least she's
trying.
Gainfully employed.
Who
cares?
By the way, this YouTube channel is called Joepedia. Oh, this is the Joepedia. Oh, hold on. There's something about Joe I need to know. I gotta go to the Joepedia. I gotta go to the Joe...
Toilet.
I like that there are YouTube channels that still do this where they make it look like people went to a movie theater to watch a podcast. People went to a movie theater with American flags on the wall to watch a podcast. This is an IMAX. I'm at the Sphere in Las Vegas watching this Joe Rogan, Ari Shaffir podcast. This is kind of a Joe instant classic, this video, because first of all, it aged terribly instantly. Joe Rogan's like, this stupid girl, stupid Swedish girl, autistic girl, goofing around, thinks she's George Washington or whatever the hell he's saying. Then Shane Gillis goes, well, you know, at least she's doing something. At least she's doing something. Yeah, that is sort of funny. That's some funny insight from Shane Gillis there. At least she's doing something. Because this is from the same Joe Rogan episode where they're making fun of Thunberg. This is toward the end. Check this out.
That's what that energy feels like?
No.
1.6 million.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, man. It's like Sunset Club. Some suggest up to 2 million.
1.6 million in the crowd?
That's so crazy. You do one show, you retire.
They're watching a live version of Enter Sandman. Hey, at least Greta Thunberg's doing something. Eh, she's an idiot. Let's sit around smoking watching Enter Sandman live from 40 years ago. Oh, hi, my name's Joe Rogan.
My name's goddamn Joe Rogan.
My name's goddamn Joe Rogan. Oh my god, what an idiot Greta Thunberg is. By the way, I'm here watching Alicia Silverstone era Aerosmith videos with a CIA agent. What a life I live, I'm Joe Rogan, go to hell. And from all of us here at the Joe Rogan program.
Generally speaking.
Okay, anyway, one more thing on this. One more thing on this real quick. I don't understand this. I don't understand how this works. But this guy Shapiro, he did a goddamn video about this.
I do not understand this.
He uploaded a video about this. It got 187,000 views in 4 days. Some other guy just uploaded that video of Ben Shapiro talking with himself in a little thing in the corner. In a little box in the corner. 400,000 views. Okay. All right, I don't know. Okay, let's check out what this weird little pervert, who they can't even pay people to watch, has to say. Oh, I can't wait. Let's check it out.
Now, meanwhile, in what has to be not only one of the stupidest stories of the day, but one of the stupidest stories ever, we're still talking about Greta Thunberg.
You are.
Now, you recall Greta when she was a not particularly cute child, and we weren't allowed to make jokes about her not being particularly cute because she was a child. Well, now she's 22 years old, so I can say whatever the hell I want about her.
Yeah, it's a bit of a self-report.
I'm doing a bit of a self-report here. I've been wanting to call her not cute forever.
Yeah, so just to reiterate the story here, a 22-year-old woman got on a boat, bunch of aid people to go deliver food to starving people and starving children, going across the ocean to do that. And the guys who this little goofball, this little
booty hole waxed down,
thinks are super cool. They spray them with tear gas and kidnap them. And he's like,
Also, she was never cute when she was underage. Man, I'm really nailing it from a PR perspective and more. Anyway, I'll be back. Doing whatever the hell it is I do all day.
Anyway, I'll be back rapidly losing views to Candace Owens when we're back.
Again, if you airdrop Greta without the Khafia into Gaza, she would last a millisecond. Now, this sort of stuff.
Yeah, sort of ironic. Yeah,
This one turned out kind of funny.
This one turned out kind of funny because she didn't even last getting there because of the guys, because of the army that you think is cool, right? Stupid, moron, idiot, right, dumbass? Oh, right. Nobody's watching. It's hard to make fun of this guy because he does seem like a bonk, like he's been bonked on the head or something, or like he's an AI. So there it is, person of the day and person of the
toilet.
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's person of the toilet.
Imagine my shock.
Right.
The Daily Show did a segment about me. Oh boy. Now's an opportunity to rag on The Daily Show. Now, here's the fun part.
Can't wait, man. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great.
Hi, welcome to The Daily Show where you can
look at my penis.
No, man, that's not what that show's about. Okay, so it's come to my attention that the goddamn Daily Show with Jon Stewart, the Daily Show featuring Jon Stewart has, frankly, no offense to them, but they have been stealing my material. They've been stealing my material, making fun of this mentally impaired, they've been stealing my material by making fun of somebody who's in arrested development, who's psychologically damaged and will never become a full adult. This guy, Tim.
But, fine, whatever. I'm going to say this before I get started.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I am deeply honored to have a smear piece by The Daily Show, which just increases the Tim Pool search engine optimization. There is some...
Yeah, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein is in there a lot, too. It's definitely... No press is bad press. They're making fun of me, saying I'm a goofball. Good. I like this this helps me.
Piece by The Daily Show, which just increases the Tim Pool search engine optimization. There is some weird obsession with me. I just, man,
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm not even joking on this. This is child abuse. Like Sam Cedar has done this. Bunch of on other channels. Hassan Parker.
This is Hassan Parker.
All these channels that have made fun of this guy is child abuse, man. Because that is like when you're a little kid, that's like all the things you cycle through. Oh, this is actually good for me. Yeah, you just think I'm stupid. That's good. That's good for me somehow. And then they're obsessed with me. Hey, they're calling me an idiot. They're obsessed with me. These are like all the things that you do when you're 14, 13. Okay, all right, man. I hesitate to play what I'm about to play. This is him. He uploaded this. I do not want to play this because this is brutal, man. This feels like I'm watching someone live streaming the most awkward moments of their high school experience. Okay, I mean, if you insist that this be public, we'll watch it. Here we go, I guess.
Oh, it's muted.
Staff will be called the new media seat. We have a individual in our new media seat today. His name is Tim Pool.
Guys, hold on. Why were they laughing? Like, no, seriously. Look, if they don't know who I am, and she says we've got someone in the new media seat, and then it just shows me,
right.
The audience immediately started laughing.
Right.
Here's why I highlight this.
Okay.
They don't know who I am. Listen, I gotta be honest.
Right.
I'm famous, but I'm not that famous. Look at Jordan Klepper's face, like, oh, they're laughing. No, it's because they told the audience to laugh because the purpose of the laugh track is to create a narrative. Tim Pool looks fun.
Oh, boy. Oh, God. Oh. It's like we're watching Carrie or something. This is not nice. This is not nice. Society has failed Tim Pool or something. He's been really popping on YouTube for a while. Kanye West, all this crap. Interviewing the president, getting millions of views. But this guy has uploaded some of the creepiest stuff I've ever seen, and I just straight up felt sorry for him at this part. Why are they laughing? I don't know. Could have some... Look, you're a great guy, man. But it could have something to do with the fact that you're wearing a beanie and a Temu jacket in the White House press room. You know, it's sort of a funny...
Yo, you want to play that game? I'll play that game. He said I dress like I look for, like I bought my clothes from Hot Topic. That would be because you're kind of correct. It's Zoom. Well, actually, this is an awesome bearskin fleece sent by a sponsor. But anyway, let's play.
Okay. All right. Wait. Where's the game? Oh, you want to play that game? Oh, you want to play that game, huh? Guy says I got my clothes from Hot Topic. Well, I did.
Actually, I did.
So how about that? I too can play at this game. Ah, man, this poor guy.
That's so cool.
This is not nice, man. It takes a village, and the village was not there for him. You know, Tim, if you see this, come back. Go, hey, Stromrack called. They told you to shut the hell up, and you are a moron. Oh, man, this gets worse and worse. Okay.
He's in the hot seat. Let's hear him hold this administration's feet to the fire.
Many of these organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax. I'm wondering if you could comment on that unprofessional behavior.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Now that's a great question.
It is.
Everyone in this room sucks. Do you care to comment?
It is.
Oh, yeah. Because the idea that journalism only exists to be adversarial to politics is the stupidest thing imaginable.
Right.
The idea is that news media is supposed to be, I don't know, the fourth estate. We challenge.
In other words...
The man asks me a hard question.
Yeah, hi, my name's Tim. I'm very happy to be here at the White House press room. The question I have is, will you...
Look at my penis.
Oh, thank you for that question, Tim. Absolutely. Can you get up here, please? Can you get up here on the podium, please?
Oh, yeah. Because the idea that journalism only exists to be adversarial to politics is the stupidest thing imaginable. The idea is that news media is supposed to be, I don't know, the fourth estate. We challenge power. And what happens when the entirety of the news media is marching in lockstep?
You say,
at what point does someone say,
Vladimir
why?
Putin.
Care to...
You know, I mean, it's like this has 200,000 views in 16 hours. This has 200,000 views in 16 hours, and they're like, yeah, you got them. They're saying challenge the Daily Show guy to a debate. Okay, yeah. I don't know if he's still doing this, like wandering over to the White House press thing to ask quote-unquote questions. I mean, that whole thing's a joke. They should just use that room for storage or something. That's like West Wing crap. That's what the press, you know, the presidential press crap, whatever that is. That's West Wing crap. Get rid of it. Who cares? Who's watching that crap? But, yeah, this is obviously funny. I'm there to challenge power. This guy's a real idiot. I'm not there to just give political people a hard time. I'm there to challenge power. Watch me challenge power now. Hey, the person who answers questions about the president professionally. Why is everyone so mean to you? Oh, can he do that? Oh, man. He's not gonna be free for long with that kind of power challenging.
Here we go. Here's my favorite one from the left.
I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. You know what the problem is, though?
Yes. The point of what we were talking about is in the liberal space, men are not having families. Women can't find men because they have really high leftist liberal expectations.
Are you in?
And I love that he's still trying to justify one of the most loser clips of all time.
Or something. He had the flu when he uploaded this. This is the kind of thing you upload or stream when you're just like out of it. Something bonked you on the head or something. You're like, I gotta upload something. I mean, this is one of the funniest things ever uploaded to the internet. And for that, we owe him one, you know? So here's the full clip that he's going to try to defend.
See, that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is, though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, Yep.
And I'm like,
I mean, he kind of looks like a turtle. The way he says...
Everybody else.
Yeah.
You uploaded a meme, you know? There's no defense of this. I mean, I could come up with a defense for all this. I could be like, I was goofing around.
I was just having a goof. I was being a troll.
Or I would say, I pooped my pants that day. I was incapacitated at that moment, so it's ableist of you, in a way, to make fun of me if you think about it. An adult could, maybe do something with this, but let's see what this person does.
It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
And the point was...
Why are you doing this? Why is he doing this? None of his viewers are watching The Daily Show. They're all watching some weird Rumble thing or some guy yelling in his car on TikTok or something. He doesn't need to... You don't need to do this. You don't need to put yourself through this, man.
Boom, 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 boom.
You're giving yourself one of these?
Boom, boom, boom.
And one of these. Absolutely brutal. This is sick.
It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
And the point was, in the greater conversation, we're talking about how liberal women don't want to have families in their 20s. They want to have jobs. This is why women are appearing on the cover of magazines and saying, I'm going to freeze my eggs. They don't want to have families.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, this guy does still get millions of views, on his bigger channel. Hundreds of thousands of views. And he's a multi-millionaire. He's in some kind of tax... He's in some kind of tax problem with West Virginia. He's in the White House press room. He's doing interviews with the president. Oh, he met with Netanyahu, even. But, politically, this guy is, he's an idiot, He doesn't know anything about anything or even have a touch of insight on anything. Really, it is an interesting show because it's just a guy who was like, oh, I can upload pro-Trump content and get an instant audience, and then I can make money. And then he realized, oh, also I'm a baby. I forgot, I'm a baby. I'm still a baby, and I have to keep doing this. I'm 34, I'm not yet married. You know whose fault this is? Yeah, everybody else. Yeah, people are going to laugh at that, man. People are definitely going to laugh at that. That you being unmarried and unchilded is everyone else's fault. Then he goes into some long explanation. What I'm saying is that the liberal women, this and that. No, man, nope. You said something incredibly funny, and it will be... people will laugh at this forever. Okay? You are immortalized in the eyes of all Americans as one of the goofiest goofballs.
See, this is crazy because...
Okay, you got it, man.
I suppose what Peter Schiff is exposing in himself, and for many other liberal types, not saying he's a liberal or anything, I don't know.
Do your best.
They actually like kids. And it makes sense why they align the way they do politically. And conservatives are likely more to fall into the average of they don't. So the scientific research shows that when men are presented images of...
I mean, this video is called Epstein Case May Drop After Elon Attack on Trump. And somehow in this video we end up, hey, there's a guy who's a liberal. By the way, I use liberal and left interchangeably. Also, I don't know if this guy I'm talking about is either of those or anything. That guy's a pedophile. The people of that are on the other political side of that we don't like, they're pedophile. Period. Okay, man, okay. Anything else you want to say?
Oh, there's a lot, believe me.
Okay, now, why don't you go lay down for a while, man?
I won't.
This is one of the funniest channels. How does he not know? How? Well, guys, there we go, an absolute another one. Hope you're doing good. Oh, it's the weekend. It's Saturday. It's Saturday and Sunday and Friday. Thank God. Thank God. No need to get all upset and worked up. It's fine. We are out here, as we're often wont to do. Talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm an AI-generated voice. I took all the world's voices of all the people of the world and just
Zelensky the authority to attack Russia, especially after the minerals deal and the desire for a peace deal. There's no way he attacks 40 Russian bombers in the way that he did without having someone's backing. The answer to this question solves the riddle. So this gets 2.9 million views. Not a lot of people happy. I want to react to some of the comments that were below. So there's a lady named Kate. I believe she's probably from Ukraine. She says, it was me. I gave him the authority and millions of other Ukrainians when we elected him. Question, though, is who gave you an authority to speak nonsense? Great point. And I responded back and I told her, you're so cute. You gave him permission. Isn't that awesome? I'm sure his puppet masters are very happy with you. Have a wonderful day, sweetheart. So go to the next one, Bob, if you
she
can.
owned you.
Grok
Great
asked
comeback,
the question, what
Pat.
happened here? And he says, hey, what do you think is, he says, Zelensky likely authorized the June 1st, 2025 attack on the Russian air bases as Ukraine commander-in-chief with the operation executed by the SBUs. No direct evidence shows that U.S. or NATO authorization, but general support like, can you show more, April 2025 Ukraine minerals deal may have emboldened Ukraine. The attack targeting bombers used against Ukrainian cities aligned with self-defense under international law. Controversy persists over implicit external backing. So if you go a little lower, a couple other guys kept saying things like, you know, keep going, keep going, keep going. Let's see if we can find some of these guys that came back with real harsh commentary. And by the way, I totally understand what they're saying. One guy said, if you go back, Rob, I'll explain why I said this. Permission. So why did I say permission? Rob, can you Google what countries have the strongest military power in the world? Type in top 100. Top 100 strongest military in the world, if you could. Top 100. Top 100. There you go. Watch this here, okay? If you go to top 100, not top 10, top 100 matters. Top 10 doesn't give us the answer. There's this right there. You can go to the next one, Rob. Go a little lower. Right there, that says military strength ranking. Okay. Zoom out a little bit so we can see it. Zoom in a little bit so we can see it, Rob. So number one is U.S. Who's number two?
Russia.
Okay. Does Russia need anyone's help to go to war? No. They have their own weapons. They're number two in the world. Okay. Does China need anyone's permission? No. Does India need anyone's permission? No.
A little bit.
Maybe not necessarily. They need support, but not necessarily. How about South Korea if they want to do anything with the other guys? UK probably needs NATO's help. Keep going lower. Keep going lower. Keep going lower. Where's Ukraine here? Keep going lower. Keep going lower. Keep going lower. Number 20.
20.
You know what Ukraine needs? Help. And by the way, when guys that say things like the following, let me tell you, isn't it impressive that Ukraine stood up against Russia? No, they didn't. Ukraine, Germany, NATO, U.S., everybody that gave them weapons got Ukraine to stand up against Russia, not Ukraine directly against Russia. This whole nonsense about the fact that Ukraine is showing so much strength, they're not. It's Ukraine, U.S., Biden, Germany, France, NATO that's showing strength, not UK alone. Can you imagine if this war was Ukraine alone and nobody gave them weapons?
Oh, it'd be over in a week.
Exactly the point.
No, yeah.
So the point is when people say, it's because our leader decided to do this, no.
Okay, Patrick. Time for you to shut up. What up?
What up?
Mission coordinates locked.
And the planet will be liberated by the time we even drop on this shit.
Orbit synchronized.
Look at them all taking their little orbital wazes. Where is this spear? No, I'll take a machine gun. Sometimes you gotta be indecisive.
Requesting advanced backpack inbound.
Calling down objective equipment.
Calling in orbital strike.
Outpost destroyed. Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Reinforcing. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Package acquired. Dropping package. Calling in reinforcements. Dropping package. Mission progress logged. Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters.
Fire in the hole!
Reinforcing! Requesting sentry!
Democracy has landed. Requesting sentry. Found something.
Calling down a sentry! Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate. Holding down supply. Squid outpost.
Requesting orbital. Illuminate outpost erased.
Requesting orbital strike. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting orbital.
Tagging location.
Southeast. Far.
Supplies.
You know, it's just funny because I know the planet's already liberated.
300 meters.
So I really should just go to objective.
300 meters.
Requesting air support.
Did the turret just fucking shoot me?
Tagging map. West. 300 meters.
Close the fucking map!
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Sending down sentry.
Found something.
Tagging map. West. 300 meters.
Squids.
Sending in an eagle. Tagging map. East. 200 meters.
Come on! Are you for real right now?
Requesting air support. Calling in orbital strike. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Squash.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Where the fuck is the terminal?
Calling down a walker.
Hold still, fucker.
Calling down a sentry. Fly. Calling in reinforcements.
Is this a mile away from where I was?
Reporting to the front. Orbital strike.
Of course it is.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Calling down a support weapon.
Out of stims.
It's like, what was that noise?
Package acquired. Dropping package. I've got the package. Requesting sentry. Squids. Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle.
New mag.
Package acquired.
Sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Dropping package.
Package acquired.
Is this still functional?
Package acquired. I got the terminal.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Proceed delivered.
Requesting orbital.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting air support.
Found something. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry.
Tagging location. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Have a taste of democracy.
Ouch.
No mag. Tagging map. South. Bar.
You have accomplished Liberty's will. Extracted your discretion.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
20 minutes of wasted time because the planet's already liberated. But hey, he sent me multiple requests. I saw a slot open in his party. I do a join.
Outside the mission area.
No, I'm back in it. I'm back in it. I'm back in it. Leave me alone.
Illuminate. South. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Where'd the supplies drop? Did they drop all the way back behind us? Did that guy fucking call them in? So my beacon was a dud? Why would he do that?
Calling down a sentry.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Maybe they're special needs, honestly.
Calling down a walker.
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 300 meters.
And he dies. Epic.
Calling in reinforcements.
Those supplies really helped him.
On the way.
Requesting air support.
Squid! Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Have a taste of democracy. Sending in an eagle. Get some! Get some!
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry. Tagging location. Southeast. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Bro, come on. Bro, stop trying to kill my fucking mech.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Doing your fucking leg is under the map, homie.
You will never destroy our way of life.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Have a taste of democracy.
Like I said.
20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 24 seconds.
Got him.
Depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The Illuminate resurgence has been stymied. For now.
I don't know what they said at the end there. All I heard was something about the map, homie. Bullshit, it's not liberated. It's already 100%.
Welcome back. Well done.
Successful operation.
Initiating FTL jump to the Hydrovia system. Jump complete.
This desert?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
No elevation. Flat AF. Oh no, there's a lot of elevation. You know what it is. Time to Shaheed. You gotta Shaheed the warning. Herp herp. Do I want a gun? Nobody else is bringing a gun. What, I have a Pumpla? And it's probably hot, so I don't want to take laser.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Let them come. Let them
hot. Uh-oh.
Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldiver.
Oh, we super hot.
Attack back inbound. Dropping a pin. South, 300 meters. Requesting tac pack. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting orbital track. Requesting sentry.
Orbital inbound.
You will never destroy our wings, Elbama. Clear the area.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Found something!
Sending in an eagle.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Found something!
Tagging map. North, 100 meters. Tagging map. Northwest.
Illuminate outpost destroyed.
Requesting walker. Requesting sentry.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
That's called democracy. Get some! Get some!
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your
Requesting
request.
tac tac.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Look, pal, I'd watch who you're messing with.
L-bomb on. Clear the area.
Marking location. Supplies.
Bag's empty.
It never gets old.
Requesting orbital.
Extraction is available.
Requesting sentry. Freedom never sleeps!
Again.
Requesting air support.
Say hello to democracy!
Calling down a sentry. Have a taste of democracy.
Who the fuck threw an orbital laser on top of me? Of course, this guy.
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Ready to liberate! Hell divers, never die!
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting orbital strike.
Requesting sentry!
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Sending in an eagle!
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital! Requesting orbital!
Mag's empty. Backpack inbound. Calling down a support weapon.
Reinforcing! Calling down a walker! Requesting air support! Heavy, southeast, 50 meters.
Requesting sentry. Bag's empty.
Calling in reinforcements!
Have a taste of democracy. Found something. Calling down a sentry.
Tagging map, south, 200 meters.
You will never destroy our way of life!
Calling down a sentry!
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Marking location. Southwest.
Orbital inbound!
Come on, bro. I was over here not being detected.
Tagging location.
I'm gonna go hide in this hole.
Sending in an eagle! Squid outpost!
You will never destroy our way
Sending
of
in
life!
an eagle!
Illuminate outpost destroyed.
And there it is.
Calling in reinforcements. Marking location.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Marking location. I'm on it.
Affirmative.
Nice 2-stack super creddies.
Calling in orbital strike. Clarity. Requesting air support.
Reloading. Calling down a sentry. Calling in extraction.
Calling down a sentry.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area. Requesting tac pack.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Tag's empty.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Get some! Get some!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area. Dropping item.
Requesting orbital strike.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty smiles upon your trail.
How do I know we're even on the right planet?
That was one for the record books, where all missions are logged for analysis.
Mission coordinate. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Fuck off.
Congratulations on
Okay, it is the right planet. This is where we want to be going. Okay. Intense heat. Look, this map's shaped like a dick.
A failed operation. We will rise from its ashes.
What? I didn't fail anything. That map's okay.
A failed operation. We will rise from its ashes.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Elon Ma.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
It's an ugly planet. It's a bug planet.
Orbit synchronized.
I just, you know, I'm trying to level up my pummeler. I can't be doing challenging. You know? Alright, we gonna drop in.
Cartography initiated.
History will remember your deeds this day.
Engaging orbital laser. Sending down sentry.
That's empty.
Squid outpost destroyed.
That's called democracy.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Illuminate. West. Bag's empty. Bag's empty. Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Sending out an SOS. Fire in the hole. Found something. Requesting sentry. Exit. How'd you like to see? Yeah. New mag. Calling down supplies. Calling down a sentry.
The patented pending skedaddle maneuver.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
sentry. Requesting sentry. Reloading.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray. Package acquired. Tagging location. Cancel that.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters.
Illuminate, north. Illuminate, southeast. Marking location, south. Never mind. Illuminate, south.
Main objective nearby.
Calling in orbital strike.
Dropping package. How about a nice cup of liver tea? Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon. Bag's empty. Bag's empty. Say hello to democracy! Reinforcing. Engaging terminal.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital laser.
sentry.
Deploying sentry.
I got the terminal.
Nice. It was already in position. Didn't need to rotate it at all.
Tagging location. Cancel that. Enemy patrol. West.
Ouchie. Watch your shooting. Get the fuck out of here, turret.
Requesting sentry. Got a sample.
You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Objective located. West. Enemy patrol. South. Enemy patrol. South. Enemy patrol. South.
Calling in an orbital strike.
There's something here.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Calling down a sentry. Found something.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Requesting
Hell
sentry.
bomb armed. Clear the area.
Sending down sentry.
Have a taste of democracy!
Found something. Squid outpost.
Say hello to democracy!
extraction is available.
Requesting orbital.
Found something. Fire in the hole! Bag's empty. For prosperity! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Rack slips.
Reloading.
Requesting orbital strike.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Marking location. Illuminate. East. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. For pro. Calling down supply.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Found something.
ETA
What the fuck is happening?
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Bag's empty. Requesting sentry. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital laser.
For prosperity!
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Calling down a sentry. Crystal! Get stalled!
Oh, you better hide.
Prosperity! Illuminate, northwest.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Freedom never sleeps!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Bag's empty.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Not today!
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Bag's empty. Yeah.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty smiles upon your triumph.
Squonk on gong.
Welcome back. Democracy's reach extends a bit further thanks to you.
Does this even make a difference? Like, is there a point to upgrade the pummeler? Like, what's the point of this? What's the difference? No attachment, vertical recoil is also that. The flash hider gives you just a little bit of recoil assist. Okay. Hi, Zapata, you look so fancy. You look so sassy and fancy. How are you? He always looking at me so cute.
The freedom of the galaxy remains in jeopardy. Let us join the fight. Hi, Zapata. You're so fancy. Look at how you stand so sassy. He's so sassy. Hi, Zapata.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
He's just so cute.
Launch
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions.
Come on. Okay, thank God. That was a close one.
Deploying SOS beacon.
Sending down support weapon. Sending down equipment package.
Tagging that.
Okay, just gotta go in the back of the city. Dip out. Wow, I'm winded already. That's what's up.
Sending down sentry.
Have a taste of democracy! Bag's empty.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Sub-objective nearby. Objective critical stratagem available.
Another sample collected for democracy. I'll handle the terminal. Orbital incoming.
Bro, let's not get everyone detected on the
Calling
map,
down
please.
objective equipment. Package acquired.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying
Dropping
Helldiver.
package. Engaging terminal.
Progress logged.
Get some! Get some!
100 meters. Objective located. Northwest. Squid outpost!
Requesting sentry. Bag's empty. Bag's empty. No mag.
Calling in orbital strike. Illuminate outpost erased.
Rack slips.
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Rare sample acquired. Sample collected.
Reinforcing. Calling down fortifications.
You will
Attacking
never
that.
destroy our
Southwest.
website.
50 meters.
No mag. Sending in an eagle. Requesting sentry.
Outpost destroyed.
Have a taste of democracy. Throwing supply beacon. Last reload.
Tagging map. North, 100 meters.
Come on.
Requesting air support.
Outpost cleared.
That's called democracy! Freedom never sleeps! Calling down a sentry. That's empty!
Dropping a pin. Northeast, 100 meters.
New mag! Requesting advanced weaponry.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
I'm out! Bag's empty! Sending.
Dropping a pin. North, 50 meters. Unleashing democracy.
Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Reloading. Get some! Get some! Calling down supplies.
Requesting air
Calling
support.
down a support weapon.
Sending down support weapon.
Requesting orbital.
Squid out.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
Nailed him.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
New mag. reinforcements.
Requesting air support.
Sending in an Eagle. Requesting advanced weaponry. New mag.
Now that's what I call liberty. Tagging map. West. 200 meters.
The pummeler is just pretty nasty with the guard dog alone.
Calling in reinforcements.
Tagging map, southeast, 100 meters.
That's empty. Requesting sentry. I'm out. New mag. Throwing supply beacon.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down a support weapon.
Deploying support weapon.
Commando isn't nearly as good against the Illuminate as it is the Botto bots.
Say hello to democracy!
Sending in an Eagle.
Main objective nearby.
Requesting air support. Sending in an Eagle.
Dropping a pin, east, 100 meters.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting air support.
You're here? Tagging location. Never mind.
Yeah, you better keep walking.
Reinforcing. Tagging location, southwest.
You're here! Tagging map. East 300 meters.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Bro must need his samples.
Dropping a pin. It's far.
Freedom spreads yet further. Extract when ready.
Dropping a pin. Now, 200 meters. Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Crushed him.
Sending in an eagle.
Keep liberty.
Found something.
And stay down.
Mag's empty. Mag's empty. New mag. Marking location. Cancel that. Illuminate. Southeast. Calling in an eagle. Calling in an eagle.
Unleashing democracy. Boom, target down.
Mag's empty. Calling down supplies. Found something.
Dropping a pin. South. Far.
Mag. Mag's empty. Requesting air support.
Keep liberty. Now that's what I call liberty.
Requesting sentry.
Sending in an eagle.
Bag's empty. How about a nice cup of liberty? New mag.
Illuminate. Southwest. Requesting air support.
Found something. Bag's empty.
Sending in an eagle.
Heavy. West. Close. Sending in an eagle. Have a taste of democracy! Calling down a sentry. Last reload. Injury? What injury? Rare sample acquired.
Orbital inbound.
Got a sample. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Found something!
For super art!
Tagging map. East, 300 meters.
Found something. Sample collected. Rare sample acquired. Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Sending down sentry.
Found something. Rare sample acquired. Freedom requires firepower.
He put me in charge of the Middle East.
Tagging location. Southeast.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Sending in an eagle.
Administering freedom. Strike.
Eagle 1 returning to the destroyer for resupply.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting air support.
Calling down a support weapon.
Sending in an eagle.
I'm out. Calling in reinforcements.
Sending in an eagle.
On my position.
Tactical asset near your location.
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry. Reinforcement.
Half reinforcement budget remaining.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Reporting to the front. Requesting air support. Southeast. 200 meters. New mag. I'm out. Sending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its way.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling in orbital strike.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy. South. Close. Bag's empty.
Requesting air support. Liberty, speed your step, Helldiver.
No mag.
Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting sentry. New mag. Freedom never sleeps!
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Mag's empty.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 100 meters.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes. ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Helldivers never die. Sending in an eagle. Requesting advanced weapons. Calling down a
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
fire in the hole.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Get up!
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Literally stuck ragdolling down a hill.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Joining the fray.
Dropping a pin. West. 50 meters.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction
Yes!
complete.
That's
One
what's
beginning
up.
ascent.
Well fought, soldiers. You pried their tentacles from the throat of liberty.
Lots of enemies killed, lots of samples collected. That's a good mission in my book. Keep killing those squids, Helldiver.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has left squadron. Hellpod launch suspended. Mission preparation aborted.
I wanted to rest my wrist anyway, so since they left.
Heard about 1,000 of them were in Los Angeles at this point. Wait, Marines? A full Marine battalion have been mobilized from 29 Palms in California. Sources tell me in Halberts. Who are the gay ones, Marines or Navy? Yes. A full Marine battalion, around 500 Marines, based out of 29 Palms, California, has been mobilized to respond to protests in LA. Hexeth had put them on prepare to deploy orders over the weekend. The deployment of the full Marine battalion marks significant escalation. Oh boy. Okay. Bertrand is a CNN correspondent, so presumably she's not just dicking around. That's a huge... No. All the previous media on this is about their prepared to deploy status. There are deserts in Washington, Oregon. Yeah, but not that close to the coastline. Right? Okay, whatever. Shh. Those are the Army's top guys. What the fuck? Yeah, and the war against crayons. Don't buy into the hype too much. Just because they have the prettiest dress uniforms doesn't mean they're the most competent. Serious question about federal facility inspection. Who is supposed to enforce their rights to inspect those facilities? Unfortunately, like most things in government, you just have to hope that everyone's following the rules. Mobilized to respond to the protests in Los Angeles. Deployment of a full Marine battalion. Augmenting the guard presence on the ground in LA. Guys, I think they're really committing to this. I don't understand what the Marines were supposed to do if the National Guard doesn't even do anything. Provoke chaos? Destabilize the situation? I wonder if they're actually going to arrest Newsom, man. This source says 700 Marines being deployed to Los Angeles. Marines being deployed are only expected to be in a support role. I don't know if we can trust this source. We'll see how it goes. Did I hear 800 Marines? What does that even mean? There's no sense to what's being done. Right? Like they are deploying people with no game plan. Even if he signs the Insurrection Act, what the f are a few hundred Marines going to do? There are thousands of Los Angeles Police Department officers. What are the Marines going to do? They're Marines. Oh, they're going to arrest people? They're going to book people? Well, like Marines? U.S. Marines are going to like, oh yeah, we're handcuffing you. We're reading you your Miranda rights. We're going to drag you down to the station. What the f are you talking about? The LAPD have no shortage of people who are capable of doing that. How are they going to charge people? They have no legal authority. Well, they will if the Insurrection Act is passed. But then again, keep in mind, like, so Marines, so you sign the Insurrection Act, Marines and National Guardmen can now arrest people. Okay, how? Like logistically, how? What station are they going to bring them to? Because they're federal officers. So what, are you going to drag all of them to the local police station and hope that the state prosecutor is going to file charges against them? What charges are you going to recommend? Does the average Marine even know what to recommend? Like, how are they going to book them? You know, paperwork has to be done by the arresting officer too. So a Marine's going to come in and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to pull the crayon out and like write down what happened. It doesn't make any sense. They can't do paperwork. They don't know how to read. It's a bunch of 18-year-olds. They're Marines. I just assume the Insurrection Act lets them bypass all that. Nope. It just gives them the authority to do arrests. But once you arrest a person, you still have to put them through due process. And then you're thinking, okay, so what happens if you bypass due process? Well, in order to do that, in order to suspend habeas corpus, right, you've got to invoke the Alien Enemies Act. The problem with that being that that act is structured in such a way that you have to phrase it as a revocation of the habeas corpus of a people of a certain nationality. Now, Trump bullshitted when he did this against Venezuelans in America. We're not at war with Venezuela. But if they're just doing mass arrests of protest, they're doing this against, like, citizens. So, like, what are they gonna, like, we are now at war with America itself? I mean, maybe they would try that, but I don't see it flying. And then another question, where are they going to detain all these people? Because I guarantee you, state prosecutors are probably not going to be on board with going along with these bullshit charges. Look, prosecutors, generally speaking, are Hitlerite, but the average Southern California state prosecutor in a state that is effectively a sanctuary state is not going to go, oh, sure, yeah, here, Marines, just bring down like a few hundred people. Well, yeah, why not? You know, we'll do the paperwork for you. We know you can't read. They're not going to do that. So, Marines are going to have file federal charges, which means holding them in federal detention facilities or at the very least getting the federal prosecutor to play ball. Do you have any idea how long that would take? There aren't as many federal prosecutors. The vast majority of charges that are brought against protesters in cases like this are state charges. The vast majority of prosecutors down here are state prosecutors. Do you have any idea how long it would take the limited number of federal prosecutors in the area to handle all of these cases? The paperwork, where they would put them, how they would house them? They're already overfull at the existing federal detention facilities, and I don't expect, even if the state apparatus works with them, I don't think they have the space either. So even if the Insurrection Act is signed, I don't think it meaningfully changes the situation down there. This is being done primarily to stoke fear and showboat. This is authoritarian flexing, plain and simple. It's not part of some master plan. It's over at DC, they're going, let's do it. I wonder if we can get away with it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it, dude. Let's do it, dude. Like, they are committing. They're all in. They're slamming their hands down on the table, okay? It's not a master plan. Oh, he's commenting on it? Oh, boy.
In California. are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary.
Trump has no idea what's going on. He has no idea. If the Marines really have been ordered, as has been suggested by CNN, Trump was not the one who gave that order.
We straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail because, look, personally, it should have never been built.
Miller, it would be Hegseth. Hegseth has the authority. The memo that was signed specifically gives Trump, Hegseth, and Noam the authority to manage the deployment of federal forces in this instance. It would be Hegseth, but probably in consultation with Miller.
Because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things.
What?
And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail because, look, personally, it should have never been built.
Oh, he's talking about California's high-speed rail.
Because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things, you know?
Okay. I like how it cuts off there, too. Like, someone asks our dementia-addled president, "Sir, it seems the Marines are being deployed to fight civilians in Los Angeles. Your thoughts?" And he's like, "My thoughts? They never should have built that train. They haven't even built that train. They wanted to build the train. They haven't built the train. I'm going to talk about the train." And then it just cuts off there. Like, presumably the next 30 or 40 minutes dedicated to that topic, right? That's great, man. That's great. Wow, okay. Oh, one update. California will sue Trump over National Guard deployment. Yeah, we know that. This is actually a really big deal, guys. Oh, God, we're going to see Marines on the streets of Los Angeles. Oh, what a day. What a day. What a day. What a day. I'm so curious if Trump can draw a clock. There is no way, absolutely no way, Donald Trump can draw an analog clock. Absolutely not. He would draw the one at the top. Dollars to donuts, there is no way. He would absolutely draw the one at the top. I don't think this even happened during the LA race riots. Yeah, why the f did you ever send Marines to any civil unrest situation?
It's not even like the
absolutely not. Why? It's nonsensical.
The protests
You're just
are so
showboating.
tame.
You just want the Marines there because they have the fancy uniforms. Well, they're not going to be showing up there in the fancy dress uniforms, but they have the fancy dress uniforms in like a backpack or something, ready to be deployed at any moment. They'll show up with their swords. That would be sick. You just know there's nothing that the Trump administration wants more than to see a line of these guys and there's like Mexican-looking guys throwing rocks at them or something. There is nothing they want more than that. Did the memo say they were deployed? As of just 20 or so minutes ago, CNN is reporting that 500 Marines are being mobilized. Not ready to deploy, but mobilized. Half the Marine Corps are Mexicans. That is true. Probably. I knew growing up one Marine, and he was of that persuasion, I'll say. The Marines went to LA for the Rodney King riots. Really? U.S. Marines of the 1st Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion moved towards LA. Son of a bitch, I'm learning so much today. Okay. Oh, look at me speaking out of turn. And don't they look handsome on their armored vehicle right there? At least for the Rodney King riots, there was actually like a serious situation. Gay? Yeah, they're in there.
Some major news was broken during my interview with California Governor Gavin Newsom yesterday, so I'm going to play a clip of that moment and then discuss what happens next.
First and foremost, did the National Guard need to come into California?
Of course not. He flamed the fires. This is exactly what he wanted. This is what he intended by illegally acting to federalize the National Guard. We're going to be initiating a lawsuit first thing tomorrow morning, and it did exactly what we told his team it would do. It would inflame the anxiety, would inflame the conditions, and the most important thing he can do if he wants this thing behind us is to rescind his order and to get back into some semblance of orderly life here.
Donald Trump sent down this illegal, unconstitutional directive to federalize the National Guard. When does this come to a head? Is this are you hoping for an injunction in the courts?
We're going to immediately seek that first thing tomorrow morning, absolutely. Look, that's all we got left. There's one, maybe two branches of government left. Sure as hell ain't the legislature.
Right.
I mean, Speaker Johnson, what a joke he is. Completely missing in action. You know, he's got to clean up his own mess. He's got one of the most dangerous districts in America. 6 times, I think, the murder rate of Nancy Pelosi's district. Why the hell ain't talking about that on Fox News? Where's Donald Trump talking about the carnage in Speaker Johnson's district? But the real carnage is complete neglect. I mean, this is a guy who's complicit in increasing the national debt. Talk about our kids and grandkids, another $2.5 trillion. So we're holding hope, out hope. Founding fathers, 3 co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty, rule of law, and the courts need to intervene. And we've won more than we've lost. And California sued more than any other state in the country. And here we go.
That was Governor Newsom explaining to me yesterday that today he would be filing suit against the federal government for federalizing the National Guard without first consulting the governor, which the law requires. And that's a point that the Attorney General of California brought up here.
What we saw yesterday happened after the president's unnecessary, counterproductive, and, most importantly, unlawful order. An order that abused the federal government's authority and violated the 10th Amendment and federal law. An order that skipped over multiple rational, common sense, strategic steps that should have been deployed to quell unrest and prevent escalation. As a result, I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump and asking the court to set aside the president's unlawful action federalizing the California National Guard.
And let's be clear, Trump knows full well that this move is illegal. Here he is back in 2020.
4 years ago at the Republican convention, I'm going to restore law and order
And I
in this
have,
country.
except in Democrat-run cities. Look, we have laws. We have to go by the laws. We can't move in the National Guard. I can call insurrection, but there's no reason to ever do that, even in a Portland case. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor.
And yet now, suddenly, the goalposts have shifted. Suddenly, when it suits Trump's political needs to distract everyone, now there's a big show of force so that we're not talking about, oh, I don't know, a feud with Elon, or a budget bill that'll strip healthcare away from 14 million Americans or deprive them of food assistance to the tune of $300 billion. In fact, that's a topic that I discussed with Governor Newsom here.
To what extent do you think it was a coincidence that in the aftermath of a week that was just rife with bad news for Trump as it relates to his relationship with Elon, his falling out with Elon, the budget bill obviously being on thin ice, that suddenly he finds, a blue state that is just an easy punching bag for him. It's the state of California, and now we have federal troops
100%.
here.
It's all about news cycles. 24/7. It's about weekly news, whatever he can to distract, to continue. I mean, disastrous economic policies, calamitous economic policies potentially. I mean, it's the theater of the absurd. And so, of course, he comes in. But this is different because this puts American lives at risk, puts the lives of American citizens at risk, and puts the lives of law enforcement at risk. And he's knowingly flaming these fires. He's lit the match. And he knows exactly what he's doing. He's created this spectacle, and he's got to clean it up. And if he can't clean it up, we'll clean it up. And that's why we're down here at the EOC. So it's a serious, serious moment. It is a constitutional moment in this country. We have an immoral president acting illegally and unconstitutionally. And I hope people wake up to what the hell is going on right now.
If you want the definition of depravity, it is the President of the United States who is so desperate for a distraction, he would actually incite violence in an American city, an iconic American city that I've called home myself for 15 years, just so that we're not talking about his failures. He doesn't care what he has to break in his desperation to win a news cycle and get any bad press coverage off of himself. But as far as the lawsuit is concerned, Newsom's office foreshadowed this legal action with a letter sent to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth yesterday, writing, on June 7, 2025, President Trump issued a memorandum to your office entitled Department of Defense Security for the Protection of Department of Homeland Security Functions. The memorandum purports to invoke U.S. Code Title 10, Section 12406, to call into federal service members and units of the National Guard to temporarily protect ICE and other United States government personnel who are performing federal functions, including the enforcement of federal law and to protect federal federal property. Section 12406 states that the president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers as he considers necessary to repel an invasion of the United States by a foreign nation, suppress a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or execute the laws of the United States when the president is unable to do so with regular forces. Section 12406 further states that orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. Last night, the Adjutant General of California received a memorandum from your office with the subject line, calling members of the California National Guard to federal service, which states that 2,000 members of the California National Guard will be called into federal service effective immediately for a period of 60 days. Notably, this directive did not issue through the governor of the state as required by Section 12406. The Department of Defense did not transmit this directive to the office of the governor, nor was it approved or ordered by the governor of California. This directive is also inconsistent with the president's memorandum, which anticipates coordination with the governors of the states in identifying and ordering units of the National Guard into federal service. In other words, what Trump is doing is not just immoral, which is already abundantly clear. It is blatantly illegal. And he knows it's illegal, which is why a few years ago he himself admitted that he wouldn't be able to do it. He wouldn't be able to exercise that power. But Trump is doing it now because he's an autocrat, and autocrats don't feel the need to abide by the laws. And no one in his administration has enough of a spine to defend the Constitution instead of defending him, and so instead they just cower to his every whim. But we do have people who are fighting back right now, including the governor's office, with this lawsuit. And the reason that's worth highlighting is because dictators thrive on the perception that their power is absolute. When you give up, when you stop fighting, he wins. We're not going to let that happen. If he's sued, we'll talk about it. When he loses in court, we'll talk about it. When Americans rise up and take to the streets like they're going to do this weekend against him, we'll cover it. Trump's power is not total, and despite his best efforts, this is still a democracy. And so we'll continue fighting to ensure that it stays that way, using every single tool at our disposal. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel.
I'm inside the... Trump is an absolute maniacal lunatic. He's threatening to arrest the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. Play the clip.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I was Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity. I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under.
He's putting a flagpole over there that's under budget. I mean, this is so embarrassing. And then he's just like, oh, I would do it. I would arrest him. But I like Gavin Newsom. I mean, he's just a lunatic. But he is not ambitious enough to be like the big bad dictator that he wants to be. But the psychopaths around him are. Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, and then it just ricochets from there, just cascading sociopath nut jobs all around him.
Yeah, for a president of the United States to call for a governor to be imprisoned is absolutely unprecedented. I mean, this is authoritarianism, full stop. I mean, Donald Trump has turned the U.S. military on its citizens.
Well, and this is what they do. I think we were talking to a guest, and Rachel Maddow talks about how they prime their base for things. So they're starting to talk about arresting governors. They're starting to talk about it. And Gavin Newsom is not popular on the far right. Anybody who is actually an attractive, smart, eloquent, intellectual male, they don't like it all. They like these dipshits that can't blend their makeup. But, they're just priming the base for this kind of stuff. And they have plans. I've read some articles that he has some really dark stuff in store for this country. And the Supreme Court is still sitting around playing patty cake with him. I mean, their orders are still, in my opinion, pleasing to him consistently. And the do nothing Congress, they're going to do nothing. And so we just, watch. But here's Trump saying that he saved Los Angeles. We made a great decision in sending the National Guard to deal with the violent, instigated riots in California. If we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated. The very incompetent governor, Gavin Newsom, the mayor, Karen Bass, should be saying, thank you, President Trump. You are so wonderful. We would be nothing without you, sir. Instead, they chose to lie to the people of California and America by saying that we weren't needed and that these are peaceful protests. Just one look at the pictures and videos of the violence and destruction tells you all you have to know. We will always do what is needed to keep our citizens safe so we can together make America great again. A few things to unpack here. Number one, like this protest is in a tiny little block of Los Angeles. Everybody else in Los Angeles is living their lives as normal. He has manufactured a crisis like he does all the time, like about the tariffs, manufactured so that then he can come in and pretend like he is the rescuer. But this is more dangerous. And if you listen to historian Ruth Ben Gates, she talks about how authoritarians create and manufacture chaos. It's a completely imaginary problem. And then they come in so they can move the goalposts. And he's dying to do whatever he can do to not have midterm elections. So we're going to see this really start to crank up.
And we have this weekend his parade that he's dedicating to himself from his birthday. And from what I'm reading, there's all these protests against Trump going to come on. So this gives him a window into those protests because by all accounts, police, mayor, municipal officials, governor, peaceful. These protests are peaceful. And they came in and just launched a grenade against all these people. And I'm saying that figuratively. And they are trying to, and I promise you on Fox News, they're like rah, turn the military on the American people. Like they're all for it.
Which is so short-sighted, you know, like if Rupert Murdoch and Lachlan Murdoch think that at some point he's not going to want, if they keep giving him all this, he's not going to want to say, you know what, you've made too much money off of me. I want Fox News. I want the government to own and control it. The people should own Fox News. They've been lying to you and ripping you off. Nobody is safe under this. So they all play the short-sighted patty cake, duck, duck, goose with this nut. And they're all going to get screwed because nobody has conviction. Because as a country, we have created this massive, horrific greed. And we can deal with Trump. You know, eventually time will deal with him or he'll get dealt with in an election. One of those two things will happen. But we have to deal with the problems that facilitated Trump, that brought Trump about. And it is a very broken capitalist system where we value the wealthiest at the top. Where, think about it, out of the 77 million, I would say 99.99999% of them voted against their own economic interest with this guy. And he has them cheerleading for Musk and others to receive more tax breaks.
Look no further than the colossal breakup between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, because Trump wants everybody to do exactly what he says all the time. You can never fill him up. This $100 million parade, it's not going to make him feel good. He's going to be worried about the protests. He's going to be a victim of the protests. Elon Musk rats him out about the, Epstein stuff. And now we're not talking about that anymore because we've sent the National Guard into the American cities.
Think about the psychology of this guy. He's the sorest winner. And he's also the sorest loser. It doesn't matter if he wins or if he loses. His number one drug of choice is whining and crying and complaining. Poor me, poor me. And, like when he wrote in that tweet that I read, everybody should be saying, thank you, sir. Sorry. And everybody on the planet could be saying that. But his mom and dad fucked him up so extraordinarily that we're dealing with a toxic little titty baby with inner child issues and trauma that cannot be fixed. We're talking about an 80-year-old man that's tripping up the stairs of Air Force One, can barely speak, surrounded by a bunch of psychos, and he wants everybody to praise him. And I agree with you, the parade will not cut it. Here's Newsom calling Trump a liar.
To, as always, hit you hard publicly. Just 10 minutes ago, he put out another Truth Social telling you and the mayor to apologize to the people of Los Angeles. You guys go at it pretty hard publicly, but I know you talk privately. Have you spoken in the last couple of days to the president about any of this?
Yeah, we talked for almost 20 minutes, and this issue never came up. I mean, I kept trying to talk about L.A. He wanted to talk about all these other issues. We had a very decent conversation.
When was this?
This was late Friday night, I think about 1:30 plus his time.
After the protests had started?
After the protests, and he never once brought up the National Guard. He's a stone-cold liar. He said he did. Stone-cold liar. Never did. It was a very civil conversation. I've always wanted to approach engagement with the President of the United States in a respectful and responsible way. But there's no working with the President. There's only working for him. And I will never.
Okay. You know what Trump is? He's like the verbal comment section of like Facebook. You know, like he'll say all of this shit in front of cameras, and he'll lie social it. He'll do all this stuff. But when he gets on the phone with Gavin, he pusses out. He's Puss Boy City. He can't sit there and have a conversation with him because he knows Gavin will eat him for lunch. So we elected a low information voter who's like a chronic Facebook commenter. That's the president of the United States, using news scum and all of that stuff. And I guess that hits hard for the 77 million that voted for him to call a governor Gavin Newsom. I guess they like that, and it hits really hard. But for me, I think politics, as entertaining as all of this can be, politics are best boring. It's policy wonky stuff. And we've turned this into this tabloid reality TV show bullshit. And just one thing I want to say about the immigration issue. Barack Obama and Joe Biden both deported far more people than Donald Trump ever has. And they did it all legally. Everybody had due process. And I think Obama is 3-point-something million. And Joe Biden deported like something over 4 million. Well, Stephen Miller's panties are in a wad right now because his deportation numbers are down. So put up this next one. Miller incited the protest by ordering officials he'd no authority over to ditch the policy of only seeking persons with criminal records and instead demanded they raid Home Depots to get the max number of non-violent folks. The whole thing was a scam. ICE officials don't know who to arrest, thanks to Stephen Miller. And here's what I have to say about this. The Home Depot guy is a well-known Republican MAGA funder. And so all of these people that want to play short-term with Trump, they're going to find out. And it's so gross that this is what it takes for them to find out. Now, none of these subcontractors are going to go to Home Depot anymore if they know that ICE is hanging out there.
Right. And here's the fundamental issue. I mean, there's so many. I shouldn't say just the one. But the fact that they don't care. He's worried about numbers. He's not worried about, we heard about criminals and insane people and all that. The reality is they are doing these deportation exercises with their masks on. They are raiding vacationers to the United States of America because they want numbers. They want to put it on the White House Twitter network how big and bad and bold they are because they're a bunch of bullies with no soul.
I saw this clip where ICE went into like a construction site and arrested 100 migrant workers. And as somebody who, as an interior designer around construction all the time, the effects that this would have to remove that labor force from the United States of America is going to be horrific. And if you think that people who did the insurrection can climb up on a roof and do that type of manual labor for the exploitative rates that these immigrants do it's just so stupid. I mean, these people are so breathtakingly stupid, and it's just this short-sighted impulse. But Stephen Miller, he likes to produce this kind of porn online. And his version of porn is rounding up brown people and whisking them off to concentration camps. Like, this is going to sound vulgar, but I think everybody will get it. I guarantee you those CCOT pictures of that El Salvadorian prison where they're all lined up, I bet that's the kind of stuff that Stephen Miller has in his spank bank.
I
bet he beats
100%
off to
agree
it.
because he is so cruel.
Yeah.
I mean, he likes it.
It's some sort of weird fetish thing with him that he likes that whole. The White House account made that ASMR video of them clanking the chains and putting people up. I think this is his kink. And here's the deal. I mean, if somebody has a kink, whatever. This person should not be in charge of anything. No. And he has always been right in the shadows. He's the one that planned that whole MSG rally,
right,
which had all of these Hitler overtones and undertones to it. And the weirdest thing about so many people in MAGA is this: Stephen Miller, Jewish. Yet Nazi-ish; Scott Bessent, gay yet kind of anti-gay; Kristi Noem, a woman yet very anti-woman; J.D. Vance, closeted gay, yet very anti-gay. And you can just go on and on down the list that we have Trump. The only people that remained after Trump 1.0 are these very broken people that are going into this government as a means to either they have so much self-loathing, they want to exact that onto the public. You know, I liken it to like, Catholic priests. They probably had some sort of, sexual perversion. They thought, okay, if I'm a priest, I can go into the church and then everything's going to be better. These guys are going into government thinking they can fix all of their brokenness through humanity. And it's like we're dealing with incredibly broken people that literally need to be in an institution.
Absolutely. Stephen Miller is probably the most diabolical of the whole bunch. And that is an extremely, extremely high mark.
Okay. And then one final clip here, post. Terry Moran, an ABC reporter, tweeted the following: "The thing about Stephen Miller is not that he is the brains behind Trumpism. Yes, he is one of the people who conceptualizes the impulses of the Trumpist movement and translates them into policy. But that's not what's interesting about Miller. It's not brains, it's bile. Miller is a man who is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred. He is a world-class hater. You can see this just by looking at him, because you can see that his hatreds are his spiritual nourishment. He eats his hate. Trump is a world-class hater, but his hatred only a means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. That's his spiritual nourishment." I think that is spot on. I think that's a great tweet. I think that's great analysis. What does ABC News do? Suspends him because Stephen Miller and Trump called ABC and whined and cried like the little titty babies that they are, because you know why? It's 1,000% true.
Right. It's absolutely true. Look at what Trump does. Everything is about, sir, you're so great. Everybody loves me. Either he's a victim or he's the best thing that ever did. He never did anything so-so in his mind. He's always the best at everything. Stephen Miller has consistently been a racist. I mean, he is running around the last 4 years worried about white discrimination.
But the larger issue here is that ABC News is going along with Trump and Miller.
J.D. Vance
That's the bigger
blog?
issue. Of course, Trump's a piece of shit.
What's
of course,
this blog
Miller's
about how he wants to be a woman?
When we see this appeasement, and you see these corporations, they are playing such a short-sighted game. ABC News, this is ridiculous. It is embarrassing that they would do that. That was a spot-on analysis. It is his opinion. They should have defended him. They should have gone to bat for him, and instead they suspend him. And what we're finding out right now in the United States of America is Stephen Miller,
Shut
J.D. Vance,
up.
we all know they're pieces of shit.
No way.
Who is going to enable the pieces of shit? And we're finding out. We're finding out that Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, the neutered Zuckerberg, I still can't believe he went on a podcast and said that out loud. I feel so neutered in my workplace, but I'm an alpha male.
Right.
I mean, anyway, all right, listen, these corporations that are capitulating to fascism.
He's really got a blog that says, "I wish I was a
really,
woman."
really dangerous precedent. And ABC News, shame on you.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that we share that tweet and keep it alive, because it must have really stung.
Because it's exactly right. Truth is so powerful for these people because they live in lies.
Okay, order our book, Life is a Lazy Susan of Shit Sandwiches. Support us by buying our book. The link is in the bio, and it'll also be pinned to the YouTube comment. So please order. It's a great little weekend read, and we'll see you all later.
Sources tell us that more than 700 U.S. Marines. More than 700 U.S. Marines have been mobilized to respond to protests in Los Angeles, some of which turned violent over the weekend. One county official called last night, quote, probably one of the most volatile nights in the city's recent history. Police declared all of downtown Los Angeles, an area of about 5 square miles, an unlawful assembly area after a third night of protests turned violent. The Los Angeles police chief late last night saying, quote, this violence that I've seen is disgusting, unquote. Some of the protesters, or more accurately, rioters, shot commercial-grade fireworks at law enforcement officers.
Oh, my goodness.
Others set self-driving cars on fire. CNN witnessed police using flashbangs and tear gas to disperse crowds. Police arrested 27 people just yesterday alone. All of this started on Friday. That's when Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, conducted workplace raids in L.A. The Department of Homeland Security said operations in L.A. last week resulted in the arrest of 118 undocumented immigrants, including 5 gang members and others with prior criminal histories of drug trafficking, assault, cruelty to children, domestic violence, robbery, and alien smuggling. The roots of this aggressive ICE activity last week may have been seen last month when top Trump aide Stephen Miller, sources tell CNN, demanded that immigration agents ramp up deportation efforts and seek to arrest 3,000 undocumented immigrants a day. 3,000, that's triple the number of daily arrests from the early days of Trump's term. In response to the ICE action in LA on Friday, some protesters began gathering outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. But as day turned to night, things got out of hand, not only downtown, but about 10 miles east in Paramount, California.
He's one of those
now,
people who cried at Juno, I guarantee it.
Moved in on them, and officers used flashbangs to disperse the crowd. The FBI's Los Angeles field office announced a $50,000 reward for information on a man that the LAPD says assaulted an officer and damaged property. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass said ICE gave city officials no warnings of these raids, which made it difficult, if not impossible, to plan for quelling any spontaneous protests. Then on Saturday, President Trump took the rare major step of deploying the California National Guard despite the objections of the Democratic governor of California, Gavin Newsom. This was the first time a president called in the National Guard without a state's request or consent since Lyndon Johnson did it in 1965. President Trump yesterday told reporters that any violence against any law enforcement officers is unacceptable.
I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing.
Trump offended there by the notion of spitting on police officers or military while protesting immigration enforcement. He says that's not okay. We would be remiss if we
we heard him, Jake.
That it was just 4 months ago that the very same president pardoned a different group for beating police officers while storming the U.S. Capitol to object to the 2020 election results. You will never hear Trump or top deputy Stephen Miller call that attack on January 6, 2021 an insurrection. But Stephen Miller did use that term to describe the protests in Los Angeles, calling it, quote, an insurrection against the laws and sovereignty of the United States. There are quite a few, shall we call them, evolving positions taken by Democrats and Republicans since a year ago, when some Democrats were urging President Biden to federalize the National Guard in Texas to stop that state's Republican governor's anti-immigration, illegal immigration efforts. And the woman who is now our Homeland Security Secretary, then South Dakota Governor Kristi Rome, took to MAGA media and to Twitter to say, quote, if Joe Biden federalizes the National Guard, that would direct attack on states' rights, unquote. But be that as it may, we are where we are here, and Republicans would argue that Democrats have played a role in all of this by not enforcing immigration laws for decades, setting the stage for President Trump to begin this aggressive pattern of deportations, which he ran and won on. A new CBS News poll taken before the ICE action in Los Angeles finds that 55% of the Americans polled approve of the goals of Trump's deportation program, but 56% are not sold on the approach he is using to carry it out. CNN's Kyung La is on the ground in Los Angeles for us now with all the latest on how Governor Newsom today is firing back against Trump's actions.
They come for one! They come for all!
Calm following chaos in downtown Los Angeles. A peaceful protest not far from LA's City Hall.
Hey, hey, hey!
And a strong police presence near the federal building. All of downtown has been declared an unlawful assembly area after hundreds of protesters took to the streets in this part of the city, clashing with local law enforcement and the National Guard. The protests sparked by local immigration raids like this one unfolding across Los Angeles.
That's f***ed up, look.
Witnesses too afraid to speak on camera watch and film as Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested street vendors at gunpoint. Outside the LA Coliseum, the site of the Olympic Games that will be held here, some protesters violently pushing back against these raids on Sunday, burning cars, defacing buildings. National Guard troops fired back, blasting tear gas and pepper spray. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass blaming the unrest squarely on the Trump administration.
If immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night.
And saying the unrest escalated after hundreds of California National Guard troops arrived on scene Sunday, deployed by President Donald Trump, overriding city and state leaders. California Governor Gavin Newsom saying in a post the president flamed fires and illegally acted to federalize the National Guard. California's Attorney General added the state plans to file suit over the order to send in the troops.
They did so without authorization from Governor Newsom and against the wishes of local law enforcement who were on the ground.
It felt like fuel for a fire that was unnecessary. It was 100 people. 27 people were arrested. There wasn't a reason for this. That is the concern.
Trump posting that he made a great decision sending in the Guard, saying otherwise Los Angeles would be completely obliterated.
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators, they're insurrectionists.
And what you're looking at live is this crowd. This is a new protest that has sprung up in just the last hour or so, and it is on the move in Los Angeles. We are in downtown Los Angeles. We're walking with this crowd, and something that I want to point out, Jake, is that this is a very different crowd than the one you just saw in my story. The group that you saw in my story was a union-led protest, a mix of people who are familiar faces in Los Angeles, union leaders, older people, families. This group that's on the walk, definitely not that. So the question will be is what is law enforcement going to do now as this group is starting to walk and move through Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles, with a goal that I can't quite ascertain from the walk that we're looking at. But it's a sizable crowd, as you can see.
All right, Kyung La, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Kyung La on the streets of Los Angeles with us now, Democratic Congresswoman Nanette Berrigan of California. Her district, in her congressional district, includes a community of Paramount, which is just south of Los Angeles. Some protests flared up in Paramount this weekend. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. So yesterday you spoke with CNN's Dana Bash on State of the Union. You acknowledged that not all the demonstrators have been peaceful, and you said, quote, those are not the people that are coming out to protest immigration. So who do you think the people who are not peaceful are? Are they outside agitators, as President Trump says?
They definitely could be. We've certainly heard some could be anarchists, people who are looking for trouble. People are just, in the evenings looking for some trouble to make. So I don't think those are the people that are out to protest the mass deportations. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing people angry that you're having mass deportations happening in Los Angeles after months of seeing this administration send ICE agents to hospitals to wait for women to have labor, sitting there in the Labor Department to separate their kid and try to deport the mother, to schools to take kids, and of course now just rounding up people. There is no targeted enforcement. We know they're going to like Home Depot lots to look for people who are looking for jobs. They're not criminals, and that is the outrage that you're seeing. And I think that if ICE left I think if the National Guard left, you would see this all die down. There is a way to do immigration enforcement. It's been done before. This is just the president's way to escalate things, to cause tension, and I think really to distract what's happening in Washington on all the failures, whether it's the economy tanking, whether prices going up, whether the millions he's going to take away from healthcare. This is the master in a show, and this is what he wanted.
I want to get to that in a second, but just in point of fact, you said they're not criminals. If somebody from the Trump administration were here, they'd say they may not be violent criminals, but if they're in this country illegally, they're criminals. You say that deportations can be done or immigration enforcement can be done peacefully. What's the way to do it peacefully if not raiding places where undocumented folks are? I mean, the position of the Trump administration would be, if you're not in this country legally, you shouldn't be in this country. I mean, that's what they would argue.
And this is a misconception that if you're in this country illegally, that you're a criminal, because it's a civil matter. It's not a criminal matter. But there's a way to go after people. We've been doing this forever, and that is they know where the serious criminal offenders are, and they send folks out to get them. They don't just go massively round up people.
We begin with breaking news out of Los Angeles, where protests are continuing for a fourth day over the Trump administration's immigration policies, with the White House deploying the military to crack down on demonstrations in a situation that shows few signs of calming. You're looking right now at live pictures of one confrontation right now between demonstrators and police at a local intersection. Now, some of the protests have turned violent, with agitators setting fire to driverless cars and looting local businesses. Authorities are reporting that they've made at least 56 arrests. President Trump today calling those protesters insurrectionists, while suggesting that his border czar Tom Homan should consider arresting California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it?
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail.
Now, it was a bit hard to hear over the rotor wash of the Marine One helicopter, but it's possible the president also said, "I think he's great," referring to his border czar Tom Homan. Still, Newsom responded on social media, tweeting that the president's remarks were, as he called it, an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism. Moments ago, at an event at the White House, the president was asked by reporters what crime Newsom has committed. He responded that Newsom's crime was that he ran for governor, which is obviously not a crime. Now, despite his previous threats to arrest anyone who interferes with his operations, Homan says he's not ready to arrest California's governor or Los Angeles' mayor.
When he asked the questions, that include Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom, I was clear, they haven't crossed the line, but they're not above the law either. If they commit a crime, they certainly will ask for prosecution. That's what was happening. I never threatened to arrest Governor Newsom.
Close to 300 National Guard members, meanwhile, are on the ground right now in Los Angeles after the president once again invoked emergency powers and ordered the deployment of 2,000 troops over the weekend without the state's consent. About 500 Marines are also ready to deploy, the president defending that decision yesterday.
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
And California's Attorney General today making good on his promise to challenge the president's deployment of the National Guard, suing the administration. It comes after Newsom accused the president of escalating tensions for his own political benefit.
But Donald Trump needs to pull back. He needs to stand down.
Say pull out.
Donald
Say
Trump
pull out.
is
Say pull out. Say pull
these
out.
conditions. This is Donald Trump's problem right now. He made this up. This is a manufactured crisis in order to get under the tent to start to stretch credulity.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins me from Los Angeles. Also with me is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. And let's start with you, David. What is the situation like on the ground right now in Los Angeles? And are officials taking any precautions ahead of tonight?
Yeah, Ryan, so the reason you see me looking over there is because actually just in the last couple of minutes, this small group of protesters arrived here on the street that leads towards the federal building where the National Guard troops have been stationed for the last day. It's a small group, as you can see, but they seem relatively fired up. They are kind of walking out into the intersection here. It's a fairly big intersection downtown of Alameda and Aliso streets. And they were there was a small group of protesters throwing plastic water bottles at some police vehicles that were trying to enter the street here towards the federal building. We're seeing the same thing here happening right now. We've got some protesters hitting the outside of this law enforcement van. A few different actually law enforcement SUVs pulling into the street right now. Some armored vehicles you're going to see drive by shortly as well. As you can see, you've got some PD, some LAPD as well with rubber rounds, rubber bullets pointed at the protesters, ordering them to move. This is as much action as we've seen today, Ryan, and it started literally in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So that here, let me explain to you a little bit spatially how it is that this works right now. Alan, if I could actually have you just pan very quickly over towards the National Guard troops, if you can see them, because down that block where you see these vehicles, these police vehicles coming in, that is the federal building right in front of the Metropolitan Detention Center where these National Guard troops are stationed. Over the course of the last hour or so, they've started coming out in larger numbers. As you can see, they have their riot shields out, their batons out, all of their riot gear is out. So they seem to be prepared for further confrontations with protesters. Right now, I will say the number of protesters is small, Ryan. It's nowhere near the numbers that we saw yesterday that led to those really striking images that you saw with the Waymos being set on fire, with people throwing, rocks and other projectiles at police. Look, this could go. This is just beginning, right? It's only 1 o'clock in LA. It's been a quiet morning. That seems to be starting to change at this moment, but really it depends on how many protesters decide to show up at this very intersection, the point where we are right now, and how confrontational they decide to become with the police, and how quick the police are to deploy those less lethal munitions, Ryan, those crowd control measures that, sort of led to the escalation that we saw yesterday between protesters and police. Ryan, back to you.
And it wasn't President very Trump, good when the Marines shot protesters
He's called
in
it
Iraq.
a rebellion, and it's probably important to keep in mind, too, that there have been different protests throughout the city, throughout the area, to varying degrees of violence, most of them being predominantly peaceful. How would you describe the situation? You're the one on the ground. What does it seem like to you?
I mean, Ryan, it's unrest. I've covered many protests in the United States throughout the years and in other countries. I've seen protests that have gotten a lot more violent, a lot more intense, a lot more, actual riots. I would not describe this as a riot. There's property damage. As often happens in protests like this, there's a relatively small group of protesters who, as a tactic, as a sort of conscious tactic, this is something that they do, that they engage in deliberately and intentionally. They do things like set fire to Waymos. They do things like throw projectiles at police vehicles, etc. Again, this is a small group of people who are engaged in property damage as part of much larger mobilizations that are largely peaceful, that do sometimes do things like block intersections, even after LAPD declares them unlawful assemblies. Yesterday, they blocked the 101. As we're seeing this group of protesters here today, attempting to block this intersection as well. Just blocks away from me, I was actually just there before I came here for this live hit, Ryan. There's a 100% entirely peaceful, organized, very polite protest put together by the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union. You had some pictures of that up on the screen just a minute ago. That's what you're seeing right there with these aerials. That is in Grand Park. 100%.
I just shared a post, and I'm sure everyone saw the fucking reporter literally being aimed at and shot in the back of the leg by the riot munition. And so this page, The Chaser, says LA cop drafted to IDF after shooting journalist.
Peaceful, 100% organized, keeping people to the park. Look, there's always a variety of different people employing different tactics. Look, this is unrest. Los Angeles has definitely seen much worse in the past. I do just want to show you, my cameraman just pointed out to me that some LAPD riot control units are moving towards this group of protesters at the intersection. They are carrying some specific types of less lethal munitions. They're rubber rounds. They're 40-millimeter rubber rounds. What they do is they skip them at the ground towards protesters, towards their feet, and then have them bounce up towards protesters as a way of dispersing the crowds. Obviously, the fact that they're showing up with them doesn't mean that they're going to use them. We'll have to see if that happens or not in the next few minutes. The last thing I'll point out to you, Ryan, before I toss it back to you, there's a very clear distinction here between the National Guard troops that are all the way back there in front of the federal building with DHS and other federal security forces and the local police department who are doing really the bulk of the crowd control work here. Yesterday, there were some direct confrontations between the National Guard troops and protesters. That is no longer the case, and that is because local law enforcement is keeping a pretty wide perimeter around the area where the troops are stationed and preventing any protesters from getting there, again, by forcibly repelling them with less lethal, rubber rounds, foam rounds. There was some tear gas yesterday. I have not seen any tear gas yet today, but that is sort of where things have been escalating to over the last 24, 48 hours, Ryan.
Yeah, and obviously this is an evolving situation, but I wonder if you can tell from the protesters that you've talked to, are they clued in? As we do, if something happens, please sure to flag it to us. But
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
You should be worried.
Clued into what's being said by the
A
president,
journalist
the governor,
standing there, they're going to shoot you.
Threats to arrest the governor. Is that something that has reached this level of the protest, and is it having an impact on their decision making?
I think some protesters who are, sort of the more engaged in the more sort of organized, the ones who belong to institutions, organizations like labor unions, those people are paying attention to that kind of talk. I think they do think of themselves and the organizations that they belong to as more, sort of chess pieces on this political board. They think about the optics of this. Other protesters, like the group that we're seeing here, Alan, I don't know if you can pan over there again just so that we can have a visual about what we're talking about. There are, with any protest like this, you have to think about the groups of people who are protesting as diverse, as a sort of diverse coalition. They're not always necessarily organized amongst themselves, but there are always smaller groups of protesters who are much more willing to be confrontational, to engage in things like property damage, and are willing to sort of instigate these kinds of encounters with law enforcement. I will note, though, at this point, we do seem to have a front line of what appear to be clergy members at the front of this particular group of protesters who are forming a line at the very front of this group between the protesters behind them and the police. So, look, there's really no end to the diversity of the protesters that you see. The point that I was getting at, Ryan, is that the protesters who I think are a little bit more raucous, more likely to get engaged in that kind of more confrontational behavior, the ones that I've spoken to, they don't tend to be particularly concerned with the sort of, higher level political optics of this. They are angry. A lot of them are involved in other causes. A lot of them are carrying, things like Palestinian flags and keffiyehs. They have some of the signage that has somewhat more, ice out of LA. They tend to hold more radical positions. Some of them describe themselves as anarchists, etc. These are the people who I think are sort of likely to, inflame things in these sorts of encounters, intentionally inflame things. I don't think they would back away from that assertion or from that characterization. And they are different, I will say, in this particular instance from you're seeing, they are different from the clergy who have lined up directly in front of them, in front of the police. They're different from the union members that you're seeing, 2 or 3 blocks away at Grand Park. We often see these different sort of elements of protest converge in the same place. Again, this is a pretty small group, Ryan. I'm not, we'd need aerials to really start estimating a crowd, but maybe 100 people roughly here at this intersection right now. It might grow over the course of the next few hours. That's really what's going to determine how, how heated things get here, Ryan.
And I also wonder too, David, you're talking about different law enforcement agencies that answer to different levels of authority, and in some cases, those levels of authority are in conflict, right? Those police officers that are standing behind you, they are...
like I was saying, if you just look at Fallujah, the main reason why it escalates there and what happens is because Marines respond to protest. It's not good.
Their chain of command comes from the mayor's office, right? These National Guard troops got their marching orders from the White House. Are they able to work together, I guess, is the question, despite having perhaps maybe different messaging coming from their leadership?
It's a really good question, Ryan, and it's a really unusual situation that you have LAPD responding to the mayor. You know, yesterday you had California Highway Patrol responding to the governor, essentially protecting the federal building and the National Guard troops from keeping protesters from reaching them, even though at the higher levels between the president and the governor themselves, they are in conflict. I will tell you, the conflict between the actual elected officials, the president and the governor, I think is a little bit more pointed, a little bit more clear. There is no conflict like that between the law enforcement and security forces that we're seeing here on the ground. I mean, we have DHS vehicles pulling into this street, being protected by LAPD officers who are the ones holding the line, preventing protesters from reaching the place where DHS and National Guard troops are stationed. So even though it's an unusual situation, even though the National Guard is here against the wishes of the governor, even though the National Guard is here, you know, contravening the wishes of the governor and facing criticism from the mayor as well for their presence here, nevertheless, you see coordination on the ground between local police, LAPD, who are doing, again, the lion's share, the vast majority, I would say at this point, pretty much all of the crowd control work in preventing people from being able to reach the National Guard troops and the federal security for the federal agents that are, you know, around the middle of this block here behind me, Ryan.
Okay, David, do us a favor. You guys, first of all, stay safe, but we're going to keep you connected to us and stand by. If something pops up, please flag it to us and let us know. We'll go to immediately. But let's turn to Gabe now at the White House, where he has some breaking news about the situation and the response from the federal government. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hi there, Ryan. Well, this could be interpreted to be a significant escalation here. According to two defense officials telling our Pentagon team, approximately 700 active duty troops, 700 Marines, have just been mobilized to support the National Guard in Los Angeles County. That is up until, is temporary until more National Guard troops arrive. Now, this is significant, Ryan. Again, this would be 700 Marines, not just National Guard troops. President Trump was asked about this just a few minutes ago at a roundtable we had here at the White House. He was asked directly whether that would happen, and he said, quote, "We'll see what happens." Now, short time before that, I spoke with a White House official that said that no final decision had been made, but if those Marines are sent there, that they would be sent there to simply protect ICE agents that are already on the ground. Now, Ryan, as you know, this comes after, over the weekend, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, said that it was possible that active duty Marines could be sent to the area from nearby Camp Pendleton. At that point, it was simply a threat. The president did not make any commitment one way or the other. But again, now the breaking news, we are learning that according to two defense officials, approximately 700 Marines have been mobilized to head to the area. Again, that is temporary until more National Guard troops arrive. We're waiting for any more updated word from the White House at what led to this. But it is an escalation as the administration monitors these protests and sees if they continue tonight and over the next couple of days, Ryan.
And Gabe, it seems that the White House is comfortable leaning into this situation. And we now know that they're willing to send Marines in to deal with this. How much further could they potentially escalate the federal government's involvement in Los Angeles?
Well, as one White House official told me earlier today, quote, "We are happy to have this fight." Not that they want to see violence on the ground in American cities, but that they view it as a fight that they want to have politically, because blue cities, they, in their view, are not doing enough to protect law and order. And they see this as a mandate that they were given by their voters to have this immigration crackdown continue really throughout the country. So certainly they are leaning into it. You just heard it from the president in his comments a few moments ago, leaning into that criticism of Governor Gavin Newsom, calling him incompetent. And significantly, Ryan, it was just several years ago, back in 2020, that the president made comments suggesting that he recognized that he needed authorization from his state's governor before he sent in the National Guard. This is, of course, the first time since the 1960s, 1965, the Civil Rights era, that a president has sent in a National Guard over the objection of that state's governor. However, this is something that President Trump, in a different form, has done before. Back in 2020 in Portland, Oregon, for example, it wasn't the National Guard, but he sent in federal agents in order to quell protests there. So this is something the administration is very comfortable with, as you said, leaning into this because they see it as a winning political issue.
All right, let's go back to David on the ground there in Los Angeles. And David, you're hearing this news just like we are, that Gabe's reporting that those Marines have been given the word to deploy. How do you think that will be received on the ground where you are to see this escalation, first the National Guard and now actually U.S. Marines on the ground there in Los Angeles?
Ryan, it's without question an escalation. What I can tell you is that yesterday, the presence of the National Guard troops here was a major factor in escalating the protests that we saw and the degree and the intensity of the confrontation between the protesters and law enforcement. You know, I was, when they were allowing us access, I was there all morning yesterday, and protesters were very clearly very angry at the fact that the National Guard troops were here. You know, and then it was local law enforcement efforts to move protesters away from that specific location. Multiple protests from different points of the city converged here, and that's what led LAPD and other local law enforcement agencies to push them away. That's what led to those confrontations with protesters. You know, that was just on the presence, based on the presence of the National Guard, obviously federalized against the wishes of the governor. But escalating this to active duty Marines is a major escalation. Protesters here are not going to take kindly to that. Any of the protests, you know, I described to you a sort of range of protesters, from people willing to engage in confrontational behavior to people who will only, you know, march peacefully and politely. I think that entire range of protesters is not going to be happy about this, and just that news is likely to inflame tensions. And I will say, Ryan, for what it's worth, today compared to yesterday, things were much quieter, much more orderly today compared to what they were yesterday. So it's a little bit puzzling to me, just based on my perspective on the ground, why it would be necessary to send active duty Marines at this moment. There are no riots happening. Nothing's on fire. Yesterday, there were, you know, things that you might plausibly describe as riot behavior. There were things on fire. That is not the case today. So I'm not sure why, after things quieted down, after things calmed down substantially, again, just reporting what I'm seeing on the ground, I'm not sure why that is the moment that the decision is made to deploy Marines. You know, I think it speaks to some of the things that we've been hearing from Gabe and Yamiche and other folks at the White House today, that this has a lot to do with the optics. It has a lot to do with the politics, and that is in some ways disconnected from the reality of what is actually happening on the ground here in Los Angeles. Ryan.
Okay, David, you continue to stand by. If there is any news, please flag it to our control room. Gabe Gutierrez, we appreciate your reporting from the White House.
But I'll take a look at some of the riots going on now. Trump has deployed Marines to LA. 700 total Marines being added to the National Guard troops already mobilized in Los Angeles to quell opposition to immigration enforcement raids. Now they've gotten like 10 more raids they've done today, apparently. What's up? What's up, guys? The map is missing the 51st state, Alberta. Yeah, it would be like right here. Be like somewhere in this area, Alberta. We want your resource. Destroy society. Oh, this is liberalism. Yep, liberals. This is typical liberal reaction to anything negative. They just destroy societies. Typical diversity. This is the strength of the United States.
Typical diversity, he said.
This is our strength.
What he's actually saying is this is some N-word shit.
And a beautiful state, a beautiful city.
Only N-words act like this. That's what he's actually saying.
Liberals in charge. 700 Marines in LA would be epic. You want to see this? Any feeds of it yet? Well, I don't know if they've gotten there yet. I can take a look at some of the updates.
Wow, you're so excited to have military crack down on fucking U.S. citizens.
Is Southern California lost? Well, it's lost from a political sense for sure. I don't see how it turns just with the amount of immigrants they've gotten in the past 30, 40 years in California. People, California went more to the right, just in general, in 24, but so did every other state. It's too liberal. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday. Can I get a shout out for Justin in Texas? What's up?
What's up?
Send in the tanks. I appreciate
that
donation. Well, listen, Trump's going to have to show us, it's going to have to be his strength. You know, Trump said today that he wanted to arrest Newsom. And I said it's probably not a good idea. That's what Newsom wants because he wants to really kick off his.
That's what Newsom wants? Are you? Yeah, bro.
Liberal leaders or people within Congress, they're all doing the same exact thing. They're trying to get a rise out of Trump to make it us against him, and we're standing up to the bully. That's what liberals want to show. They want to portray to their liberal base that I'm the one standing up to Trump. I should be the 2028 nominee. That's why Newsom immediately went into politician mode and started blaming Trump for all of this. It's like Newsom, you would think Newsom was running in some type of election this year with the way he's handling this. It's all become political. He's blaming Trump for everything. There's no like, oh, let me actually get this under control or try and cooperate. He just immediately goes to blaming Trump.
This guy's so cool.
I don't know. I need to go to Europe at some point. That's really the place that I need to go. I need to go to
stay
Ireland.
there.
Even though people say Ireland's boring. These riots are going to ruin any chance Newsom had of being president. Well, that's what they said about the fires. The thing is, people forget it. It'll depend what happens to these riots. I mean, to be fair, and again, I don't know what this is exactly, but this was something, the day of protest or whatever, this was planned, I believe, a while ago, but now it's aligning to where there's all this happening. Now the mainstream media is covering it. Everyone has the whole idea of riots on the front of their mind, and so this protest is happening in 5 days. Okay. Wait, this is this Monday. Never mind. Oh, okay, so I thought they were talking about it, because there's another bigger protest that's happening on the 14th. What is the 14th? Friday? No, the 14th would be Saturday. Yeah, so we'll see what happens on the 14th. They keep talking about it. Best AI model on Polymarket is Gemini. You tried it. It's good, but it has a lot of flaws compared to Grok and ChatGPT. Yeah, I've never tried Gemini, honestly. I don't know why. It's something about Google products. I don't know. You know, I heard Gemini was the best one currently. That surprised me when I looked at that on Polymarket. But I just use ChatGPT mainly. Grok, I tried to use it. It's fine. I don't know why I like to use ChatGPT more. But they all have their issues, right? They all do. But I mean, obviously, in terms of a nuance, like, I can just tell you guys right now, you're never going to want to Google anything. It is useless. Google is going to lose. I mean, now I guess Google has their own AI system that they're going to try and supplement, like the Google search, but you shouldn't really Google search anything. Just ask an AI language model. There's just so much more nuance. It's not even close. It's like remarkable in terms of, you know, the language models and how much better they are than a Google search. I mean, that's part of internet, you know, it's part of evolution in terms of the better technology and advancements in terms of that. All right, we can see some of this, these riots. We'll see. Democrat activists doxed federal agents and directed. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this story. This account had to be deleted. This dude deleted his account because he doxed where the ICE raids were and obviously put them in danger. I mean, how dumb are these people?
He deleted his account because he started being a little bitch about condemning violence.
Friday the 13th.
And got mass harassed.
Friday the 13th again. And that always happens like once every 6 months. Do you think there will be any protest disturbing the military parades? That would be embarrassing for America. Other countries value parades a lot for symbolism. Oh yeah, it's really a nationalist thing, the parades. Trump is doing a huge military parade. Is that happening on the 14th as well? That's mid-June, I believe, is when that's happening. But it is a big military parade. I don't know. This is like going to be the biggest parade since insert date, since a while. There's a lot of stuff that they're prepping for that parade. I've seen a lot of tanks come into D.C. Not that I live in D.C., but I see it on the internet. There was a soy boy in your video about the riots deflecting about January 6th. We've already had the Tesla arson riots and now this, but they want to talk about January 6th. Maybe Charlottesville, because that's all they got. Soy boy in my video. You mean in the comments? Yeah, I mean, that's, if he's in, it doesn't really matter, you know. But yeah, all they're going to talk about is January 6th. But you know, the January 6th stuff is it's really irrelevant. And you want to compare January 6th to BLM? It's not even close. I mean, they destroyed multiple cities, literally destroyed cities during the BLM riots. And liberals, the thing is with those liberal politicians, because it was this race thing, they couldn't denounce it because it was all black people doing it. So they were like, you know, it was the whole George Floyd thing. So they thought that gives black people the right to destroy literal cities in the United States. And all of the liberal politicians didn't denounce it.
What did I tell you?
Quiet
He thinks that what's happening is N-word shit.
You know, with a lot of these liberals, I'm just so sick and tired of it. It's like, if this is what you believe,
I've had it.
This type of diversity is what you believe, you should live with diversity. But they all live in these suburban white neighborhoods. No, you should this is what you vote for. Go live with what you vote for. Go live with it. But none of them will.
Black people is what he means.
To vote for it. Just like,
go live with black people.
You see those beautiful images of in Rhode Island and right along the water, and all these are a bunch of high-end liberals who are voting for more of this immigration that's destroying cities. Not their city, but it's destroying cities. And they don't.
I love Chicago.
And eventually, it's going to get so bad that it destroys everywhere. So it's just funny how that works. LA riot meme coin on Solana. I don't know. I haven't looked. Dude, you know, the only meme coin I have right now that's a trade in my Solana wallet is the DeepSeek coin. Dude, they will not release. It's called R2. It's the new version of DeepSeek. Their big model. It's so annoying. It's infuriating. They said they were going to release it in May. I think they said they were going to release it in April. So I've just held it and held it and held it. Now they're saying they're not going to release it until August or September. I'm just like, come on, man. Just release the thing. Just give me like a 10x and I'll get out of it. But that's all the other coins I'm in are long-term holds. Because I decided I used to be in more trades, but I don't know. The money kind of evaporated from those trades, I guess. You know, I made a decent amount off of that weed coin. That was a good trade for me, like legit, because I was able to make money off of that and actually get out of it I like DCA'd out of the coin. Cubs are really doing good. I know the Cubs are set up well. I was watching a video on MLB Farm Systems. The Cubs are like set up in an amazing spot right now. Do you think the left even have the ability to revolt? No, I think this is all, these are just really Mexicans and opportunistic people, some of the Antifa people. It's just a very small group of people, but it gets highlighted because you get these videos to where, they have been chucking.
It's a shitload of people who are out there. What are you talking about?
They're making Molotov cocktails. Yeah, well, this is typical. But these people all wear masks. That's the thing. This is the other thing where Newsom cries. Like, none of this is going to be... If you don't bring the National Guard or you don't do something, these people get away with it. In California, they allowed literal crime, and they say, well, if it's below a certain threshold, we can't really charge you with anything. And so with these people, they just put their masks on, they go out, they throw Molotov cocktails, in the media says they should be able to do it because the police are terrible. You know, that's the whole thing with defund the police.
The
Defund
media
police,
does
why?
not
Because
say
minorities
that.
commit a bunch of crimes. That's why we should defund the police, because they commit too many crimes, and you think it's racist? Really? This is not how you run society. These liberals have to understand.
Minorities commit too
You run
many
a
crimes,
lawless
so we should
society.
defund the police.
This is not sustainable, what these people want. Like, in the name of racial equality, they want a lawless society. And this is what it turns into. This is a liberal society. This is the creation right here.
They throw a Molotov cocktail. It's on this side.
Oh, you can't arrest them. It's
They
racist.
tried to throw a Molotov at them. They came up short.
And then now they're saying defund ICE, which is another thing. It's like, we're trying to deport these people. They're illegal. They're not supposed to be here. This is what democracy looks like. Trump got in office because of this. He won with a mandate. He won all the swing states. He won the popular vote, which you guys preciously cling to, which you lost, which the only reason you win is because of the immigration. That's how they win the popular vote every year, the Democrats. You lost everything. So now Trump is trying to deport. Trump has gotten criticized by his own side for lack of deportations. They finally start doing these raids. And, you know, I saw this liberal letter. It's like this letter on X. And they were like, just so you know, it's only like 1% of people doing anything criminal. Don't let them hijack from the overall point. Our friends were raided, and people we work with are being deported. Yes, because they're illegal. This is what Americans voted for. We voted for them to be deported. Listen, if they're your friend, I'm sorry. If they're not here legally, they're going to be deported. That is why Trump won. So it's like, it's just annoying. In 2020, if you ever countered the George Floyd narrative even a bit, deplatformed, fascist, Nazi, automatically Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I do like, Musk. Musk has certainly helped with that. You know, now you see the things with Musk. Apparently Musk is on Trump's good side. But I don't know, man. From what Musk said about the Epstein stuff, you'd think there'd be some hangover blood with like... But apparently Musk is like, oh, I want to have a phone... Trump's like, I'll have a phone call with him now. Let's see if we can get some updates on Trump. Trump on Elon, the amount of money he has, but he doesn't usurp Trump, and I think it's tough for him. Like, he's trying to get in all these high-profile meetings that he doesn't have the clearance for, they were saying. It's like... saying this is what democracy looks like when violently trying to remove Trump, who was democratically elected, is peak irony. Yeah, well, I think the only people that have tried to remove Trump are just, like, dumb liberals who wanted a limelight, like that Indian congressman. You remember that dude? But they didn't, no liberals have supported it. But the thing is of course they're not going to try and remove him right now. They have no political power to do so. You know, if they get the House, they'll definitely try and do some stuff. And from what I know, there's like a 50-50 chance they win the House. I would say for the time, and then for like really for the next year, I would just say there's a 50-50 chance they win the House, because with the House there's so many seats and it's too early.
I mean,
to
if Trump
predict
keeps
anything
doing
and give anyone an edge.
dumbass
That's
shit,
what I would say on it. It's too close. I mean, the Senate is staying with Trump and the Republicans for sure. The question is how many seats. But the House is a little bit harder. It's a harder one to wrangle. Juan, what's up, man? Carmelo will walk free. One of the jurors will lie about not having prior knowledge of the case, and will no, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me at all. You know, when they'll get very tribal about that, 100%. We'll have to see what happens, though. Yeah, I'll take a look at his account right now, Eric's.
Go back to Mexico.
This is in Florida.
You're fat.
Some Mexican chick flipped him off. Have you guys seen the new Cope? Because every conservative and their mom has been saying, how dumb can you be? You're waving a Mexican flag to protest being sent to Mexico. Why? And then they say, well, because we were here first. They said, well, Mexico controlled California, and they controlled it for 27 years, and they only had it. You want to know who was there first? Spain. Remember New Spain? They controlled California. So why isn't Spain demanding California back? This is how dumb these people are when they talk about land grabs. And then we had a war with Mexico, and we won. And people just can't compute it. Of course, it's dumb whites protesting against their own interests. Well, there's a lot of liberal white people. It's just the reality. But it looked like those were a bunch of Mexican people. That's in California. Or that's in Florida, not California. Trump is now deploying an additional 2,000 National Guardsmen, according to Newsom. This is on top of the initial 2,000, so 4,000 total National Guard deployed. Citywide tactical alert has been declared for LA.
Illusion is on the scene in Los Angeles, where he's been for quite some time. Bill, what can you tell us? I see it's getting louder and maybe a little bit more on edge out there.
Yeah, Laura, it is. I can tell you just a short time ago, LAPD declared a citywide tactical alert, meaning all of their officers have to stay on shift that night. They typically do that when they anticipate there could be a night of trouble ahead. I want to step out and give you a live look at what we're seeing right now. This is the other side of that federal jail that we were doing live shots at earlier. The guards you're looking at right now, these are federal CBP officers with federalized California national.
So it's confirmed they expect another night of riots.
Guard soldiers.
They expect it to escalate.
They're trying to hold the line in front of this building where there are hundreds upon hundreds of anti-ICE protesters out here chanting things like, quote, free them all, get ICE out of LA, you are traitors. And you can see the crowd goes very, very far back. Now, one of the concerns has been about attacks on law enforcement. I want to show you this video we obtained from over the weekend when...
Look at the soy. Look at the soy with the mask. He's got like a fucking... It's like a brim. It's a beak. He's got a beak on. Look at the fat soy with the beak.
Patrol.
It's just these people. It's just. Their argument is that the U.S. is not a country, California is Mexico, just delusional people. Well, I mean, this is the issue with the, multiculturalism and bringing people from a bunch of different countries. They've got no allegiance to the United States. They don't care about the United States. Like, this is a common phrase you hear a lot among Republican circles. They just view it as an economic zone. They just want to extract money from it. Scheinbaum, isn't it hilarious? That is crazy. You want to talk about how corrupt Mexico is. Mexico elected a Jewish woman, Claudia Scheinbaum. That's her name. That's who they elected. Yeah, that's not corrupt at all. To be our president. And she said, well, we're going to mobilize because there's a 5% remittance tax in Trump's big, beautiful bill. Because the remittance tax,
it's corrupt that Mexico elected a Jewish woman? Did he for real say that?
She said, what does that even mean? What are you talking about? You're going to mobilize what? Your cartels? This is so frustrating. Why do they not do anything? 2020 all over again. Well, it's protocols because are they gonna the National Guard? You can't be the one to strike first. That's the issue. I mean,
What?
you could try and contain them more aggressively. You should go to California to protest for Canada to be the 51st. I don't want Canada to be the 51st state, though. That's the thing. It's too many liberals. You thought her and Trump had a great relationship? Yeah, but you know how those things are. They got along when there was a trade disagreement. I know that. So if that's what you're referencing, I do remember it. Charlie Kirk said Sheinbaum is a bigger threat than Putin. Yeah, Kirk is trying to turn to the right more. You can tell with his recent posts. She was low-key declaring war. I know. I don't know what that statement was. What does she mean by that?
You scared?
Another 2,000, so that's now 9,000. No, they said 4,000 total. Hegseth confirmed 700 active duty Marines being deployed to LA to restore order. Obligation to defend federal law enforcement officers, even if Newsom will not. Well, they won't comply. Their local police won't comply with ICE. You know, that's part of the sanctuary city bullshit. Where are the GOP in California with counter protests? Don't they have the largest GOP base? Well, it's just they have the largest GOP base because of the population of California is so big. But this is LA County. These are a bunch of fucking liberals. The LA County is just massively lib. But you know this shit really kicks up at night, and that's when you really see it.
Use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually.
Yeah, Musk definitely had drugs, but you gotta take the high road. Pray for Greta Thunberg. Well, that was a photo op, man. I mean, that's what that was. Didn't they like removed her off of her boat or whatever? I don't know. Israel removed her.
All right. I'm gonna finish this mission set real quick. I'm gonna come back to dumb people.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Hellpod's Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Hellpod's Prime, engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Helipod launch suspended. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Bro's taking a laser cannon on a fucking hot planet.
Helipod launch initiated.
If he wants to, that's his prerogative, you know?
Requesting tac pack. Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
Support weapon inbound.
Marking location. Never mind. Illuminate, northeast.
Illuminate, southeast. Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Feels good! L-bomb arm, clear the area. Dropping item.
Objective completed.
Ouchie!
Requesting air support. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting orbital.
Reporting to front. Calling down a support weapon.
Ouchie. Harvester.
Calling in reinforcements. Twin outpost spotted. Found something.
Are we for real? Are we for real right now? That's epic. Okay, I guess I'll finish that mission set later. If I can even close the game at this point. Look at the mag in the air. That's not my mag. Must be the guy behind me. Shit's like big time crashed. Everything frozen over there. I think my mouse may have moved slightly. Alright. I'm resetting my shit. This fucking game made out of spagami. Do you have any Hot Pockets? All I've ever eaten are Hot Pockets. down. Lightning nearby. Oh no. Shut up, AC. Beachy over there. Also squawking. He goes, quonk, quonk, quonk. Squonk, quonk. Yeah, you.
It doesn't feel like there's a big draw for... Well, their party's a mess. That's the issue. What was it, Chase Oliver? What a joke that guy was. You remember Trump went to a libertarian conference or whatever, rally, and got booed back when he was campaigning? I remember that.
Yeah, that was funny.
It's time for another stream streak. Yeah, I'll never be able to beat that streak of whatever it was, like 27. That's not gonna happen. That was a Cal Ripken streak. People were saying I was Cal Ripken 2.0. Remember that? What meme coins have you been trading? I haven't been trading really any meme coins. I have a bunch of long-term holds outside of like a few deep seat coins because I thought it was the new model was being released, but apparently it's not. But I had those GTA coins and they got crushed. Will the real ID be used around the country? Well, I think that, as we get more and more connected to the internet, Newsom just wants to be in the headlines. Suing Trump over deployment of National Guard. We will not let this stand. You're suing him for exercising his executive authority. That's real smart. Yeah, you're not going to win the lawsuit. And you're just doing it to get in the news. And it's his fundraiser for 2028. There's probably a lot of stuff on the LA riots here. Let's see. Newsom arrested by Friday. Trump said, yeah, it's going to happen. I said Trump shouldn't do that. It'd be a good look for... Newsom wants it to happen. Fed decision. Hell no. Trump's bill passed by late August. That's going to be a while. Many, thank you for the donation, Sel. Many of us unwashed masses are convinced that these riots people are funded by the NGOs. Why can't the DOJ feds just shut down their bank accounts? Well, you're from Oregon. You would know. How about Portland, man? Didn't liberals shut down Portland back in 2020 or 2021? But I appreciate that donation. Yeah, definitely a lot of them are funded. I mean, you could see the Antifa people coming into the city in LA County.
Yeah.
But honestly, the thing is, if they're funded, to me, this is not a good look for the Democratic Party to have these riots. And that's why the Democrats do the same thing every time when it comes to the riots. They'll say, well, it's protest, everyone's peaceful, it's fine. And then you'll start seeing all these clips of how violent they are. And then Newsom will say, wait, this is not good, guys. This is a bad look. I mean, Schiff came out with a quote and said, don't do this. He came out with a statement. They're all coming out with statements now. They're saying, well, we apologize. It's really not a good look for their party, for them to do this. So, I mean, if depending on whoever is funding it, it's like their own party loses political leverage when they act out this violently. And then they try and claim, well, those aren't real Democrats. Those are like opportunistic people. But they are Democrats, 100%. They said, well, the real Democrats just protest. Where do you get your news from? X is the only thing I've been able to use where I'm not getting washed with liberal takes. I'll look at New York Times. New York Times. I mean, dude, the thing is, if you can read news, you'll be able to tell if something's slanted a certain way. I'll read New York Times. I'll read...
Epic.
Obviously, X is the most up-to-the-minute one. I'll look at Zero Hedge. And also other ones. I mean, it's just... I mean, X really is kind of the main one. But in terms of an article... The problem with X is you're not going to find in-depth things to where you can really understand a topic with X because it's just too small snippets. That's the issue. Like, I like reading actual articles to where...
What topics do you understand?
Seems like the left always gets away with everything. GOP and Cali needs to counter-protest. Well, I mean, and do what exactly? It's like this is happening in LA County. It's an extremely liberal area. I know what you're saying, but it's like this is a bad look for their party. Did they run out of Teslas to damage? Yeah, they've been going after these electric vehicles now in Cali, these electric taxis or whatever.
Oh no.
What do you think of Ground News? Yeah, where it tells you if it's a liberal or conservative. I did use Ground News for a little bit. They came for me. They wanted to be a sponsor of mine, but I don't accept sponsorships. But yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's Ground News. You know, Ground News will show you if it's like a liberal news source or a conservative one. But I never really used it very much. I used it for a little bit just to see what it was, and I don't have anything against it.
Hey, get the little dancing man.
Just refresh. Yeah. Yeah, you guys got to refresh it because this happens to streams a lot. I mean, it's not just my stream. No, it's not. It's not my mic. Time to find a girl and collect 1K Trump baby bonus. Well, did you see what that was? They really shouldn't allow access to whatever that is. They said 1K and we're going to put it in an index. 1K and we're going to put it in an index. They should say you can't touch that until the kid's like 25 or something. You know, because otherwise the people just spend it on whatever.
So what?
Does Hassan go to jail? He would love to go to jail. He could play victim more.
Nobody wants to go to jail.
You think the police will ever use lethal force? It depends what the protesters do. All it takes is one. I mean, I hope it doesn't get, to a point like that, because then you're talking about it spreading to other cities if that happened. Apparently, I mean, it is kind of already spreading, but I've heard it's tame protests. But it depends. All it
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods Prime. Hellpod launch initiated.
The Illuminati think they are above us.
Deploying SOS.
Prove them wrong.
Dropping a pin. Found something.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Illuminate. Calling down a sentry.
Allied Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting air support.
Bro, is there like no entrance on this fucking side?
Allied
That
destroyer
fucking
joining
time.
squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin. West. On my position.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Tech pack inbound!
Dropping a pin. East. 200 meters.
Can you knock down these towers?
Throwing grenade.
Nice.
Objective near your position. Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting orbital strike. Requesting orbital. Found something.
Hi.
Hello.
Light. I haven't been this late for like 8 months. What'd you
better
find
not
out
come
about
over
the
here.
protests?
Huh?
What'd you find out about the protests?
I mean, they haven't really been active today.
Really? Interesting.
No, but Trump is still like mobilizing all these troops and stuff. Even though there's like
Requesting sentry.
nothing to fucking crack down on.
Yeah. The Waymo cars. Agent provocateur. Yes?
I mean,
The guy
they
in the
also
white
threw the
shirt?
fucking scooters at them.
No, that was a different situation. That's cop cars.
Reinforcing.
This is like specifically the guy with the white shirt, you know, the Fed outfit. While he's smashing
There's a
up
bunch
windows
of
with a mallet.
people who like destroyed the cars, though. I think.
Yeah, I'm talking about specifically the first one. The guy in the white shirt, shorts, backwards hat, the Nikes, the clean brand
Come
new
on.
Nikes. And a mallet. Who the fuck brings a mallet? A rubber mallet.
Antifa hit me on my head with a big Acme mallet.
Like, bro is 100% a Fed. I love all the mask slipping from all the conservatives. You see Benny Johnson is riding with them. Russian agent literally working with American law enforcement to
Pretty
enact
cool.
state terror. Very fucking cool. How cool is that? And that's our
How
title.
neat is that?
That's our title. Russian agent
That's
working
pretty
with
neat.
American law enforcement.
Requesting sentry. Illuminate. East.
And all I say is legitimate target.
That's empty.
Like if he wants to put on military gear, wear a body cam, and ride with cops while pushing state terror while they're doing it, you deserve whatever you get.
Well, yeah, the Los Angeles police have the situation under control, and they now needed to basically expand what they're doing so that the fucking guard is protected.
Well, this is the other thing, right?
So they don't have people engaging with the National Guard. So it's now made it more of a liability for the LAPD. Like, it's
Yeah.
not doing them any favors.
Well, of course it's not. But this is the other thing, right? It was like, what is the actual written, stated purpose of the National Guard?
It's the militia in the Second Amendment.
Okay, so they literally are the militias?
Technically, yes, but
Okay, so-
it obviously has been reformed from that initial role.
Yes, obviously. So let's just take it they're the militias. Is their job not protecting the people from enemies, both domestic and foreign? And would ICE, using federal authority to enact state terror on the states and the citizenry, not a justification for the National Guard?
Well, actually, that's what people have been saying, is the closest that we could come to a civil war would be basically like the National Guard being federalized and used in this capacity.
Yeah. Because like that is my biggest concern, is that maybe people join the National Guard because they don't like federal authority. And what if enough of them do, and they're like, alright, fuck you, ICE. And they no longer help. They eject them from the state. Would that start a cascade, or would that just launch further crackdowns, you reckon? Because, I don't know, I feel it's a different vibe, this whole thing, in my opinion.
Freedom never sleeps! Requesting air support. Liberty saves me! Requesting tac. Requesting sentry.
Lots of people posting images and videos from 2020 as well. Lots of burning cop cars from LA during George Floyd protests. A lot of pictures of the streets on fire from George Floyd protests. Oh boy. Like it's been hectic.
Calling down a support weapon. Illuminate, northeast, 100 meters. Reloading. Illuminate, northeast, 50 meters. Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing. That's empty.
Up.
New mag.
sentry.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe extraction.
Requesting sentry. New mag.
Fuck me.
Requesting air support.
Goddamn Windows key, bro.
Tagging map. Southeast. 300 meters.
Sending in an E.
It was specifically this video.
Throwing grenade.
You seen this one?
I can't look right now. I'm in the middle of a
Yeah.
giant fight that's been going on for like 10 straight minutes of non-stop combat.
That is pretty fucking crazy. But that's standard Illuminate shit.
Calling down a sentry. Hell bomb on. Clear the area. Calling in reinforcements. How'd you like to taste of freedom? Requesting sentry. Bag's empty. For prosperity!
Excuse you.
Tagging map. Southwest. Far. New mag. Reloading. Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Supplies.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Tac inbound.
What's going on in there? Still, like, I don't think that any watchers have set off drops yet.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Get up the rock, you fuck.
Marking location. Illuminate. Southeast. Tagging map. South. Far. Calling down a sentry.
Extraction is available.
Dropping a pin. South. Far. Calling down supplies.
Sending down equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Found something. Sample collected. Supply. Found something.
objective near your position.
Objective located. Southeast.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Hell bomb on. Clear the area.
Tactical asset near your position. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Package acquired. Tagging location. Drop in package. Southwest. Requesting sentry. Rare sample acquired. Package acquired. Dropping package. Calling down.
Sending down sentry.
Is that where I wanted it?
Must be.
Huh?
Must be.
I said it's not where I wanted it.
Well, it is where it is. Can't do much about that.
Requesting sentry. Found something.
Calling down a support weapon.
I can't fucking believe I woke up to Benny fucking Johnson in here with cops in LA. That's fucking crazy.
Calling in reinforcements.
Like, how? He literally took Russian money. Willingly and happily. To push Russian war propaganda, and the cops are like, no problems, mate, come with us. Are you fucked in the head? I can't stress how dumb this is from the Americans and how bad this looks. You are launching state terror, cracking down, and taking Russian agents with you.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
Requesting orbital strike.
Can't make this shit up.
Watch these guys go. Boom! Vaporized.
Bag's empty.
What happened?
Package acquired.
What happened?
Dropping package.
Requesting air support.
So, I was talking to my Chinese friend, and she showed me
Dropping package.
some stuff I've never seen
Whoa,
before.
whoa, 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 whoa. Did that guy on the... Did the gas grenade just take out the ship?
I think it did. Because the fire grenade can take it out. I imagine the gas one could.
I don't know. There was a guy with me. He may have shot it.
Maybe.
Do you have an
Try it
eruptor? Come here. Come here.
Anyway, so she sends me a video, and it's a CCP song from COVID, right? And it's a propaganda song about COVID, and I've never seen this before. And oh my god, it is amazing. Like everything you could ever want. Like, America chose to push the vaccine, like you should get the vaccine to stop the spread, and hoping to work on like common human interest, which didn't work. China's like propaganda songs. I want America to make propaganda songs to make people take COVID vaccines. That's funny as fuck. Like, get like a country singer to make COVID vaccines a cool song. Fucking great.
Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Package or call dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Someone in a reply was like, why don't the cops just shoot the protesters? I'm like, try it, see what happens. see how that quells the problem.
Requesting orbital.
That definitely wouldn't make
Fucking
the entire
Nazis.
population of Los Angeles get onto the street and hunt down cops. Yeah, that won't happen. Because, you know, Rodney King resulted in basically all of downtown LA burning. So that was one dude killed by the cops, not in a riot.
I don't think he was killed.
Wasn't he?
No,
Let me double
no.
check that. It was Rodney King, the 92 riots, right?
Minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
No, it was because they didn't convict the cops, even though there's like video of them like teeing off on the guy's head.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, the riots literally broke out as the jury didn't convict the cops.
Unreal. Okay.
Like, you know how they like always prop up that one truck driver who got pulled out and got his head smashed with a cinder block and barely survived? And that's why they justify running over protesters? That was literally like minutes after the verdict. There was no way that truck driver could have known what was going to happen and what was going down.
True. Okay, so the origins of Operation Hammer can be traced to 84 Olympic Games. LAPD expanded gang sweeps. These were implemented across a wide areas of the city in South Central and East LA, predominantly minority residents. After the games were over, the city began to revive the use of earlier anti-trade union and syndicalist laws in order to maintain security.
My turret!
The police more frequently conducted mass arrests of African-American youth citizens against police brutality, increased by 33% from 84 to 89. In 90, more than 50,000 people, mostly minority males, had been arrested in such raids. Critics have stated the operation was racially motivated.
Bro literally threw a fucking 500 and it went off after everything was dead and only killed the turrets.
Okay. Interesting. March 3rd, 91, Rodney King and 2 passengers were driving. They had a traffic stop, high-speed pursuit ensued. King exited the freeway. The pursuit continued through residential neighborhoods. Valley before King stopped.
Have you seen the video?
I haven't seen the video.
Look it up. We cannot show it on stream.
Yeah, I won't.
It's just somebody recording with a VHS camera from their like front door.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
After the 2 passengers were placed in the patrol car, LAPD.
So the cops had no idea they were being recorded.
Of course they did. Stacy Kuhn, ironic name. Lawrence Powell, Timothy Wynn, Theodore Brizino, Rolando Solano surrounded King, came out of his car last. None of the officers involved were African American. 2 Hispanic, 3 white.
You ready? Here it comes.
What?
Just wait.
Are you gonna get in a plane and drop the hell bomb?
They're
And
waiting
start
for
the timer?
K3. He's at the objective. I'm gonna fucking kick him.
Okay.
They go to get on the plane. I try to kick them as they get on.
So they tasered Rodney King, struck him dozens of times with a baton, stomped him in the back, and tackled him to the ground, and hog-tying him. The sergeant later testified that King resisted arrest and he believed King was under the influence of PCP at the time. Okay, well that's not admissible at court. You're a fucking cop. You don't know shit. You ever spoken to a cop about guns? They're fucking idiots. Literal fuds.
Tremor almost pushed me in the chopper.
Oh, that's funny. Causing him to be aggressive and violent towards the officers. Video footage of the arrest showed that King attempted to get up each time he was struck and that the police made no attempts to cuff him until he lay still. A subsequent test of King for the presence of PCP was negative. Unbeknownst to the police, the incidents were captured on a camcorder by a guy named George Holliday from his nearby apartment. The tape was roughly 12 minutes long. While the tape presented during the trial, some clips of the incident were not released to the public. In a later interview, King, who was on parole for robbery conviction and had past convictions not relevant, said he did not surrender earlier.
He's trying to bump me into the plane
while intoxicated, which he knew was a violation terms of his parole. Okay. It was probably. I imagine the influence might have been weed. I have a feeling.
That was so fucking funny.
King being beaten by the police came an instant focus of the media attention and activists in LA. Coverage was extensive for the first 2 weeks, published 43 articles. LA Times, New York Times, Chicago, 8 stories on ABC, and a 60-minute primetime live. Charges and trials. The LA District Attorney charged 4 of the cops use of excessive force. Due to extensive media coverage, the trial received a change of venue from Simi Valley to Ventura County. The jury had no members who were entirely African American. The jury composed of white and white Americans, 1 biracial man and 1 Latin American woman, 1 Asian American. The prosecutor was black. Interesting. The 7th day of jury acquitted 4 officers, acquitted of assault, acquitted 3 of 4 for excessive force. The jury could not agree on a verdict for the 4th officer with excessive use of force. The verdicts were based in part on the first 3 seconds of a blurry 13-second segment of the videotape, according to a journalist. So you're telling me that they acquitted these cops because of 13 seconds of a 12-minute video?
What specific 13 seconds?
The start. The very start. It says, according to a journalist, it was the very start. Where was it? The verdict were based in part on the first 3 seconds, of a blurry 13-second segment of the videotape that, according to journalist Lou Cannon, had not been aired on TV news stations in the broadcast. The first 2 seconds of the videotape, contrary to claims made by the accused officers, showed King attempting to flee past one of the cops. During the next 1 minute and 19 seconds, King is beaten continuously by the officers. The officers testified that they tried to restrain King before the videotape's starting point physically, but King could throw them off physically. You're telling me that he threw 5 cops off him, ran, and then in that
he was
time,
on PCP, Jack.
And then in that time, they were all able to get up and get him, despite him having fought them off, likely in this event, pushing them over. Boy.
I mean, just
Boy.
look
Oh,
at the
boy.
footage.
I will.
It kind of speaks for itself. It's fucking insane.
Just a... Fuck's sake. Huh. Yes. The Australian journalist got shot. I got some opinions about that too. I
Funny,
think
right?
that Australia should escalate it to a diplomatic incident. In my
No,
opinion.
they specifically will do that when they hear an accent and they know it's a foreign journalist. They'll specifically target them.
No, I know, and this is why I'm saying that Australia should make it a diplomatic incident, especially with Trump in power. Like, he wants to increase that military spending, right? Well, we're not going to invest that billions of dollars in your fucking submarine shit while your country's shooting our fucking journalists. Like, it needs to be a diplomatic incident. But it's not going to happen because fucking Lispy McFuckwit is a pussy and won't do anything in opposition to Trump, even though it would literally get him the most popularity he's ever seen, ever, if he stood up to Trump. Universally. Australians fucking hate him. So, like, it should, genuinely should, be made a diplomatic incident. America is meant to have the First Amendment. Like, it's pathetic if Anthony Albanese doesn't escalate this to some kind of diplomatic incident. Let me find this. Is that a 2-minute one? Oh, fuck off, CNN. I just want the video. Right. I'm gonna play this.
Of how out of control some of these cops have become. This is footage of Lauren Tomasi, an Australian 9 news reporter. This is on Saturday. You can see they're on the sides of the sort of the conflict where press usually hangs out and watches. And I want you to pay attention to the upper left hand corner just underneath the 9 News logo as this video continues. And you will see a police officer essentially shift his gun and aim it right towards what is clearly a reporter doing a stand-up report.
Rubber bullets of protesters moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shut the fuck.
So can we go like scroll over that slowly a little bit? You can see the wider shot here. There's a few angles, but
look at the last, it's the last guy right there on the edge. And he's just turning and, you know, they're surrounded by people with cameras. It is quite evident that's where the press is. You'll see every other cop is facing the other direction. And he just fires.
That's Lauren Tomasi of 9 News Australia, which is a CNN affiliate.
No, it isn't.
I mean, also,
and shame on the affiliate for calling it crossfire.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow, I
have
didn't see
a backbone, please, for your own correspondence.
They're non-lethal rounds, they're called, but people have died from rubber bullets before, so it's less lethal rounds, and that's at incredibly close.
Rubber bullets are literally steel ball bearings in rubber. What do you mean? They're fucking bullets. They don't leave welts on you because they're made of rubber.
Range. to be hitting her with that rubber bullet. Just unbelievable.
Meanwhile, Tom Homan, now he's in like sort of quasi-military fatigues. He has switched his outfit, if you'll notice.
Costume party.
And it's just like, it honestly looks like, it almost looks like he's gone to one of those Army Navy stores, but not even. Yeah. It really just sort of like the clearance rack at like Old Navy.
It's Buster Bluth's Army outfit.
And or you know, sort of like what they had at.
I'm so tilted by calling it a fucking CNN affiliate. Like, it's literally an Australian-owned and operated media outlet. She's a 9 News US correspondent. She doesn't work for CNN. What are you talking about? It's not a CNN company. It's not a Time Warner property. It's a fucking it's Nine Entertainment Company. It's its own thing. What do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about?
The LL Bean factory outlet or something to that effect.
Camo collection.
And here he is on, this is today on MSNBC. Again, we already mentioned that the head of the SEIU, or I should say, president, David Huerta, and he was protesting, has been detained, as far as I can tell, for like 2 or 3 days now.
Maxine Waters tried to get into a federal facility to see her, which she should be able to do as a member of Congress, and we'll show the video later, but the door was slammed in her face.
All right, here's Tom Homan.
Is everyone that has been arrested by ICE agents have a criminal record like those you've described?
Absolutely not. And I said from day one, January 20th, we will prioritize.
Are you... Hold on.
Did you watch the footage?
Okay. I have a feeling... So when they say that it was based off the 2 seconds of a 13-second blurry clip, I have a feeling this is what they're talking about. The very start of it. Where you can't see a single fucking thing. It's out of focus. You can't see anything. So if they acquitted the officers off of that alone, they should have gone harder. That's fucked. I completely understand why LA literally got set on fire.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the rest of the footage, right?
I haven't watched the rest of it. No, that's just the 13,
just
the 13
wait,
seconds at the start.
See what they do to him.
They attempted to arrest him, huh? Oh, yeah. Attempted to arrest him. He tries to get up, so they smack him with a baton. Very cool. He's literally not moving on the ground, and they're belting him with the stop sticks. Unfucking real. I enjoy that there's like 20 cops around him. And while 5 of them are beating him, none of the other ones are doing anything. Very cool. Yeah? Not all cops, right?
Yeah. Funny enough, it's gotten better.
Yeah, nothing's changed. Absolutely nothing.
It has gotten better. Not because police are better.
Oh, because there's cameras everywhere?
Yeah, and body cams and shit. The thing is that police kept doing shit like this. So there's been laws passed to force accountability.
Yeah. Just out of pure necessity.
Mm-hmm. Like, in the 90s, Derek Chauvin would have gotten off.
Yeah. That's a fair point.
Because even though George Floyd died, what Derek did is not as brutal as what happens to Rodney King. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think beating a man nearly to death is more brutal than choking a man to death. But that's kind of a hot take, you know? I guess that can be debated.
Well, I mean, Eric Garner was choked to death by cops. And that was, what, for selling cigarettes? Single cigarettes?
Lucy's.
Mm.
We call them Lucy's. What's interesting as well, like you obviously know that
Warm take. They were going at him for what, the whole, like 10 minutes?
something like that.
He's still on the ground. It's 3 minutes in.
Mm-hmm.
Unfucking real. And just imagine, if this guy didn't film this, nothing would have happened. Nothing at all.
Nope.
It would continue on exactly the same. None of these laws would have happened. None of this pressure. None of these riots. Had the police militarized yet? Or was it post-riots that they militarized?
I mean, it's always escalating, am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, the 10 minutes of the Chauvin video. Yeah. I kind of agree with Dave Chappelle on this one, that if anybody tries to defend the cops, make them sit down and watch the entire fucking video of Derek Chauvin murdering George Floyd. And be like, no, you fucking watch this video. You sit here and watch the life go from his eyes. Shut the fuck up. Like, you are fucked in the head. Like, I don't really care about, like, the jokes and the memes and whatever. I'm not gonna police comedy. I don't give a fuck.
I'll do it.
But like, don't sit there and tell me that that's not fucked up. 8.5 minutes. Like, as soon as you start talking about the autopsy and fucking fentanyl, your respect is gone. It's gone. Like,
Kill yourself. Do it.
pretty much. Pretty much. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, you can not like the guy personally. I don't really give a shit, right? But you can't tell me that that's how policing should be done. That that's correct procedure. That the cops shouldn't have been punished for that. Are you fucking kidding? Like, all of these videos that we see of this police brutality, Eric Garner, did we get Philando Castile video, or was he just... It was just...
I'm not sure.
He was dead. Like,
a lot
all
this
of these...
stuff, like, I wasn't in the country or focused on the country when... Like, really, like, I wasn't focused on America stuff until George Floyd. That's like when I had come back to the American scene. Like, even if I was living in America... By the way, there's a lightning storm right now, so...
You gonna have shitty internet?
No, I'm just saying if the power does go out, I'll come back eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't look away. You, like, literally Clockwork Orange, fucking pin your eyes open. You're fucking watching this shit. Like, fuck you. Yeah, dash cam. Okay. So, like, all of this stuff, alright? It's like you... And it's... a lot of people use the softer police forces of the world, like the Scandinavian police forces, that sort of stuff. The British, where they don't have guns, and they're like, oh, they need to be stronger. No. Could not disagree more. You shouldn't need police to force your population into subservience. Maybe don't be a cunt. Maybe listen to your voters, your people. Huh? You are the government. You are meant to represent
I'm
them.
the king!
Right? That's the whole point. That's why we surrender our rights and liberties to the state, so that they can provide whatever they need to provide. That's the lie that we've been told, yeah? So where is it?
Ooh, thunder. You want to see a funny suicide post?
Is there any other kind?
Yeah, not funny ones. As in most of them.
Well, like, what kind of funny? What are we talking about?
You'll see. See, Greta's being arrested
She
by
got
the
detained?
Israeli and shit.
I did say she got detained.
Pretty cool. Did you see Donald Trump falling up the stairs?
I did not, but I heard that the stairs are still a part of the resistance.
Okay, so it says, "Do it, man, do it," from Film the Police LA. He's thinking about jumping. Okay, you ready for the picture?
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting.
It's right. It's on
sorry,
screen.
I was looking at the Twitch. That's fucking great. They should throw it over.
Throw it over.
Did you see the cops try and get the car and they threw like bricks and scooters off at them? I think that's some of the funniest shit is the cops stuck under the overpass because they're just throwing scooters at them.
And national security threats. However, we will enforce law. I may prioritize my family life over my work. It doesn't mean I ignore my work. We're going to enforce immigration law. We've been honest about that from day one, especially in sanctuary cities where we can't get the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. They release them to the street, and well, we got to go to the street and find them. And when we find them, many times they're with others. Others that are in the United States illegally, may not be a criminal target, but guess what? If ICE is there arresting that bad guy, the other aliens are there, we're going to arrest them. That's what sanctuary cities get. They put us in the neighborhood, they force us in the neighborhood. This is what happens.
To be clear, it's not even clear that or obvious that they've arrested anybody with a criminal record. I mean, supposedly 300 Venezuelans sent down to CCOT were criminals. And as of now, like 268 have been shown not to have had a criminal record.
Ah.
That's the name of it.
So this is, it's unclear that there's any criminals that are being rounded up. It's just absurd. And the idea that they're going to a Home Depot where undocumented folks hang out to get day jobs is a prime example of the fact that they are tasked with a quota. They have a quota. Yeah. It is 3,000 detainments a day. So they're just going to round up whoever they can round up.
People should tune into or subscribe if they can to Austin Coker's Substack. We've had him on the show before, but he tracks all of this data really well there. And the latest is showing that in terms of growth of detentions by ICE, for convicted criminals, the growth in detentions starting from January 12th to June 1st, 1.5 times the previous rate. 2.7 times for people with pending criminal charges, but 9.1 times in terms of the rate of growth of ICE detentions with people who are other immigrant violator. Basically, exactly who Tom Homan is saying. And every media outlet, from the big to the small and online, that carried water for this obvious lie that they...
Very cool. The Marines have a Viper in LA. That's cool. I love seeing literal attack helicopters flying over civilian areas.
Yeah, wasn't that a great... Pretty cool.
That's awesome. This is a great look for America.
We're going to be targeting criminals with this deportation regime, particularly laundering that lie in the final months of the presidential election where he was going unchallenged on it. You are fascist enablers who were willing to believe the most prolific liar for some reason in the history of this country on this particular issue. I don't know, because it polled a certain way. You have enabled this authoritarian crackdown. The media that did this is complicit in this.
There was a elementary school graduation also targeted in LA.
Yep. I saw there was the
bad guy, says Homan.
A worker at this school crying because he saw kids that he had worked with, basically, and families in terror in this predominantly Latino neighborhood in Los Angeles. These are our neighbors. These are our friends. These are our community members. And this administration is trying to turn us on them.
Trump says he's considering ways to serve a third term as president. Every time we call out Trump's...
That is unsurprising. Oh, let's go.
Oh,
God. Is that Crimes? Oh, Jesus.
This is Grimes' new song, right?
It must be.
Do you think North Korea is laughing at us right now? No, they're probably trying to give us advice.
China is literally encouraging it. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, all the Chinese bot accounts, the CCP nationalist accounts, all of them, every single one, is cheering on the cops or cheering on the protesters. They are fueling it because they are fucking encouraging unrest. Because it's so easy to do so when Trump is making it that easy. Like, I'm going to say this here, and I'm going to say this now. Chinese nationalists and MAGA are exactly the fucking same. Both of them are obsessed with power. Both of them want imperialism. Both of them are fascists. It's literally that simple. They are exactly the same. And I have come to this realization because they respond in the same fucking knuckle-dragging dumb cunt way. And it's so entertaining because I'm just like, why are you guys fighting? You're exactly the same. You should be friends. And we're getting driven to war by fascists arguing over fascism. Which fascism is the best? Fascism with Chinese characteristics or American characteristics? Which one? Han ethno-nationalism or post-racial fascism? Pick your fighter.
Donald, here, no, pick up the phone, Donald. I know what to do. I know what to do, Donald. I can help you. And oh yeah, they did have. We'll wait and see how this evolves. But they did interview the mayor of LA, and she went on basically a damage control to justify why this is normal.
Let's go live now to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Hi, Mayor.
Good job.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Great job.
Hi. So
Thank
what are
you for having
you
me
and
on.
your police force? I know how busy you are preparing for the hours ahead. What are you expecting on that front?
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you.
What a great concept. We're not going to riot if you just don't enforce the law. Yeah, you know, if you don't want any problems, you can't make us do your laws. Great. What a really good way to look at it. Yeah, we're going to riot and destroy things if you make us follow the law.
That it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be. That is the concern, because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium that is completely unnecessary. Nothing was happening here. Los Angeles was peaceful before Friday.
This is the first time.
You know the Raycon sponsorships and shit?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever actually looked into these headphones?
They suck.
They're dog shit. So I just saw a post from Jake Hanrahan. And he's like, I fell for a YouTuber review of Raycons and bought some. They're shit. And I'm like, I don't know how these companies have so much money to advertise these fucking headphones. They are awful. Like,
Maybe because there's no fucking cost sinking into the product itself.
True. It's probably just a reshelled Chinese rip-off headphone.
I mean, it cost them nothing to make.
Right. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like drop shipped, sort of bought already and custom logo kind of thing, but could be wrong. But yeah, I thought that was kind of funny.
I love it.
Time that there's ever been a
always Raycon premium wireless earbuds.
Yeah. Very funny.
Riot in LA, if you guys didn't know this. And before Trump was the president, there weren't any problems in LA at all. Trump comes in, he just fucks everything up.
When we find out when and
That's how it
where
is.
the other raids are going to happen, that will determine how the police respond.
Mayor Bassett's Wolf Blitzer here in the Situation Room as well. The state of California, as you well know, is expected to file a formal lawsuit over President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, perhaps as early as today. Your own police chief says the level of violence he's seeing in Los Angeles is, quote, disgusting. So why not welcome
So even your own police chief is roaching out on you.
more boots on the ground?
Roach?
Well, no, I think the
Very
issue
ironic.
here is state
Does
power.
He, is he leaning into it? Is that why he keeps talking about roaches?
I
He's
don't
like,
know.
It's my family. Is that your auntie?
Is that your auntie?
State sovereignty. And so we do not believe, and what the governor is doing is separate from what's happening in the city. But what was the reason that the president had to take the power from the governor and federalize the National Guard?
Because he wasn't enforcing the law. Like, what a ridiculous question. I think everybody knows the answer to this. Because he wasn't enforcing the law, and he actively said that he wasn't going to. That's how it works. Like, you want to talk about states' rights, go ahead.
Oh, now
But
we
last
now
time
we
I
care
checked,
about laws?
The federal
Apparently.
government won the Civil War.
The night before
That's not how
this
it works.
action was taken, there was a protest that got a little unruly late at night. It was 100.
A little unruly late at night. Bro, they were lighting cars on fire. This shit was a PvP server. What are you talking about?
God, he's
100 people. 27 people were arrested. There was. isn't a reason for this. That is.
So let me get this straight. Because you didn't arrest a lot of people, it wasn't a problem?
Correct.
Oh my God, where do these people come from?
The concern. And if there was, the way it happens traditionally is that requests are made on the local level of the governor to send National Guard troops.
Sure.
No request came from the city of Los Angeles. What has happened now is an entirely different situation.
The city of Los Angeles, they act like they're like an independent country. Like we're going and doing this. And keep in mind, where are they? Where are the American flags?
A vertical streamer?
Do you guys see a single one?
Hey, what's your name? Zach? Cunt? Fuckhead? I don't really care.
Country. Like
American flags. Why, oh why, would protesters opposing American policy echoing that of Japanese internment in World War II be waving American flags? What part of what is happening would make anybody want to fly an American flag without it on fire? Am I off base here? I don't think so. There were American flags, and guess how they looked on those fucking flagpoles? Upside down. Do you know what that means? It's a symbol of a nation in distress, you fucking idiot.
We're going and doing this, and keep in mind, where are they? Where are the American flags? Do you guys see a single one?
All I see is one single screenshot from one single video of a whole week of protests. Let me just do something real quick. Alright, so let's go LA riots.
I love this. These people clearly hate America because they won't fly American flags.
Yeah. Like, your nationalism isn't going
Bro,
to
you literally
protect you.
are cheering the government coming in to run people over with tanks. Like,
Also-
you're like, I hope they Tiananmen Square these protesters.
Yeah, that's literally what they're doing. Yeah, you're 100% correct. Okay.
Because the protesters
firstly-
hate America.
Firstly, we've been seeing this. People being like, send Kyle Rittenhouse, please. Watch how LA tears him to pieces. You think he was scared in Minneapolis? Bro's gonna bitch out and run straight to the cops. He wouldn't even fucking dare step foot in LA. Because he's a pussy, you see? He was only there confident because he was there with other people. And the cops are right there. That's the only reason. Anyway, I probably shouldn't blindly scroll Twitter here, so I'll stop. But I'm gonna look for some flags, look for some video, because all I keep seeing. Oh my god, this one. Okay, did we all see this? I need to show this. So, this video came up on my feed with the caption of pallets of bricks here. This is clearly evidence that it's funded and organized terrorism, the protesters. Now, let me get us out of here, and you guys tell me what you see in this video. Do you see it? Wow, what's all that in the background? Are they pallets of bricks? Oh my god! It's almost like a riot happened and people had to leave work and they couldn't move them. Oh my god, this must be funded protests. George Soros is sending bricks for the protesters. Ah, get the cops in there. Shut the fuck up, you fucking mouth-breathing dumb cunts. Like, bricks. All the cinder blocks are right fucking here. Right in the background. Ah, they must have realized, which is why they turned around. So, Extension Logistics. Extension Logistics.
Watch you go to the company website and it's like, we provide bricks to protesters.
Company profile. What do they do? What do they do? Making a premier dedicated logistics company. So it's literally just a logistics company. Success company. Humble beginnings, one room office. Essentially proven to be later in the field of dedicated logistics. So it just seems like they move stuff.
We provide bricks to protesters. Anyway, what vertical streamer be watching a video of ours?
Wait, really?
That's what chat is saying. I've been trying to fucking bring it up. What video was it? Were they mad?
Where is it?
Were they mad at our great takes?
Yeah, that's actually interesting. I want to know what video they were responding to. Why are they responding to us? That's great. That's awesome. Find the video. This is great. Anyway, bricks for protesters, obviously. I can't find out what they do. It literally just says logistics.
We provide bricks to protesters.
Here we go. We got a company website is dead. Doesn't work.
Epic.
Okay.
It's clearly a Soros shell company.
Must be. Right, and they're like, oh my god, look, the protests. It's like, that looks like the cops. I wish these were more clear. Actually, hold on. Extension Logistics LA factory. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Hey. Okay. There's a bunch of the trucks. It doesn't look like this is the same road. I wonder where that actually was. I'm determined. I will find this. Okay, so there's train lines. So clearly they don't just move bricks, because if they just did bricks, it would be all over the factory. Where are the actual protests happening?
Different areas.
Because unless it's like down here. don't look like bricks. Because the train line goes right past them. Anyway. Yeah. Just wanted to show that that video because it's funny. Because people are stupid. Anyway, let's keep looking. Shut up, looking for flags. Oh my god. Well.
Anyway, it said it was you guys talking about the protest.
This protest?
Yeah, the vertical streamer.
Oh, interesting. So it must have been the last stream. The Saturday stream?
Yeah.
Hmm, interesting. Is that the channel?
Nope. That's right. That's because this is America.
Wait, wait. You mean to tell me
what about 500
people
active
protesting against the American federal government aren't carrying American flags? Wow, they must really hate the country.
U.S. Marines over at Camp Pendleton, not too far away, awaiting possible orders to
what?
mobilize. Governor Newsom has said...
For what? What do you mean for what? To keep these people from burning down your city. Again. For the, 30th time.
Let me just point out, Mayor, Governor Newsom has said that President Trump is, quote, putting fuel on the fire. And you've called the deployment of National Guard troops to your city a chaotic escalation. Why is this an escalation?
Well, again, it's an escalation that didn't have to happen. Why were there...
Yeah, they just had to not enforce the law, and it wouldn't have been a problem. Easy. It's simple. Yeah, they just had to do what we said, and then we wouldn't have let them burn down the city.
Good.
Obviously.
We have been told that he was going to go after violent criminals. It wasn't a drug den. It was a Home Depot. It was places where people are...
Trump ran on deporting all of the illegal aliens. He ran on deporting all of them. This is a total fucking bullshit comparison. He said this 50 fucking times. I am here. We're going to get rid of everybody. So, well, she's saying that he bait and switched them. He didn't bait and switch them.
She didn't
This
say
is
that at
exactly
all.
what he said he would do.
working. So what was the point of doing this? And
If
then
it's been
knowing
30
that
times,
in a
it's
city
not a
like
big
Los
deal,
Angeles,
yeah.
and we had talked about this for a long time, that has a very sophisticated long-term immigrant rights organizations and institutions, that if these random raids were going to happen, then there was going to be the danger of a backlash. And you add...
No, the thing is that, like, this is what I find is so funny about this, is that they think that, like, oh, well, there's a danger, we might just start causing a bunch of problems. No, that's not how this works. You don't get to decide this. You're part of the United States. Like, you have to follow federal law. It's so weird why this is happening.
To follow federal law too.
Trump caused this? I know he caused this. And that's why I think that he should use martial law to make sure it stops happening. Because the problem really is that, like, and you're right,
Yeah,
if
that will
Trump
help.
had never removed any illegals from LA, nothing bad would have happened. But you understand what you're saying, right? You're saying, well, he can't do what he was elected to do, or these people are going to riot and burn down the city. And again, this is the law, right? Following the law. Like, there's a reason why he did that. There's a reason why he won.
On to that, the National Guard, and it felt like fuel for a fire that was unnecessary.
Given the point where it has escalated to, do you think the National Guard is needed now?
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now.
Bro, the same frame. Shit is literally on fire.
And?
It's actually on fire. No, guys, this is fine.
Needed now. Things in LA are calm. I will tell you that I'm saddened by the extent of the vandalism in the form of graffiti all through the downtown area. But it is important for people to know that even in downtown...
I wonder, like, I mean, what about the guy indiscriminately breaking out windows in the LAPD headquarters with a skateboard?
Oh, no.
Like, how isn't this guy like, this isn't an ICE protester. This is just a retard. Like, why isn't he in jail?
This is isolated to a few streets. This is not citywide civil unrest taking place in Los Angeles. A few streets downtown, it looks horrible.
You just watched it being calm, Asma, but focus on the 10-second clips, not sensationalized? Well, it's calm now, and this is what happens, right, is that things start out fine, and also it's not entirely calm because these people are blocking traffic and they're blocking the roads. There's a form of power that they're using in order to do that. Like, I mean, people have the right to drive around and go around in the city, and if you shut down public transportation, and also, like, this is about yesterday, too. It's not even about today. So it's not sensationalized. It's just the reality. Everybody watched it happen. It's obvious what's going on.
People committed crimes.
Yeah, they're like throwing bricks at police officers. I mean,
absolutely unacceptable, and those people that set cars on fire or did other forms of vandalism will be sought to be arrested and prosecuted. This is not the way to promote a cause like immigrant rights.
All right, I want to play some sound.
It's not immigrant rights. And this is, see, they keep doing this. Have you guys noticed this? This is going to be the leading cause of xenophobia in America in probably already is, to be honest with you. But like, it's going to just keep getting worse. Is that the intentional and deliberate conflation of illegal and legal immigrants. Them doing this is extremely dangerous. And it puts a lot of like legal immigrants that actually have gone through the system or have come to the country through the proper channels. It puts them in the crosshairs of a bunch of angry people that are mad that they're being lied to. Asians are illegal too. I mean, I'm sure some of them are, right? I mean, but like, it's a matter of like what somebody is. Somebody could be white and illegal. That's not an issue. Yeah, and let's see here. Immigrant and illegal is so different, and it's very dangerous. You're right.
Rose
yeah,
and
knowing
I'm
think
watching
that
my
this is the problem,
chinchillas,
and this is
still
what I
not
think is
at the
going to be the
desk.
result of this. I think that people on social media are going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you're going to have levels of protectionist, isolationist, xenophobic rhetoric that we haven't seen for years, like at least in our lifetimes, maybe since September 11th. But like that was only about like one group of people. I think in general that's what's going to happen. And the reason why is that when people hear that all immigrants are like this, they're going to start using that language too. That's what they want. Well, I mean, they're going to get that. That's what's going to happen. I'm just telling you right now, like that's what it's going to be. And as I said, it already did start happening with the H-1B visa thing, because that was a form of legal immigration, and people are still against that. And it's because of language like this that it's happened.
From Police Chief Jim McDonnell, let's listen.
This violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you.
Oh, no.
And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity.
So, you know, you had officers injured. We also heard...
We starts in chat, love to fuck our First Amendment right to protest. Hate the history. You're not protesting by throwing bricks at people and breaking windows. Like, nobody is against protesting legally. But the problem is that the people are not doing that, and they actively don't want to do that. You need to understand that the goal of these protests is to terrorize people and to make them afraid of speaking out and pushing back against it. That's why, for example, you had like 20 people that like went and like collectively attacked and bullied that one woman who was disagreeing with them. They don't hate the police. They want to be the police. This entire premise that this is about free speech, it's absolutely not. And if it were up to them, you wouldn't be able to say anything. So this entire, like, the content, like, don't fall for this bullshit. It's 100% what it is.
Police Chief McDonald talked about officers being targeted with Molotov cocktails, fireworks, rocks, other projectiles. He has also said that, you know, he's overwhelmed by the number of protesters. What are you doing as mayor to make sure your police force has what it needs right now?
Well, first of all, I'm completely in sync with the police chief. And let me just add that some people might think because they don't get arrested right on the spot that they've gotten away with something. And the message that I would send...
Well, because usually they do. That's the reason why.
Is that there's tons of videotape, and people who didn't get arrested today for committing violent acts don't plan on the fact that you get off, because you can be...
I would plan on it.
...arrested in the next few days and next few weeks. So it is completely unacceptable.
He really is.
And those people that commit...
Just like the dumbest cunt.
Urchin class.
Like, truly. Like, also, definitely don't click this link and share it around. It's definitely not a database of cops that you can look up based on their badge number. Definitely not a usable resource. But yeah, no, it's literally, I had to send a message so I remembered my spot. As you said, right, I would say the National Guard, not necessarily, but ICE, specifically, with their policies and the way that they've adjusted to black bagging people, doing literally, like, Portland protest black bagging shit. Right? That's what they're doing? What do you think that's for, Zacky boy? You
what the fuck are commercial grade fireworks anyway? Fireworks you buy at the store.
Yeah. It's not homemade. It's like military grade. It just means nothing. It's just a buyable firework. But yeah,
maybe
like
it's something that organizers of firework displays use.
Possibly.
Like in California, that's the only people who could be licensed for the type of thing.
For fireworks. Bro, have you seen this LA scanner page that was posting ICE facilities, and now they're backtracking entirely and they're like, I'm sorry I posted it. I'm a pussy. I actually love cops.
Yeah.
Unfucking real.
I talked about it earlier.
Fucking pathetic. But yeah, so ICE, right? ICE running operations black bagging people in unmarked cars in military uniforms. What is the purpose of that if not terror? By literal interpreted definition, ICE is acting as a state terrorist with federal authority. That's just the facts of the matter. So how can you call the protesters the terrorists when they are attacking the police who are serving the state, who are serving ICE, who are the state terrorists?
Oh my god,
Literal
the chinchilla dirt I just pulled out of my nose.
shit. Chinchilla dirt? Like the dust?
Yeah, like the hair and stuff.
Like, I agree. I entirely 100% agree, because there is zero way to identify whether that person is actual law enforcement. And even if terrorists, specifically state terrorists, we know how they end. Starts with a G and ends in guillotine. Yeah? That's what happens when you go down the path of Robespierre, you'll end up with the same fucking thing. So, I would advise conservatives be very cautious on who you support here, because you should remember how fascists end. Every single fucking time that it's been tried. You should remember exactly how it ends. Every single time. The only people that ever get served by fascists are the fascists in power. The foot soldiers are victims. They are literally victims of weaponized nationalism. And this is why I say that nationalism isn't going to save you from the Stasi.
Crimes will be arrested and prosecuted. I am completely in alignment with that. I know that when help is needed, that the police chief will call on that help, mutual aid from other cities or from the sheriff's department when that is needed. But I hope that it is not needed anymore. The raids should stop, especially on people's workplaces.
What do you mean? So they should just stop enforcing the federal law?
Yes.
This is the negotiation. Stop enforcing the law, or we're...
Yes. Literally, yes. Every single state...
Asmongoldis, like, basically thinks that anyone selling marijuana in Colorado, New York, California, all those people, they should be arrested and thrown in federal prison.
Federal prison, yep. Yep. But in my opinion, the governors of the states should universally come out and because they're not going to fucking do anything else, right? They're not going to actually act. Newsom isn't going to recall the fucking National Guard to stand for the people. That's not going to fucking happen.
Well, Trump is trying to federalize the National Guard.
Yeah, of course he is. So it's like the states aren't going to employ the National Guard to defend the people of those states from the federal forces. The federal government wants to take them... Oh, great, they're suing Trump. Fantastic. I'm sure that'll work. Right? And this is another reason why I say that they just need to come out and say, you need to fuck off. Leave us the fuck alone. Literally use their rhetoric, right? Go, states' rights. Get the fuck out of our state. Fuck yourself. No more federal troops allowed in California. Get them the fuck out. Right? And I guarantee that Newsom has enough pull that he could get at least half the states to do it. Because I don't believe that the moderate Republicans that still exist and the Democrats who sit in power right now wouldn't love to wag their finger at Trump. And if you can get over half, that's a pretty big finger wag.
My finger point.
Still nothing, but it's better than nothing.
We're going to continue burning down the city. It's insane.
Nothing was burned down.
Impact that can have on our local economy.
Well,
we are
a couple of Waymo cars died.
A city of immigrants, and I worry about the people who were detained on Friday, whose families still have not been able to reach out to them. The lawyers have not been able to go in and deal with their clients. This is unprecedented. This has not happened before. And so
surely that doesn't have anything to do with these massive riots and the civil unrest and all the police officers being preoccupied with all the burning cars. Surely that doesn't have anything to do with it.
All the, full
again, you want to talk about chaos? Well, this is what contributes to chaos. Policies.
Certainly, there are due process concerns, certainly. But back to what we just heard from the LAPD chief, you said that you're totally in sync with...
He says, I bet that has nothing to do with why the riots are happening. Yeah, it literally does. The lack of due process is half the fucking reason. You idiot. She's literally telling you to your face, hey, the federal government is not allowing habeas fucking corpus. You idiot.
But his idea is that, oh, the reason why they haven't been able to talk to their families is because the cops are busy. The cops aren't the ones who have arrested them.
It's like he thinks that all the cops are on the streets right now.
The
Well,
police
also,
chief,
it's
he is
ICE. It's
saying
not
that
the police.
Mm-hmm.
he's overwhelmed, that his forces are overwhelmed. What more do you need to hear from him to bring in more resources, to bring him the support that he is saying he needs?
Well, what I was saying is that the support he has called on and he has
It must be fun for the National Guard to get an Iraqi-level welcome.
received that support from the sheriff's department and from
I
other
never got
police
deployed to
departments.
Afghanistan, but this must be what it was like. It's a war zone.
And so I do not
Yeah,
believe
people say that
was
this is a war
describing
zone. It's like so tame. The fact that like this is the protest that he jumped the authoritarian gun on to do the National Guard
I know,
shit.
right? Like, Jesus Christ. It just shows you how much he wanted to do it.
Uh-huh.
And he was just waiting for any reason.
The protests
situation
are basically
where
resolved. He's
Mhm.
still mobilizing shit.
Yep.
cannot
For sure.
bring it under control here. I think you should talk to him a little bit further. But what we are seeing, for example, there's nothing happening on our streets now. On Saturday,
I love the fact that they're interviewing her with this, and there's the footage of these people spraying pepper spray, and there's officers fighting back, and there's all this shit happening literally right next to her.
when
It's
this
so
decision
obvious.
was being contemplated,
Why
there
don't they
was
say
nothing
illegal?
happening on our streets. As I mentioned,
Well, they're
that
doing it on
evening,
purpose.
There was a protest that got out of hand. It was a protest of 100 people.
Mm-hmm.
None of that warrants federal intervention, and that's my point.
Well, if it's a protest of 100 people, then why can't you just arrest them whenever they're committing crime? Like, if you've got 100, think about how problematic.
Does Asmongold not think people have been arrested at these protests?
Hey, is that an American flag?
It is.
No way!
That would be if you have 100 people trying to fuck stuff up. That would be awful. She just lied that the police was apparently not involved, but they were. Why are the police not doing their jobs and clearing the streets for the public to use them? Well, because the police listen to the government, and the government's telling them not to do them.
This is the public using the
reason why.
streets.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but you also acknowledge that you don't know when there's...
This is the public de-icing the roads. You know, ice on the roads is incredibly dangerous while you're driving. You should de-ice your roads. You know?
Especially black ice.
Yeah. Because when it's funny when I was posting all of that, I wanted to say black ice, but I kept it out.
if there's going to be other immigration raids in the city.
Right.
Of course
So,
not.
I mean, that raises the question, what are you doing to prepare for that potential scenario? There could be more violence ahead.
Well, you know what? It's a very difficult thing to plan. We have 88 cities in our county. The raids could take place anywhere. They
That's
don't
right.
have to take place in Los Angeles. For example, the unrest that you saw on Saturday
two
was
are
happening in an
awful.
adjacent city. It wasn't.
there's
I don't know what
always-
Jack's
it's
talking about.
always
I'm
the
talking
language.
about road safety.
Whether it's saying immigrant instead of illegal alien.
Me too. What do you mean? You know, ice is very dangerous on the roads. You know, you can't get any grip. Your car will spin out. You have to de-ice your roads.
Or even illegal immigrant.
You know, even in summer, you know, nights can get pretty cold. California's a desert. It can get to freezing temperatures, right? You know, you get on the road and you hit some ice that you can't see. You know, it's called black ice. It's very dangerous. You know, de-ice your roads. You know, return it to public use. safe public
Alligators
use.
in the sewer.
Not drawing any distinction, calling it unrest. It's always the language that these people use in order to lie.
Los Angeles. It was the city of Paramount. So it's very difficult to
Does he
prepare
think
for something when you have
Guys,
abs.
that Republicans are truth tellers?
Are they? We already knew that. They do nothing but tell the truth. Their truth. I'm not sure whether you saw the tweet that I made on the 5th Gen page. Huge fucking news out of Australia. Huge. You know The Project? That awful Australian news show that we watch? It's dead, baby! Woo! It got cancelled! Woo! It's dead! Pop journalism's dead! Woo! Now we only
You're
have
cancelled.
Awful, awful, cancerous corporate journalism. Fuck yeah!
You're
I don't have a
cancelled.
mood for clowning right now.
You're cancelled.
Absolutely no idea when and where it's
Never.
going to take place.
What you're saying is true about the Trump administration. They want you to fear speaking out against them. The way he's running the country and walking all over the Constitution is causing this. Last
Correct.
time I checked, I mean, like, deporting illegal aliens isn't against the Constitution.
Oh my god, you fucking idiot.
He's federalizing the National Guard.
That's like, that's not even the only thing. There's been dozens, hundreds of instances proving just this. Like, what are you talking about? You spend every minute of every day online, just like Hassan.
Well, Hassan was at the protest today.
I know, I was gonna say, did you see Hassan actually left his fucking cave? I guess his streamer backpack started working again, so he
Well, I don't think he was streaming.
Really? He must have been listening to people saying you're a fucking pussy cop-out. Like, what a pathetic excuse. Like, as soon as it happened, I had to post on the 5th Gen Twitter about it. Like, I'm just like, your presence alone at those protests, whether you are streaming or not, will bring thousands of people with you. You, as an influencer, as a fucking political streamer, need to be there. Even if it's in the curated zone where everyone's safe and happy and singing. It doesn't matter. You can bring thousands of people to the street, and your excuse was I couldn't stream? Pathetic. Truly, truly pathetic. So I am glad that he's finally left the house. If he's not streaming, that's even better. But my god.
And I'm pretty sure that's actually that's actually the law.
Come on, you. You're gonna have to
Like,
sit
I
in the
mean,
Dodge chair.
Trump is going too far by deporting illegal aliens? I don't think so.
You know, Mayor, the
Yeah, I
Trump
don't know about
border
that.
czar, Tom Homan, has now walked back.
He's not going too far. So what about the black baggings, the suspension of habeas corpus, suspension of the First Amendment, suspension of the Second Amendment? What other constitutional amendments has he breached? Probably the Fourth Amendment too, illegal search and seizure. What's the 10th Amendment?
Oh no.
I always forget the 10th.
Me too, clearly.
Just so we're clear, I don't give a fuck. But, you know, we are talking about America and Donald Trump. Oh. Huh. Guess what the 10th Amendment is? States' rights, baby! So yes, literally breaching the 10th Amendment too. And I'm sure a bunch more. But sure, yeah, it's just about deporting illegal migrants. I'm sure that's the only thing. I'm sure there's absolutely no other factors that you are blatantly ignoring because you are the dumbest cunt.
Some comments suggesting that you or Governor Newsom, for that matter, could face arrest if you obstruct federal authorities.
Oh my God. Please arrest Newsom. Like, that is such a bad idea.
How do you respond to Homan, and do you have any concerns potentially about...
See, I'm not sure about the third, because where are they putting them? If they were putting them in people's houses, in like accommodation, that might. But I'm pretty sure it's just about like lodging soldiers in people's domiciles. Like they're not allowed to do that. They could be staging out of police forces. Isn't it?
Actually, I believe the Third Amendment specifically only says enemy soldiers. It's like a pointless amendment, kind of.
No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in wartime, but in the matter of to be prescribed by law. Interesting. Least controversial element of the Constitution. So, any house. But what is the term house in this this text here? You know what I mean? Like, there's always interpretation. What do you mean by house?
What do you mean by God?
Being arrested.
No, I'm not concerned about being arrested, and I can't imagine an opportunity. I can't imagine a situation where I am going to interfere with federal agents. So
okay, so if that's the case, then yes, because they actually deployed the Marines. Yeah, it wasn't just the National Guard. There was actual active duty military.
Well, yeah. I'm sure this time Trump will listen when they take him to court over it.
Oh, I'm sure.
It was something that was inappropriate to say, and what I am going to focus on is bringing our city together. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided. We are an international city, the diaspora from just about every country in the world.
An international city, for sure.
Lives here. And so this is a time to stand together, and it's also a time to appeal to the administration. Please dial this back. This was not necessary. It has.
I think they need to dial it up.
Calm down.
I think this is the problem: is that they let these people run wild, and what happens is that
calm your tits.
When these people feel like they're able to get like a small win, it emboldens them to keep going. And I think that really. Like, I think that they just need to completely fucking, like, stomp this shit out. Like, that's actually my opinion. Totally stomp this shit out. Like, bring in the military, bring in the National Guard, fucking martial law, curfews, arrest all of these people, make the little camps where you can hold them in, do the entire fucking thing.
Do you see how this is, you see how crazy this shit is? Like, this is one of the most mild escalated protests. I don't even think it's a riot. Right?
Technically,
that's why I'm saying it's an escalated protest.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to phrase it.
And if anybody is throwing rocks or anything like that, I think use deadly force against them. Like, if you're using rocks and you are using deadly force against police officers or the National Guard, I think they should be authorized to use deadly force back against you.
Wow.
Now, I don't support shooting anybody for a non-deadly reason.
You see how crazy this shit is? And, like, how tame and mild the fucking protest is in Los Angeles?
I mean, it's literally just showing the mask slipping. Like, this is all we're seeing. All we're seeing in the last, like, month. Well, they were trying to maintain it. But now the Browns have started fighting back.
Literally want Tiananmen Square shit.
Yeah. It's because the Browns started fighting back. Just let us do this to you. Why are you fighting back? You know, it's that kind of shit. You know, if you just let us do this, nothing else is going to happen. You know? Just let us take these people. Definitely never going to get turned on you. Never in history has that ever happened.
Obviously. But if you're using deadly force and you're trying to actually hurt somebody, something needs to happen. Bro, wild take? That's not a wild take at all.
No, it's a pretty fucking citizens. Wild take, bro.
These are people, these are real people that are wearing these outfits. You don't have the right to put their lives at risk.
But they have the right to literally black bag people and suspend their literal rights, shut the fuck up.
By throwing deadly objects at them.
Deadly objects.
You don't have the right to do that.
Haunted objects from around the globby.
That's just not how it works.
Haunted dolls. Haunted
Yeah,
bird cages.
You're talking about starting a civil war, right? No, I don't think so at all. I think most people support this. I think they absolutely do.
Created a sense of fear.
Yeah, and this is the problem, is that this is the one-sided compassion that I think a lot of these people have. Is that they have all this compassion for these illegal aliens, but they don't have any compassion for the police officers that get bricks thrown at them and get pepper sprayed and hit and hurt and yelled at and everything. And
that's a job.
Try quitting. Yeah? You get a paycheck. It's a job. Get a different job.
Getting yelled doesn't really matter, but like, I mean, you have these people that are like enduring a lot of like physical damage and they're getting hurt, and there's no sympathy for them at all because these are acceptable targets. And so it's the dehumanization of a group of people based off of, like, again, the fact that they're trying to uphold the law. That's what's happening here.
Check out this post.
No sympathy for Lake and Riley others? No. And this is the problem, is that there's no sympathy for any of the people that are negatively affected by this. There's only the sympathy.
Negatively affected? You want to bring up a single anecdotal piece of evidence while there are literally tens of thousands of people currently at threat from the federal state. Are you fucked in the head? Maybe the cockroaches are fucking in your brain. Jesus Christ. What an actual fucking retard.
For the people that are breaking the law and doing things that are
clinically retarded, yes. Certified idiot. What are some other clinical terms for dumb? Moron?
Donkey brain?
Actually, I'm gonna look this up.
Do you have a certificate that says you do not have donkey brains?
Imbecile.
Well, do you?
In clinical settings, the term
Jack?
dumb is outdated and offensive.
Jack? Do you have a certificate that says you don't have donkey brains?
I do not.
I rest my case.
Clinical history of moron, idiot, and imbecile.
Dingus.
Dingus? That could work. I had no idea that idiot, imbecile, and moron were clinical terms. They sure are. It's hard to believe we thought mentally retarded was better. So imbecile is a great word.
Poindexter.
Interesting. So,
what does Bugs Bunny call Elmer Fudd? Oh, Nimrod.
That's a good one too.
You know what Nimrod is?
No idea.
He's a hunter. He's a fucking constellation. Right? Okay. So he's calling him Nimrod, like it's an ironic thing, because he's a hunter of like Greek godlyhood and.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. That's a good one. I wouldn't call Asmongold that.
You're wrong.
That's like get a load of Nimrod over here.
Absolutely not. I mean, like, there's
right?
It's not like
there's
good. Like Bugs a few hundred people that are doing this, and if you did this, if you were
yeah.
Jack, did you know that the service technician or whatever her name is in Helldivers actually goes by they them pronouns?
Really?
Yep. The shipmaster never refers to that person as her.
Interesting.
Only they. So it's been deduced that they go by they, them pronouns. I still want to know why everyone on the ship is black.
Hassan is streaming.
At the protest?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Good. Yeah,
I sent you a link of that's a fucking great thing of Hassan there.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, pull that up.
Pushing from this side of the road. I think they're gonna push in.
Was that an Irish flag?
Oh, fuck. That fucked my hair up.
Oh my god. That fucked my hair up.
I think they're gonna push in from this side of the road. Oh, fuck. That fucked my hair up.
What?
What?
Look,
Your hair didn't change. What do you?
He's actually out there. I'm not gonna.
I'm so
criticize
confused.
anything.
That fucked my hair up.
I'm not gonna. He's actually left the house. That's all I wanted. He could be literally doing nothing. He could do Tim Pool level shit where he's just like on the outskirts. I wouldn't give a shit. He left the house. That's all I wanted him to do. Like, good. Great. Fantastic. Stay out there, please.
Zapata?
Arrested, like, maybe, let's say,
Did
like,
you just flip a house?
200 people in a day. There probably would be less people out there the next day. Especially if you kept doing it day after day. Because eventually you're going to have, and especially if you charge these people with actual crimes, which I think that they are committing crimes. Because, like, at the very core of this, I don't want anybody to go to jail for something that they're not doing. But these people are actively breaking the law, and they're actively destroying property. They are, fucking, like, making the government and, like, the police not able to do their job. They're stealing things. They're doing all kinds of stuff. So I'm not saying to put people in jail for protesting. That's ridiculous.
But
whenever you're throwing bricks at police officers, you're breaking in and looting stores, you're setting things on...
Yes, he did. In response to rocks, kill them, is basically what he said. Oh boy. Dave Smith posted about it. I bet he has a great take.
On fire. You are obstructing police from being able to do their job. You're standing in front of cars. You're throwing things at them in general. And you're standing in the street and blocking traffic. Like, these are all illegal things that you shouldn't be able to do. So I'm not advocating for any sort of crazy police state or jailing protesters. I'm advocating for the rule of law so people can live in a safe society. Because I know what the result of this is going to be. And this is what's going to eventually happen. You're going to have more Kyle Rittenhouse situations where you're going to have people that are counter-protesters that are going to come out to these riots and start shooting them. That's what's going to happen. And so, and it's the same with driving through them with a car or something like that.
There are already fascists on the street driving around trying to kill people. If you are at the protests and you see someone doing that and you're armed, you know, it's an attempted murder.
And when that happens, then it's chaos. Then it's really, really bad.
You want to know how none of this would happen? If ICE wasn't sent in as a state terror force to terrify the public of California into compliance. But you see, California doesn't fuck with federal forces doing this shit. It was only ever going to be Los Angeles or New York that did this. And they chose Los Angeles with a history of anti-police action.
Actually, there have been protests in New York at the same time.
Yeah, but like...
Race raids.
same kind.
There's actions going on in New York as well. It's just much less.
Yeah. I'm talking specifically about like violent response to ICE raids. It was
also like
gonna be New York or
the
California.
fucking LA is like,
50% Mexican.
Yeah.
Like, California is Mexico. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like,
Baja
yes, it's an American
California
state.
literally is Mexico.
It literally is, yeah. Like, California is technically Mexico. It was taken during the westward expansion, obviously, I think during the Mexican-American War. Or is that Texas?
I think it was before.
Oh,
But I'm not
California
sure.
before. Okay. I'm not 100% on, like, the history, but, like, to say California is purely American is ignorant. Like, to its base, like, shut up!
Also, what is American? White Protestant?
Oh my fucking god. Give me your map!
Kaya, place.
Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, maybe because of the Hispanic population, it could maybe happen in Texas, but I would not see anything like this happening in Texas. Arizona, maybe. I don't know how willing they are to do this kind of stuff in Arizona. It could be too hot. But like, the connection to Mexican culture and Mexican life in California is not something you can ignore. And to expect to go into California to black bag and illegally abduct specifically people with brown skin was never going to go over well. And they knew it. They did it anyway. 100% they knew what was going to happen. They knew that this was going to happen. There's no way that they didn't account for it.
That's why they are doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Right? They knew that it was going to happen, so they sent them in anyway to make it happen because they wanted to do this crackdown. And then you have mouth-breathing fucking troglodytes like fucking Asmongold here who have no ability to comprehend any of this context. Anything. Doesn't even think about it. Literal object permanence. As soon as it isn't being talked about, it doesn't exist anymore. Like, these people are idiots. Like, truly idiots.
On the riots in Los Angeles, the showdown between protesters and immigration officers has escalated into massive unrest on the streets and politically. Donald Trump moments ago saying he would support the arrest of the governor of California.
Hello,
Our
new
US
person.
correspondent
Are you a
Jonathan
new person?
Kersley joins us now from downtown LA. Jono, good morning to you. First of all, how is it looking there today?
Hell yeah. What's up?
Situation here is a lot calmer, Jane, than the pictures we've seen over the course of the last couple of days.
What?
I got an AK-47 on my face, so you know I don't use no pistol.
There was violence, flashbangs, fireworks being let off in the streets here until the early hours of this morning, maybe 3 or 4 o'clock. And as we come to you now, it's midday here, local time. But this here is a very peaceful union rally. It has been organised by union figures. They are calling for the release of David Huerta, a senior union official who was detained during those ICE raids on Friday local time, so 4 days ago now. There is still concern here. You talk to people on the streets, and while things might be calm now, many of the people we've spoken to say they are concerned still by the number of police remaining on the streets. The roads have reopened, but still the National Guard is here. Donald Trump has not ruled out bringing in 500 Marines. He has on standby and invoking what is called the Insurrection Act to
What the fuck is this car? What is this? I haven't seen this footage. Whose stream? Our stream. Like, we're live. Don't worry about the restream. That's just the thing we're using. Like, we are live. We are 5th gen. I'm Jack. That's John. We are journalists.
I'm gay.
He is gay. We try to go through everyone's stuff and get all the narratives, all the sides, and try and give you the correct information, but also demonstrating live how to filter through information and find the correct context and information to make sure that you aren't getting manipulated like Asmongold was before.
We're here to manipulate you.
Yes, we are information warfare agents.
Deploy US military personnel on US soil, potentially against his own citizens. That would be an extraordinary move. But as I mentioned last night, we were on the streets as police and protesters continued to clash. The LAPD with the tear gas and the rubber bullets that we saw throughout the course of yesterday. But as I mentioned, things here are calming for now. Obviously, we wait to see what unfolds over the course of this afternoon. In New York, though, their police have moved inside Trump Tower. They have detained a group of anti-ICE, that is the Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers, demonstrators who have been effectively performing a sit-in inside Donald Trump's building in New York City. The police moving in there quickly to move them out. And what the president has been trying to do here in California is send a message to the rest of the country. This all started over immigration raids a few days ago. And essentially what the president is saying is if you do not agree with him, then, well, this tough action that he has taken in mobilising the National Guard without using the governor may very well be brought in. And as we bring you just some of this crowd here again, Jane, I mean, these are hundreds of people over the course of the last few days. Our colleagues Lauren Tomasi, Jimmy Phillips, this deployment of...
What was happening with the immigration...
Whatever.
His decision. Yeah, it's really messy, isn't it, Jono? Thank you.
Welcome back to the show. More now on the unrest in Los Angeles, where law enforcement...
Joined now by former US Secret Service agent Timothy Miller in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Remember how I said the blonde journalist on the project quit her job because the guy was working more and got paid more for it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy she was working with. So I'm pretty sure it was. Let me double check.
He got paid more because he does more shows?
Yeah, so he does like 3 shows and she only did the one with him. And she's like, why am I not getting paid the same? And I'm like, do the same amount of shows. You'll get paid the same. What do you mean? So she went to the project and probably got a big payday. And now she doesn't have a job. This is amazing. Yeah, so she was Today Show? Yeah, so this is the Today Show. So she was literally on this show specifically. Yeah, it says, left the Today Show after a long-standing pay dispute with her co-host Carl Stefanovic when she learned that he was earning significantly more than her. But as I said, he was doing more shows and thus more money. Like, come the fuck on.
Timothy, thanks for your time. So the president is defending his decision. We now hear that 500 more Marines might be deployed. It feels like this is a powder keg. Perhaps it's already exploded. How much further will this go?
Well, Sarah, to your point, it is a powder keg. This is a big problem for the U.S. It's not just L.A., it's in New York. We're starting to see these kinds of things. But let's drill down to the basics. What was happening with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Service was they were moving against criminal aliens, folks that were illegally in the country and had criminal charges. That's what popped this up. And unfortunately, we're seeing these events escalate, and now you've got hundreds of folks. Unfortunately, the U.S. has seen this before. Much of Los Angeles was destroyed during the Rodney King riots, and the president did not feel that appropriate force was being utilized to quell this and stop it from going from a protest into a violent, destructive period in Los Angeles?
I don't think, I mean, this is what America voted for, and I think, like, you know, people around the world, most people, or at least
Check this
some,
out.
will say, look, it's fair enough, you're getting rid.
What this?
And then
I
I'll
don't give
just
a fuck, 'cause Twitter's
send
not a real
another
place.
one of these invites.
Invite. We're fucking watching news. I don't know anything that's happened. I'm catching up.
Is happening in real time.
No, I'm
And
just
it is
laughing
the clash
because
also, Caitlin, of immigration and law and order.
the fucking
Texas.
The fucking screen for the invites is just so funny at this point.
Down from any of
Oh,
these
'cause it's all
cases.
just
In fact,
invites
Homeland
and
Security
nothing else.
Secretary
Yeah.
tonight on Fox saying they're going to arrest and charge protesters who are assaulting officers. So this is
What I've been
happening in real
doing is
time.
like
It
I'll
is
play
the
like a
clash
game
also,
and then do like
Caitlin,
30 minutes of
immigrant-
news because the games are like 20 to 30 minutes themselves too.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea, actually, jumping between them.
Mm-hmm.
If we could host the game as an extra screen, that would be even better because we could have the game and the videos running, kind of like I do with the PlayStation. But
Yeah,
that
it
only
would need
works
to be
because I
another
have the
input, that's the
pass-through.
issue.
Yeah, so it would need Restream to code it a different way, so we could have multiple shared screens on the same thing, so that you can have one and I can have one going at the same time.
I don't know.
That would be
I
great.
think it's better to go back and forth instead of like, because then you're just doing each thing worse.
True.
You know, so like I rather go back and forth between two things.
Immigration and
Like,
law and order.
move
Two
categories
of the
each
main
time and shit.
issues of
Yeah.
President Trump, all coalescing in this moment as people protest the methods of this administration.
And I also want to show what's happening in Austin. This is what's happening in Dallas. We also have similar scenes that are playing out.
I was playing with
protests
someone
that are
earlier
underway.
who was like, worse than you.
Okay.
You know, but like, so
I'm a
they're
great player. Fuck you.
150, but they're like terrible.
Yeah.
And they like were dying nonstop, and someone was like, how is this person 150 and still so bad at the game? And I immediately kicked the person and said, bad manners won't be tolerated. And then later on, like, I played with this person again, and they were using their mic.
Yeah.
And I quickly changed the title to Helldivers Special Needs Squad. Because that might be the case on why they play so badly.
Interesting. Did you ask?
No, I couldn't understand them.
Ah, okay.
On the mic. They said something about, look at the map!
Okay.
Look at the map something. Brother... Homie.
Homie. It's the homie, Tony.
Yeah, but... they could have just been... foreign.
True. Same thing, right?
Rid of people who have records, who are dangerous criminals on the streets, and getting them out of the country, whatever. But this has now descended into something else. The rubber bullets, the tear gas, the flashbangs, and the general unrest. Is that going to control the streets, or will it stoke more chaos?
Well, unfortunately, we've seen in 2020 that with no action, it absolutely escalated the violence. Entire city blocks were destroyed. And I think President Trump has a very different view on how to stop it early. Now, to your point, let's remember, U.S. law enforcement, I did 25 years in U.S. law enforcement. They don't just get to use force willy-nilly. It has to be reasonable under our laws, and it has to be as minimal as it can be based on the facts in front of them. And so what we're seeing is we got to remember, there are instigators in this crowd. We saw what happened to the Jewish couple in New York, murdered by someone who actually flew from Chicago for the purpose of violence. So it's a very unsteady thing. And to your point, it is a powder keg.
Bro.
Law enforcement's on edge, the crowd's on edge, and this just
Bro,
doesn't
just
go
compared
well. Unless
this to the fucking political assassination from somebody who might have been a PSL op.
Okay.
The Jewish couple who was killed at that museum?
Yeah.
Like, what does that have to do with this?
Nothing, I would think.
Yeah. Exactly.
Very interesting. Maybe I was wrong here.
About what?
The Lisa Wilkinson thing. But he was doing more shows, right?
Who?
It just says here...
The guy?
Yeah, that he got $2 million for hosting the show, and she got 1.1. And I'm like, isn't that a contract dispute problem with you?
Okay, so is she making more than $1 million?
More than $1
now?
million, yeah.
Like
no, this
in
was
her
at the
new
time.
job?
No, this was at the time. So this was the Today
So
Show.
so she left the show, though?
She left the show to go to the project, yeah.
Yeah, so is she making more money there?
I would assume so.
Then slay.
Let me see. Wilkinson project salary. I'm actually curious.
Oh, the guy. So what? This guy literally was bringing up the assassination of that not Jewish couple, because they weren't actually Jewish, I think. Like it has anything to do with what's going on here.
Yeah. Wow. So she got a $600,000 pay boost by going to the project. So killing it, great. That's fantastic. But still, like, Karl Stefanovic, I was just looking it up. He hosted 60 Minutes, right? He's been with Channel 9 since 2003, right? So not only that, but you're also going to get, like, corporate loyalty points, right, to get more money. They're more willing to give you more money because you've been with them for longer. Also, he's like a really big name. Like, I'm just sort of thinking about it. He would bring people to the show. I'm not sure Lisa Wilkinson would. But after all of this, she probably did bring people to the project. Like, after coming out and being like, well, he's getting $2 million, I'm getting $1. Right? Also, let's just talk about the fact that these are, like, TV personalities arguing about millions of fucking dollars a year that she's still getting while on hiatus from the show, which... baller. But, like, this is actually super interesting. I'm gonna look a bit more into this.
Unless you get it under control.
But is what we're seeing now, Timothy, on the streets of LA reasonable? I mean, you know, you're talking about clear protests here. You've got police lined up. We had our very own reporter yesterday hit with a rubber bullet, not 10 metres away from one of those officers. And this is, you know, this is the vision now. I know you've only just seen it, but this seems unreasonable. She's doing her job. She's got a camera there with a microphone, and she's fired upon.
Right, and that's a great
Wow.
point. But I think
because
we
it
all
is
need to remember
unreasonable.
there's a lot that you're not capturing on video. We're seeing police cruisers overturned. We're seeing
There's a
them
lot
set on
that you're
fire.
not
We're seeing
capturing
police
on
officers,
video.
Federal and state assaulted, and so behind the scenes, you have to remember there's a lot of pressure on these law enforcement officers.
What do you
Are
think
they
about?
responding
But what do you think?
well
Sorry to
all the
interrupt.
time?
What do you think about that particular incident?
Oh, right there, it absolutely
bad.
It needs to be reviewed. And quite frankly, if that officer fired at that reporter, there needs to be disciplinary action taken, and it should be immediate, swift, and it should demonstrate to the people that this kind of conduct.
Now this is interesting. So she was paid more than double his salary for more than half the time that they were co-hosting the show. So they'd been co-hosting for almost 10 years, and I guess Karl Stefanovic recontracted for more money, and she didn't? I don't
Okay, so he
This is
negotiated
so
and
interesting.
she didn't, and then she got mad because he negotiated his contract.
That's what it sounds like. That's literally what it sounds like. It says here, Wilkinson first signed the contract in 2007, earning more than $700,000. Karl Stefanovic joined today after reporting stints in LA earned less than half the amount.
Nothing's worse than a coworker who cries about you fucking getting.
Yeah. Like cries
Oh my
about
God.
your money. Earned less than half the amount for the years as a TV couple hosted Nine's news TV breakfast program. Wilkinson hit back at these reports in an interview, claiming that she was initially paid more was news to me, and that if that had been the case, you can be sure it didn't last long. I mean, this sounds like cope. Nine insiders say her salary actually remained higher than Stefanovic's for the majority of their partnership, more than 6 of the 10 years they co-hosted the show. Wilkinson was given 2 3-year contracts that saw her earning more than Stefanovic. He eventually offered a new $2 million deal, which saw his salary jump in front. Wilkinson's management has been contacted for comment. The Telegraph pointed to Wilkinson's position in 2007 as established TV host and experienced journalist as reasoning why her salary had been so much higher than Stefanovic's. As I said, and this is what my theory is, that he's proven himself to be a good host, and he has. And as a result, he had the leverage to work with the corporation to get more money. This is corporate problems. This is not a pay gap problem. This is not McDonald's paying people differently. This is not a cinema paying women less than men. This is an individual contracting problem. So her departure from Channel 9 went to 1.8 million, which is what I said. The Daily Telegraph at the time publicly claimed that she was offered $1.8 million salary package, but wanted 2.3, which would have pushed her well above Stefanovic's salary. I went to an incredible amount of trouble to build that $1.8 million package for her. She wanted 2.3 million. It wasn't a 200,000 shortfall to the 2 million magic number. It was $500,000. The chief executive officer said. Wilkinson has now rubbished that figure, telling the Sunday Telegraph the comment was completely untrue, that the figure he named is not remotely close to what they had discussed. I mean, this sounds like shit you should fucking deal with behind the scenes. Unfucking real.
Sex is not
going
to
to
be
like something
tolerated.
where I start saying, "Oh, you're going to cry?"
And again, the pressure of the situation, I've been in them, in the middle of that, and I'll tell you, it causes you to do some things normally that you wouldn't do. But to your point, that did not look appropriate, and I think it absolutely should be reviewed and disciplined if the officer was found to have done that intentionally, which it looked like he did.
Good to talk to you. Thanks, Timothy, for your expertise.
Yeah,
Appreciate
it's that
it.
insight.
US officials are telling news outlets that hundreds of Marines have been mobilised and are heading to LA.
$2 million a year is fucking insane to host a TV show. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like,
yeah.
We're literally talking about people being paid more money than most people will earn in their entire life in 1 year, and these people are bitching and moaning. Shut the fuck up.
This is another escalation from the Trump administration to get the streets under control, but goes against what the local government says it needs. Let's go straight to US correspondent Jonathan Kersley, who is in downtown LA for us this morning. Jono, you're on the move. What's it like there now?
Yeah, well, things have been calm all day. This group of protesters have been marching through the streets of downtown Los Angeles for the best part of the last
What's
hour.
that?
There's hundreds of them.
Shit has
They're
been
calling
calm
for ICE to
all
be
day.
removed from Los Angeles. Essentially, there are police almost at every corner.
Isn't it funny what happens when you look at journalists versus idiot political streamers who have absolutely no place talking about this shit with the clear lack of understanding that they display? And like, I doubt these journalists fucking understand either, but at the end of the day, they're able to do the basic process of journalism and figure out that Trump is the escalator here. Isn't that crazy? And this is like apparently one of the more right-wing channels in Australia.
Order here. This group has been stopping at federal building after federal building. We haven't seen the violence of the last couple of days or so, but there is a real sense here, particularly given that Donald Trump is likely to be moving in those 500 Marines forces into Los Angeles, that things could certainly get a little bit different. It is an unfolding situation down here. This group is still very peaceful. They're very calm. Just might ask this gentleman, sir, you've been walking through Los Angeles today.
Yes, sir. Is that an American flag? Crazy. Is that a...
I can't tell. It's covered.
This gentleman, sir.
Half American, half Argentinian flag? Wow. It's almost like these people are happy to be in America. And Trump is being like, you don't deserve to be here because you're brown.
You've been...
Is that an
Oh, hang on. That's what he said. Let's hear him out.
Blue, white, blue, flower, flag. It's not Argentina. El Salvador flag.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think that's... It was hard to tell, though.
Before.
I was trying to,
it's
like...
an El Salvadorian flag. There you go. Sweet.
Walking through Los Angeles today.
Yes, sir.
The United States government's going to send in 500 Marines into Los Angeles. Do you worry that this could get worse here?
100%. He made the wrong decision.
Bro, what? $30 million.
I know,
That
right? She can
fucking
barely
rat.
fucking read.
Unreal.
The National Guard, he had no right to do that. That just insists chaos. Chaos that we are not provoking. We are not bringing no chaos right now.
What's it going to take to bring peace to the streets of Los Angeles again?
For starters, recall the Marines, recall the National Guard. We can take it from there.
So there you go, Los Angeles, and Angelino's very much saying they can look after themselves. That's certainly been the message from local officials here over the course of the last 3 or 4 days. But right now, this is still very much a city on edge. There are police. We continue to pass roadblocks here. Authorities have been lining roads, lining buildings. We've seen the National Guard outside buildings today, heavily armed with AR-style assault rifles, ready to deploy them if they are needed. But that gives you a sign here of...
I fucking hate this.
Don't.
The sense of the mood on the street here. This group continues to march. They say...
It's just a style guide. Shut up.
I know.
Shut up.
I'm just fucking so frustrated.
Shut up.
We'll be doing this all afternoon, and all the while police are watching from the air, they're watching from buildings, and they're watching from the side of the road. Carl, Sarah?
Yeah, it's a certainly very dynamic scene there, Jono. Thanks for bringing us the latest. Like our...
Thanks, Jono. What else we got? Let's have a scrub.
Happened what?
We've up and they paid a move.
Here we go.
This up. Yeah, I mean...
It worked. There we go.
Troubled by what happened to you yesterday. How are you feeling this morning?
Reporter. Lit.
Lauren Tomasi was caught up in the mayhem, shot with a rubber bullet. Take a look.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on
And
through the heart
journalists.
of LA.
Protesters and journalists.
All right, let's get this in instant replay. My favorite part about this whole thing is that the guy's just like scanning for somebody to shoot. Ready? This guy right here. Right here. Yeah, cool. Very cool. That's how police
That's what you
should
think's
work.
cool, huh?
Very cool. Scanning.
I gotta say, she makes a really funny noise.
It is a funny sound. Like, this, and this is the problem with the Australian government, right? This should be a diplomatic incident, right? This should not happen. And especially to a country like Australia and Australian fucking reporters. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, it's bad enough they're shooting reporters, but shooting foreign correspondents is fucking something else. It's like Israeli shit.
Well, that I retweeted a joke that says cop who shot journalist at protest is recruited by the IDF.
That's funny.
Doesn't matter how many times you watch it, right? Lauren joins us live now from LA. Lauren, I mean, I think we were all so shocked and so deeply troubled by what happened to you yesterday. How are you feeling this morning?
Morning, Sarah and Carlos. I'm good, thank you. I have a bit of a bloody big old bruise and it's a little bit sore, but I am all okay, thank you.
Hey, can you talk us through just, you know, it was obviously, it's been a big couple of days, but it seemed to me that escalated. And talk us about to what happened before and then during and after.
Yeah, I mean, we were reporting on the Today Show all morning the situation on the ground in downtown LA. My cameraman Jimmy and I had started by that detention centre in downtown LA, and there was, you know, a few skirmishes here and there and a little bit of chaos moments as we went throughout the morning, but it was about 5 o'clock local time when there were suddenly just thousands of protesters on the streets of downtown LA, and we felt that presence of the LAPD and law enforcement really ramp up. Jimmy and I went live. We were doing a cross into the program. And police started pushing their way up the street. They'd begun firing tear gas canisters and those rubber bullets, and we moved onto the sidewalk and really tried to stay out of the way. What you saw, that report, was at the end of that live cross. We'd moved off to the side of the road. We were at the side of police. I had my back to those LAPD officers. I was really focused on the camera and, you know, finishing that report, telling what was happening. And I got hit. Jimmy scooped me up and we made our way out of there as quickly as possible. Bit of a shock.
Oh, I mean, it's a tremendous shock, Lauren, and you were just doing your job, right? And we've been in awe of
just doing your job
for the past few days.
But so were those cops.
Those circumstances after you, we know it was tense. I mean, those circumstances that you found yourselves in for that report specifically seemed to be somewhat calmer, and then all of a sudden, you know, he turned and fired at you. It just seems so out of place and so bizarre.
Are you new? This is not bizarre. This isn't out of characteristics of the LAPD at all, really. This is standard operating procedure. You know, you could see him scanning for somebody to shoot.
Have you managed to, has there been any explanation? Have you been able to sort of gain any intel on how that happened, why that happened?
No, I mean...
Transparency from the LAPD?
Where we were standing, it felt like things had calmed down a little bit after that big, you know, chaos of moving up the street, and we'd found a moment where police were still standing off there, but, you know, it had calmed for a moment. The police were standing still, and that is why we stepped off to the side. We weren't in a group of protesters or anything. We were with other media. I think you can see a cameraman walk behind me in the middle of that shot, so...
In my opinion, people should extend these protests through the little fashy birthday parade that he's going to throw for himself. They should persist these protests through those days and protest that as well. You're already out on the streets, might as well.
Look, we were doing our best to report what was happening from the scene in the safest way we possibly could, and Jimmy and I were listening to everything the LAPD had been saying to us.
But also, you're balancing a lot there, and you've also got protesters who are furious with you. And for the most part over the last couple of days, I've seen you in every circumstance be calm and talk to these people. You've also been fearlessly unbiased. So that's reporting both sides of it. And then out of the blue, you get lined up.
Yeah.
Is that...
Wow. Isn't it funny how the protesters were probably just like, you need to cover something, like you need to cover us, like fuck the cops? And who's the one that assaulted you? Who's the one that escalated that and ended up assaulting a journalist? Was that the protesters? That was the
Yes.
Cops. So
it was the protesters.
So if the cops...
The protesters actually were using the reporter as a human shield.
Ah, yes, he was shooting at the protesters, of course. So...
They tactically were placing themselves behind journalists.
And I know this isn't necessarily
to make
Israel,
I mean, the police look bad.
But if the police are willing to, unprovoked, shoot a journalist, who do you think's escalating these protests? It's not conclusive evidence, but it's like circumstantial.
Yeah, normally when you crack down on people who are upset, they get more upset.
Yeah, pretty crazy how that works. It's almost like if you stop and listen to the protesters.
All right,
they'll
send
tell
another
you,
one of those.
maybe they'll tell you what they're angry about, and you can work with them, the people that you represent, to solve this problem. But that's too much work, you see. It's much easier to just send out jackboots with guns.
I mean, you're loath to... I know you. You're loath to be part of this story.
Do they have red laces on their boots?
But in a way you are, and it's going to have reaction and ramifications across America. That's how bad the situation is in LA right now.
Look, I feel embarrassed, quite frankly. I really don't want to be the story.
If I was her, one, I appreciate and respect the fact that she doesn't want to be the story. Great. That's fucking fantastic. Secondly, I'd be pissed at 9 News for not wanting this to be escalated to a diplomatic incident. I would be on the phone with the bosses being like, you need to make this a diplomatic incident. This is unacceptable. Like, you need to make sure the government fucking does something here, because this is an unacceptable thing to happen. In an allied nation of all places.
As part of this, we were just on the ground trying to do our job. I was there, Jimmy and I were doing our best to bring...
certificate exonerating me of all donkey brains.
Yeah, great. What does this have to do with anything? Oh, well, Dennis, if by your own admission, someone who has donkey brains could be considered reckless or moronic or idiotic, and my client Frank here has a state-issued certificate clearing him of having said donkey brains, then I ask you this. Do you have any such certificate? What? Well, we don't want a donkey on the road eating cereal. We know Frank's not a donkey. How do we know you're not a donkey brain man? Why would I have a certificate? You don't have a certificate?
No. The burden of proof is not on me.
The defendant will answer the question.
The defendant?
I'm not the defendant. Just answer the question. No. No further questions. Oh,
We don't have a certificate. I mean, what else are we supposed to...
What in that?
You may have donkey brains. I don't know.
No one can prove that they're not donkey-brained except for him.
I wish you had a certificate.
Oh, bullshit!
To Australia, what is unfolding on the streets of LA, and it's a really unfortunate thing that has happened. And I think, as a journalist, we want to be there telling the story. I think, it's a really crappy thing that's happened, but I really don't want to be the story here. It is, a really chaotic situation that's unfolding in Los Angeles.
I mean, Lauren, you've got so much grace, and as Carl said, we know that about you, and none of us ever want to be the story. You want to be reporting on the facts and what's unfolding in front of you, and you do that so well, and you've brought that to our audiences, as we said, for days now, and we take our hats off to you because you've been doing an incredible job. And yeah, just the way that officer turned and pointed at you and targeted you with your back to him, I mean, it's unforgivable, and we really...
Hey, how did Channel 9 cover the cops and protests in Australia during COVID? You know, when they were like belting people with batons and pushing old ladies over and making them smack their head on the ground and shit.
The old lady deserved it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It was the law.
We feel for you, and you know, we thank you for your grace, frankly.
Lauren, you're going to be part of this story now ongoing. Do you have any reservations?
I mean, I think that it's so important that, you know, journalists are out there doing our job, and we've got to keep on doing that. It's, you know, no journalist wants to be the story, and certainly I hope that, you know, we can move on from that and, you know, focus what is unfolding, you know, throughout America. It's a really tense situation at the moment. The sense on the ground is so tense. And, you know, I just want to move on, and I will get back out there and keep on reporting it.
All right, good on you, Lauren. It's good to talk to you. And look, speak for yourself when you say you don't want to be the story. I'm, you know, happy to be the story any day of the week.
Guys, I do have to tell you, though.
Come get shot.
I've had some...
He's done his reporting. He's in a desk job now.
Lovely people reach out, and one of the phone calls I didn't expect to get today was actually from the Italian consulate. Ciao, Lauren.
The fuck?
Tomasi, you might have gathered, is actually an Italian name, and yeah, so the Italians have checked in on me, which was a really lovely moment.
What was he asking if you were single or something? No, you know the Italians, they always see an angle.
Hopefully he offered you some tiramisu at the very least.
Asking me out for some
Italians catching strays.
Hey, job well
Lauren.
done, and we'll keep watching because it's such an important story.
Normally I'm not one to call that out, but that was a little weird there.
That was strange. Very strange. What else we got? Random guy. Military. Okay, we'll move on.
Buddy, we are on our way to Los Angeles City Hall at this moment. There is an ICE out of LA rally that is currently taking place after a tumultuous 2 days with spontaneous community mobilization against unjustifiable ICE raids that have taken place in numerous parts of Los Angeles, California. The reason why this is an interesting predicament is because Los Angeles is supposed to be a sanctuary city and California is supposed to be a sanctuary state. And yet, in spite of those two protections that are supposed to exist,
I changed the title. I think it's a good title.
For undocumented and documented migrants alike in our communities, Karen Bass, LA mayor, and gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, governor of California,
Don't give him a cool
have
nickname
both
like that.
demonstrated spectacular failure in the last 2 days and have allowed police to mobilize in defense of these federal law enforcement agencies. Big part of the reason why people are actually protesting is not only because they want to protect their neighbors, but also because a lot of these ICE raids are unjustifiable and, dare I say, potentially illegal. As you've seen all around the country.
God, I hope he drives through a gate. That would be so funny.
Oh, like he's
ICE
leaving his
agents will
mansion from
oftentimes-
with his driver driving him
gated
somewhere.
mansion.
Conduct dragnet operations in the interior and arrest and potentially detain.
Who the fuck
without
says
due
things like
process
interior
as many people
in
as
this
they,
country?
As many people as they claim are undocumented as possible. In the process of these unjustifiable immigrant enforcement actions, they have even gone so far as to arrest the largest union, the president of the largest union in the state of California, the SEIU union president, was also arrested. And of course, the people of Los Angeles and the people of California are out in the streets today on a beautiful day in sunny California.
I love how this camera
Donald
guy
Trump
had to zoom in on
the
the
app-
beverage that he was opening.
Hold on. Yeah, like, I missed this one. I didn't say this, but yes, like, what the fuck do you do with it? Like, even if I could spend $30 million a year. Don't fucking get me wrong, but am I spending that on shit that matters? No, I'm buying a fuckload of cars. I'm buying all the weed. I might even invest in a dispensary, but yeah, I could spend $30 million a year. I would get to like $500,000 and I feel like I would get bored. Like,
maybe he's
okay.
just like stacking it away because he knows that like.
Oh no, we're talking about Rachel Maddow.
Oh,
because this is from before. Like, it's crazy. Like, I have, like, look, the
Right.
things that I really
Send another
want.
one of these.
I would maybe spend $1 million to get everything. A house. I'd buy my mum a house. I'd probably give her half the money, honestly. But that's beside the point. Other than that, I'd probably just give it away, honestly. $30 million a year, I'm putting 20 of it into 5th gen. And then we can start actually doing shit. Start our own media empire. But, like, ridiculous amounts of money. Like, I don't understand why you need $1 billion in the bank. What the fuck are you holding that money for? You don't need it. You don't need a $50 million fucking house. A 3-bedroom is all you fucking need, realistically. It's crazy. If my house is in Auckland, they'd be broke again. Yeah, well, that's Melbourne. Yeah, I'll buy a single house and it'll cost me $2 million and it's 2 fucking bedroom in the city. Ridiculous. Like, just, it's such an unfathomable, like, amount of money to be paid per year. And it's not even that much when we're talking about salaries of, like, CEOs and stuff. $30 million is on the weaker side. But also, I'm pretty sure the Boeing CEO was only paid $20 million.
Yeah, well,
1.5 million.
Boeing CEO should be paid less than Rachel Maddow. She's killed less people.
Wow. So, the new CEO has received near $19 million in compensation for the 5 months that he spent as the CEO. I fucking hate these people.
Aftermath of
You're just
discontent
jealous
coming
'cause
from the
he
streets
actually works
has
hard.
decided to mobilize
You want handouts.
2,000 federalized National Guard units from the state of California. And these National Guard units are currently deployed on the streets of Los Angeles in downtown LA.
But
the
that's
location
illegal.
that we're heading to. They've been using
Bro's so
escalatory
gigantic. Can we
uses
look at
of
the
force,
fucking can in his hand?
including tear
Can
gas.
we go back just
and
just pause on it for a second?
Location that we're heading to.
So, while I pull up the joke real quick, let's listen to that slurp.
Be faster.
The location that we're heading to.
You got it yet? Yes? No?
I'm trying to find it.
Do I need to keep it paused?
Just give me a sec.
What do you think? Same energy?
What the fuck is that?
Andre the Giant holding a beer.
Oh. Meh. It's giving you too much credit.
Fucking giant.
That is fucking
giant
crazy,
miss.
though. Imagine getting hit by him. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
he was an alcoholic too. Bad
Really?
one. Yeah. So like that's the thing is like he's so big that just like fucking just down beers, you know?
Wouldn't affect him.
I mean, he was drunk,
They've been using
Oh, I'm sure.
right? Like this is a guy who would
Escalatory
drink hundreds of beers a night.
Jesus Christ.
uses of force, including
He had a
tear
hard
gas
life.
and pepper spray and pepper balls that they shoot at lawful protesters engaging in the First Amendment protected act of civil disobedience on the streets of Los Angeles. Ironically enough, we as taxpayers are paying their salaries so they can shoot us with the paintball guns that we
That's
bought
called
for them,
being a cuck.
using the gear and armor that also we bought for them. Not a lot of protecting and serving the community is happening in Los Angeles, is what I mean. Now, contrary to popular sentiment coming from some of the grossest individuals on the internet, we do stay out here. We go out all the time. We go to protests all the time. We go to rallies all the time. I've spoken at numerous rallies at this point. Today, we are going to try and offer some real-time coverage of what the protests look like and what the resistance from the federal government is going to look like to the Los Angelinos, showcasing their discontent with the actions of the Trump administration. Things are boiling up. Tensions are high, but the vibes, I suspect, will be immaculate. Cinca la migra. That's what I'm gonna say. That's my protest rallying call.
The vibes are gonna
This
be
is
immaculate.
Incredibly fast mobilization of a ton of people. I don't know what the actual total number is. No problem. Up in the rooftops. That dude's wearing a Hasanabi shirt. Hi. Looks good.
That's a great chant. 100% fantastic chant. That's great. Love that.
Maybe you shouldn't have wore a fucking.
Okay, yeah, they blocked the highway right there. See if we can. I'm down. See if we can talk to some people down there. Oh, protest marshals are. Well, not protest marshals. I don't know if they're super organized, but obviously there's people that are like opening up for one line to get through. Not entirely certain how organized this part of it is, but obviously cops stopped the traffic all the way back there.
Is that a salute?
Look, your point over there. I saw the traffic all the way back there.
Hassan, no!
I think once the
Hassan, no!
pass through, the cops are going to most likely storm the remaining people that are blocking the road to try and arrest them. Oh shit. They're throwing stuff at the cops from above. I can't tell if that's protesters or if that's like...
Am I in danger right now?
I kind of want to see what's going to happen, but I also am a little worried.
Wait, am I in danger?
ourselves a good old-fashioned standoff of the Mexican kind. Am I allowed to say that?
Bro's like us. He's just like us. He's just like us.
They weren't even
He's
trying
just
to
like
stop
us.
the entry, the flow of traffic, because the road is shut off. It's just, they just wanted to bring their cars. They just wanted to bring their squadron full of pigs in here. There is nothing on the other side, so they're not like. It's just they're just standing off at this point. Oh, someone got. I think someone might have gotten hit. That lady's crazy. I think she's yelling at the other protesters throwing stuff. She's saying, you're hitting us too. I don't know why they won't let them through, but more people are filing in now.
Yeah.
I guess this is where overtime pay is worth it. You have to sit there and eat it a little bit, you know? Like, that's how it should be. If you're getting paid Norwegian wages and you're the beneficiaries of social safety nets and pensions, you should have to sit there and eat it for like an hour. Let the people release their pressure. Oh shit, damn.
LAPD, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is LAPD. Which
is crazy because it all looks.
Oh yeah, I mean, so is ICE though. 52% of ICE, 52% of Customs and Border Patrol is Hispanic. Most of the LAPD is also Hispanic. It's LA, of course. Everybody's Latino. Except for us. You're Asian, I'm white Chinese.
I'm Asian, yeah.
You're Asian.
You're white Chinese.
I'm white Chinese. They got the megaphones on. Let's go talk to some people down there.
Okay.
Hopefully they won't beat the shit out of people while we're down there. And then we get our asses beat. We got a dude with a Harris Walls hat here. That's sick. Hi. What's that?
Shot glass.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Can I see it? Can I show it to the camera?
Sure.
It's still kind of hot. Aerial burst, 40mm flashbang. That's what they've been. That's what they've been shooting at. They've been deploying. Okay.
Wow.
What do you think is gonna happen?
Alright, he's a detective now too, huh?
Oh, that's the shell of the 40mm. Interesting.
It's still kind of hot. Aerial burst, 40mm flashbang. That's what they've been. That's what they've been shooting at. They've been deploying. Okay. What do you think is gonna happen?
At some point, they're gonna start moving a little more forward. Someone's gonna do it. We've only been creeping up so far, so we'll see what happens.
Okay. I feel like the protesters have been moving a little bit further and further towards the cops. Yeah, they have look, they got full riot gear. They have up there up top, they have less than lethals armed and ready to go. I assume that's what they've been shooting into the crowd. There's drones right above, look. Surveillance drone, it looks commercial.
It's probably someone's drone who's
bail,
attending.
You know what I mean?
That didn't.
Yeah. It might be too late, is what I'm saying at that point.
I'm gonna go film them real quick.
HP. More units are coming in. Okay, they're moving.
Take a step back.
They might be.
They're jumping over.
Oh. They're firing into the crowd now. Fireworks! Fireworks! No, I don't think that's fireworks, buddy. No, that's a flashbang. All right, so they started deploying flashbang, and they're slowly moving in. I think they're moving from the right side and try to capture as many people here. They're moving from the opposing side of the highway, and they're going to try to trap as many people as they can. They're already deploying flashbangs.
Not necessarily hating. We don't necessarily like Hassan. John watches more of Hassan than I do. I'm not a big fan of him. I am not criticizing him here because he's actually on the street. So my criticism and the title comes from a few days ago when we covered the start of this, and he was he basically said I'm not there because I can't stream, and I personally think that that's quite pathetic. I think that and I said this earlier, but I'll say it again, I think that his presence, not streaming or streaming, I don't think it matters. His presence there is enough to bring people out, and that's why he should have gone earlier, and why I'm critiquing him for that. But he is out there, he is doing it, so I have no criticism here. He's not a journalist, but like I understand that it's like that's how he makes money, but he's also an activist, and a lot of what he does could be classified as activism, not necessarily commentary. But
he would probably say that he's an activist as well. He talks about how he's done activism, so.
So it's like I just, and this is why I have that opinion that as an activist, he should be there regardless. He is the biggest left-wing streamer. He needs to be there. He doesn't necessarily need to stream. He just needs to be there. His presence, like this is what movement leaders
he'll go and
need
he'll
to
bring
do.
a bunch of pizzas too.
Well, that's great, right?
You know how many people show up just for the pizza?
And like, yes, here he's reporting on it, sure, but this is just like
he's more vlogging it.
Yeah, like it's not like, sure, this is what reporters technically do, is they go out there, film, and tell you as they go, but there's a bit more to the process of it, sorry, where a lot of the stuff, what Hassan is doing is just like talking to people, just like typical activist video that you go out, you talk to people, you get their opinions and how they feel, how the activists feel, how the protesters feel, you know, all that sort of stuff. But like, I would consider him to be one of the leaders, unfortunately, and as a leader you need to be there. You can't just be like, I need to stream, right? Run a replay stream and have in the corner, I'm at the protest, this is a replay, sorry. People will understand. Or people will actually go to the protest because of that. This is just me speculating. This is just what I would do in his position. So him being there is great. Him being there is going to get more people on the street, and him being there is going to get more peaceful people on the street to make the demonstration stronger. You need bodies. Like, that was my criticism. So I don't really have criticism for him here.
You said that like 8 times.
Not great, but they're here. Come with me. Look, what they're gonna try and do, they close off the other side of the road, and I think.
See, you're coming as a Hassan fan, instead of understanding that we're coming at it with no team here. Like, you're missing the point.
I think they're gonna push in from this side of the road. Oh, that's my hair up. Anyway, there. That was. Oh Jesus Christ! They're. Wait, hold on. Oh, they were starting to walk. Yep. They're gonna come in. Walk and talk. Walk and talk. There's a secondary line back here. Oh God damn. What's up? Oh, thank you. Bro, Hasanabes are crazy. They're like, can we get a selfie? Anyway. Sure. They're about to push in. Okay. Nice to meet you.
You need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream. How funny would that be if somebody came up and started saying that to him? That's what I would do if I saw him at a protest.
You need to stop drinking Diet Coke.
You need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
This guy mustn't have seen him say, I can't stream because my backpack's not working, so I can't go. Like, that's literally where the criticism comes from.
Sure, but
That's insane.
That is insane. I was just joking about asking.
They had no intent to stay in this chat. They were just here to find out whether we were pro or anti-Hassan.
For a selfie in the middle of a.
Yeah, that's why you just need to go. It's bait and not elaborate at all.
Oh, okay. All right, we can get up here. I'm trying to see.
You don't need to go on for 10 minutes about something they don't even care about.
Oh, I know.
Can't hear you. Video's too loud.
It was like 90 seconds.
Just saying to the chatters. My ears still ringing from that flashbang. That blew up in our face. That was crazy.
Ah, that's what happened. So a flashbang must have gone off next to him.
Like I felt it in my head.
Yeah, the concussions.
Like the impact of it. One line is going back here, the other line is on the side. They're going to try to pedal them in here and arrest as many people as they can. Or at least, like, you know, get a couple licks. Channel 5 is down there.
They were there before you.
This Channel 5 dude. Yeah. In the balaclava. Black dude in the suit. I forget his name. He's Nigerian. Yep. Look. Yeah. When they focus their attention here, they're gonna get pushed from the left side.
Does he? I'll see what he has. Maybe we'll watch him. Here's one.
To feel shame. They're pigs.
True.
They don't feel shame.
They're shameless.
Once again, I want to reiterate that we are lawfully here, engaging in the lawful act, the First Amendment protected act of civil disobedience, and a lawful gathering, and that
You think there's
Simply here
people
as,
triggered by Hassan
First
being a
Amendment
criminal
auditors,
here?
if you will. I guess that sounds too libertarian.
100% we'll get like a PBD being like, oh look, Hassan is participating with the terrorists. Typical terrorist sympathizer.
Watch, you know who I bet will make a comment? Ethan.
Yeah, 100%.
Watch.
This is not lawful on the highway, at least. I mean, the highway is shut down by the cops. Like, the highway is blocked by the police cars. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe you could argue that, but when they're literally pushing them out, like this happened in Melbourne too during the COVID protests, where the cops would, I guess you call it kettling, but they basically herd the protesters into a certain area that they can isolate them and crack down on them. I'm sure American police do that.
Yeah.
But I imagine that that's half the reason why there's so many people on the highway, is because the cops have been closing off streets and putting them into essentially a cow pen.
Just here, just chilling. There you got one. We'll grab one over there.
No. Okay, so I'm not saying that this was. I'm saying that maybe that's why. Like, because I'm not sure. But that's like, why would they be on the highway? Right? The protests were in downtown LA. They would have had to be pushed pretty goddamn far to go on the highway.
Actually, because they're letting vehicles through, it's legal. You cannot hold up traffic for more than a certain amount of time.
Oh, they are letting cars through on the other way.
I mean, Hassan was saying that.
Okay, I could be wrong here. This could be like Grand Avenue kind of. Hold on. Are there any landmarks that we can see?
Yeah, the graffiti.
Now, when they
Look, a dog in the sky. That's a good one. Find that somewhere.
Send something.
Doesn't matter.
Pasadena?
Oh, good luck.
No, that's the sign. So that's the exit to Pasadena. Okay. So it's definitely the 101 or the 110. Is there a highway intersection? Like two intersections?
now when they
San something Pasadena? What does that look like?
San P something.
Yeah. Because the 110 goes up to Pasadena. Because I'll just show you what I'm looking at. Right. So I'm assuming it's somewhere around here. Right? But maybe we can get street view on the highway.
You can. Look, there it is.
It's not that one. I will find this. I'm very curious where it actually is. I'll play the video.
I'll send another one of these.
They grab one up.
And they're going on this side too.
Now they're, oh, shoot, motion over there, shift their attention, and then cops instantly move further back.
Some of the graffiti is from today, because that says fuck
yeah,
ICE.
They moved up
They are firing things into the...
they're arming.
Yep.
Oh, they're pointing. They're pointing it up here.
Oh, no. They got real guns.
Hold on. Oh, he's gonna shoot.
Holy shit, yeah, they're gonna shoot at something.
They're gonna shoot above, and when everyone is focused on up here, then they're gonna probably move in. That's freaky. That's so strange. You got, like, we cover this stuff all the time, and I've definitely been in a situation where cops have pointed a lethal weapon at me.
It's in San Pedro.
AR-15.
I found it.
Actually, I've been in that situation.
I found that shit. So they are up here, looking down here, and they're on the road here. So it's literally right here. Yeah. So it's not too far from downtown LA. I want to say that this could be a result of kettling if the protest started down here in downtown LA, because they're only here, so they're not too far from downtown LA. If it was further, maybe it's a different protest, maybe it's a part of kettling. I would have to do a bit more looking into it to see if that is the case. But I mean, there's every chance that it was. Yeah, so the federal building there is the U.S. Services, General Services Administration building, and that's behind where Hassan is. So he's standing on the left side of the highway, if we're looking...
Shoulders of giants?
The way he's looking now.
Weird when you have a agent of the state in full military gear, in full combat gear, pointing their less than lethal weapon at you, aiming it at you. It could f you up. Messed up.
I have PTSD now.
What are they doing?
They're going to the other side. Yeah, on the other side over there, we were just over there.
How old are you guys?
15.
15?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Twitch streamer?
I don't watch that stuff.
You don't watch Twitch? That's why you're out here.
You on Twitch?
Maybe.
Yeah, that was the...
Bro, this is so cute.
Address. Their little interaction.
Just listen to what Hassan says to them.
15?
Yeah.
Who's your...
They're going to the other side. Yeah, on the other side over there, we were just over there.
How old are you guys?
15.
15?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Twitch streamer?
I don't watch that stuff.
You don't watch Twitch? That's why you're out here.
You on Twitch?
Maybe.
That's so funny. I love that. Yeah, like this is kind of why I'm not saying 100% kettling, because we have seen protesters disrupt traffic on freeways before. With this, because it's been a couple days, I feel like people kind of expect it. But yeah, it could be either way. It could be none of them. You know, this is why we're watching.
Baby, is your name Don? Yes, it is. What's up? Nice to meet you. Can I get a picture of you? Sure. Thank you.
He doesn't even know who he is, and he wants a picture already.
Y'all started early, 15 years old. Yeah, send me a zipper plate.
Okay, so there we go. A lot of lives just walking freely. Okay, so they're just marching around doing their thing. Okay. Normally, most protests, no matter the cause, this freeway is #1 for the protest to shut down. Yeah, I mean the 101 is the big freeway, is it not? Like it's the one that goes across LA out to the extent of Greater Los Angeles. I'm pretty sure the 101 stretches the whole way. Send another one.
Thanks, man. Oh, they're coming in.
They're coming in.
Oh, shit.
Probably move up further.
What's up?
Probably move up further.
That was such a pure interaction. So it's wholesome as fuck.
We'll be all right up here, I think. We're not throwing nothing, except you get cops that.
So I can look for her.
Oh. Well, when you look, that's not your look.
Yeah.
We definitely need the National Guard for this.
What's up? How are you?
Yeah, definitely.
How are you?
Are you on stream?
Yes. What are they doing up there? Are they cracking heads?
Well, down here they had a bunch of cops earlier. They just had them lined up, and then right now they just started forming this. And then over there they just started forming.
Yeah, they're trying to push people.
But they're just throwing like the flash like.
I go to these things to get pussy.
I arrested one guy here.
Yeah, I saw.
Other than that, I mean it's kind of hard to hold the line.
Yeah.
I'll see you. Thanks for
Thanks for being here. Nice meeting you. Nice to meet you, man.
If all you says 2020, high stream. I'm glad you're out here. Cool, you're out here. Thank you for being out here.
Thank you for being out here.
Shout out PSL.
No!
Shout out PSL.
I was like,
Hassan, no!
This is great. This is a great interaction. No!
Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
Check out tear gas. Don't push, don't run. Slow!
Okay.
God damn!
Why would you continue filming that, bro?
What happened?
Oh, you didn't see what happened? It's so funny.
I was reading the chat.
Just wait, watch. Maybe they were looking behind him and not really focused on the camera, you know?
What's good? Yo, what's up? Yeah, it happens. Damn, dude. When'd you get here? We've been here for like a couple hours. Oh shit.
Bro's got solid arms.
Yeah, he was scared to show him not that long ago.
Like, fucking hell, man.
Hello.
You were looking at the arms, you didn't even see the spray paint?
No, I've been looking the whole time because he's got a very interesting
Okay,
build.
but did you see the spray paint?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, look at that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you okay?
I think it. And they
show anyone who can get it out. I had the Palestinian flag with the Shahada on it, and they purposely
Shot you in the arm?
Yes, they said get the girl with the tan backpack. My comrade overheard. There's the tan backpack, and they shot me point blank.
My comrade. PSL.
Have you seen a field medic?
100%.
Yeah, and I'm all slinged up. I think it might be fractured or sprained, but I'm okay. I have cousins in Syria. They go through it way worse. I still have 2 feet, so I'm gonna keep going.
All right.
But you know, I just really wanted. Thanks for letting me show you that. It's like
No problem.
yeah,
Be safe.
they just shot me point blank. So
That's crazy.
yeah, thank you.
Right now,
What?
Bye, thank you.
What side in Syria?
You want the time stamp?
Hi.
I love.
Holy.
Was it before or after that?
Way before that. Way before this. Way before this.
This guy.
Nice to meet you, man.
20 minutes, 23 seconds. I'll send a link. I got it. All over it.
If all you says 2020 high stream, I'm glad you're out here. Cool, you're out here. Thank you for being out here.
Thank you for being out here.
Shout out PSL.
God fucking damn it.
Children and women and working families and people that are just at their job site. That's crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
Right now,
Bye, thank you for everything.
that's wild.
Yeah, when she said, I've got cousins in Syria, they go through it much worse, I'm like, are they Alawites? Which side are they on? Do they like a certain person?
Oh, they're burning a car.
Oh shit.
Up there. Let's go take a look. I don't know. That's crazy though. That's a car on fire. Don't see that every day.
What,
Chat.
is it the Waymo?
A lot of you were upset that Grand Theft Auto 6 was delayed. Well, here's Grand Theft Auto 6 in real life. What happened here?
They burned a Waymo on fire.
No!
Yes!
Waymo!
It was the funniest shit. Yeah.
Not the Waymos! The Waymos!
Oh my god, there's a lot of them.
Wait, what happened? Why are there so many Waymos?
See, like, they're just standing on them, they're just graffitiing it, right? The guy who destroyed them looked like a Fed.
What?
Oh shit, you're right. Oh, we should walk.
It is a lithium-ion battery.
We should walk away.
Yeah, we should not be.
She's right. What do we do?
Yeah, we should not be near the way.
Yeah, that was. I was not thinking.
Maybe we can walk around that way.
Primal lizard brain. I just thought burning car, must see it. Not thinking.
It's like the Terminates running towards the Gatling barrage.
It will not.
Yes.
That's a fire that is not going to stop. I wonder what kind of protections the Waymos have.
Yeah, we should probably. Never mind. Actually, let's probably get away
I
from
do
these
want to
cars.
see it though. You know what I mean? Oh, fire department.
I'm trying to find this.
I gotta ask you something, man. What's up? So we've been obviously the big narratives that we're gonna see tomorrow is like people saying that everyone.
Okay. I found it. This guy. That's a Fed. That is a fucking Fed. 100%. Like, who the fuck brings a rubber mallet? Also, backwards hat, backpack,
A plumber?
vandalize it, like using hammers and shit to break stuff. Fed. Agent provocateur.
A
Don't
plumber?
get baited. Sure.
coming here to do just this. And when there's unrest and when there's unjust institutions, stuff like this is going to happen.
Yeah.
But how would you kind of quell the fears of people who support the cause but see this and start to get second thoughts?
I mean, it's property
Second
damage
thought.
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Look, we're right here. We're not doing anything, and I don't feel like I'm under threat. I'll tell you when I feel like I'm under threat. When the cops are tear gassing us, when we're on the side of the road, even when we're not even on the road. You know, that's like property damage at the end of the day is only consequential because it hurts humans, right? It hurts. It hurts people's profit margins and therefore potentially their bottom line and therefore their livelihoods. But a lot of people worry about property damage for the sake of property damage in of itself. This is to say like this is, you know, all great, but but at the end of the day, it's not like a terrifying situation at all. Seeing it on television obviously feels a lot different than just like being right here. When you're right here, you realize it's nothing to be that fearful. And ultimately, what is far more consequential and far more dangerous is the fact that ICE is unjustifiably kidnapping people, doing dragnets in neighborhoods, lying about how
all the Waymos are driving out of LA.
migrants are criminals, rape, and then going after children and women and working families and people that are just at their job sites.
Yeah, I mean,
that's far more important to focus on than a bunch of people, you know, breaking a Waymo. Like, I don't give a shit.
No, seriously, and the majority of the people are here just because they believe in the cause. They're not here to like encourage this type of stuff. But this is always going to happen when there are unjust detainees and when there's people that are just being removed from communities simply because of what paperwork they have.
Yeah.
Well, we support WAPs.
Wait, what? What is happening? What is that about? More PSL? Where?
Okay. There's a social contract,
Look,
right?
I've been scrolling the feed for other footage.
Bro said-
Seeing what's up, so I missed it.
Bro said, social contract. I mean, I already fucking put a bunch of stuff on lists to catch up. It's all in the watch later.
Yeah. Well,
You don't need to scroll shit.
We'll go to our favorite. But
Well,
I
no,
wanted to
she
say
hasn't been my favorite because her videos are shit now. She has fucking issues in every video.
And if you haven't seen me before, my name is Arya, and welcome to this lovely, perfect world of politics that we are living through. And by the time we had the event, eggs were all most technical sense true. The specific protest outside of the Home Depot, no, that specific Home Depot that was in the video was not raided. However, the protest did start outside of that Home Depot because people were protesting the prior detentions at other Home Depots in the area, like Westlake and the greater southern Los Angeles region. Not the Paramount Home Depot, the Westlake Home Depot.
Worried about the wrong crimes and shit.
They're normal cars, bro.
Get the license plates.
Protesters aren't allowed to wear masks, by the way. The protesters aren't allowed to wear masks because what do they have to hide? Yeah, what the fuck do they have to hide?
No? But they're taking people who are working. That's crazy.
Worried about the wrong crimes.
Crazy.
Worried about the wrong crimes and shit.
They're normal cars, bro.
Get the license plates.
ICE agents detain day laborers at Home Depot parking lot in Westlake. So no, the National Guard was not called in response to an illegal ICE raid at the Paramount Home Depot. It was called in response to a protest for different illegal ICE raids at a different Home Depot that was being protested at the Paramount Home Depot. Glad we got that cleared up, guys. People were noticing increased federal presences around the area. People on social media were posting it nonstop, making it seem like there were thousands upon thousands of protesters. In reality, the head count looked about 100 to 200, which seems really reasonable for 2,000 National Guard deployees, right? Have reports of law enforcement using tear gas and flashbang grenades.
Okay. Let's watch the Channel 5 one.
Yo, what's your opinion on what's going on? What's your opinion on Pride Month? Is there a reason why y'all ICE raids is coming during Pride Month? Y'all look like some Halo troopers. Anybody with undocumented family? Do you plan on shooting people today? How lethal or non-lethal are these rounds? Would you rather shoot somebody or hit them with your stick? Oh yeah, how did you end up becoming ICE? Is this like a legacy career? Are you happy that Young Thug is free? There's a possibility that we're gonna get tear gas tonight. What's your favorite thing to do? Shoot people with non-lethals or hit them with the baton? They don't really want to talk.
It would have been so funny if one of them did.
Are you?
Yeah, just like couldn't help it but said something.
With the JROTC?
Oh, there's a little one?
Dude, I was thinking the same
I was
thing.
thinking it too.
Why is there such a short one? Is that a child?
Oh, yeah, that nigga gonna shoot me later for sure.
Well, we got a man there with a dress coat, tennis shoes, tie, and a black hood over his head, right in front of the federal officers here on Temple.
All right, so yeah, we're right here. We're in front of the federal building downtown LA. You know, this is a building where a lot of people get held when apprehended by ICE, federal criminals. So far, like the whole city has kind of just been swarmed by ICE. So we have ICE coming in Compton, Paramount, Linwood, the Fashion District here. The head of ICE just deployed the National Guard. So tomorrow we should see around 2,000 active duty fucking military niggas pulling up. The main reason why people are here is to protest these ICE raids by coming to where all the people are being held at. The cops are lined up. They're pointing their guns at me. They're flashing lights at me. I think they're getting ready to disperse the crowd. Maybe I can ask them something. I don't know. Let's see what some of this is.
It's not exactly swamp fest out here, huh?
Yeah, no, but I would still say it's pretty lit out here, but you good?
It stayed pretty peaceful until the sun went down, which is just kind of how LA rolls.
They are detaining people illegally, deporting people illegally without their due process.
Can you tell me like what's been going on all day?
A lot of tear gas.
Did you get tear gas?
I did. They're terrorizing U.S. citizens. What they're doing is not okay, and they didn't like that we were gathering, so they started trying to push us back. Additionally, they seem to be doing, I don't like to use this term lightly, but like Gestapo-like tactics to disband people, essentially, and it's wrong.
They are sighting people with green lasers and shooting rubber bullets at them, so a couple people got popped.
There's snipers on the roof over there, and there's snipers in the second floor over there. I don't know if they're snipers. What kind of guns are these?
Oh, yeah, that's a sniper for sure.
Lots of people got shot, but, you know, it's LA, baby. We're strong as fuck.
We don't have guns. We're unarmed, and we're unafraid.
We're the violent ones, but look, all I got in my hands is water bottles when they got fucking guns. These ICE agents are completely different from the LAPD. I've been protesting for over 10 years. It's a whole other fucking level of threat. It's a whole other level of crazy. I feel really sorry for the people who think they're the good guys. They have been brainwashed and indoctrinated and are now acting out, working at the highest level of hypocrisy you can as an American citizen.
We're civilians. You're supposed to protect us. Protect and serve. Get another job. Why don't you quit your piece of shit job? You are a terrorist. Terrorist! Put down your guns! Put down your guns! Put down your guns!
Why are you closed? Why are you closed?
I am not sure yet. Tomorrow is also LA Pride, and I am of the queer community, so I might have to split my time or go with the biggest cause, which would be this.
It's fucked up. Why are they raiding people during Pride Month?
What's that?
Why are they raiding people during Pride Month?
Oh. Fuck knows, man.
Fuck all your homophobia! Fuck all your racism! Fuck all your transphobia! Fuck all your xenophobia! Everyone go fuck yourself! Charlotte, if you're watching this...
This guy is my spirit animal.
Whoa, hang on. It's going somewhere. Can we back up?
Fuck all your homophobia! Fuck all your racism! Fuck all your transphobia! Fuck all your xenophobia! Everyone go fuck yourself! Charlotte, if you're watching this, I love you!
That's your girlfriend?
Yeah, my trans girlfriend. You're fucking up my Pride Month!
Okay, thank God.
Fucking Pride Month, what the fuck?
That could have been.
Bitch! Fuck ICE, bitch! Fuck ICE!
I got melted ice! I got melted ice! Melted ice! Any of you guys want some melted ice? I'm on TikTok Live, streaming to about 4,000 people. I've been out here since about like 3, I think.
Plan on being here tomorrow?
definitely, yeah. Yeah, I'm going Pride tomorrow, and then I'm going to be over here.
We're out here protesting, man. We're out here protesting against these ICE raids. It's about human dignity and human rights. I don't know why the LAPD is out here when we're a sanctuary city.
It's a sanctuary city. I was part of the movement in Pomona, California to become one of the first sanctuary cities of the United States. But all it means is that we're not supposed to enforce immigration, and the police are not supposed to cooperate with ICE. We're supposed to make sure that our community and our hard workers and our children and our families are safe.
Makes me feel like shit. I don't know why we're living in a police state in my city. Everybody's affected by this. They could come for you next.
I wish they would find missing kids the same amount they will go after immigrants and everything. The fact that there are still missing kids being sex trafficked, human trafficking, but yet they don't give the same energy to these immigrants.
They need to go after the criminals, man, the real criminals. Not the innocent, hardworking people, man. No criminals at Home Depot. Yeah. Just hardworking people out there.
I'm scared for my family. I'm scared for other people's families. This shit isn't fair. You guys were our brothers and our sisters. What the fuck happened?
No one's a criminal on stolen land whatsoever.
They're all Hispanic. So what did their parents have to do to sacrifice for them to do with that?
What happened to being a fucking kid, growing up, thinking it would be fucking good, and then you fucking grow up and you fucking represent the opposition.
Oh man,
represent the people
this
that
guy's
hate
going
us.
through
You're
it.
my fucking neighbor. You're my friend. Why? Why do you do this?
Leave the fucking uniform and work for people, for human beings. You know this is wrong, Miranda. You know this is wrong.
Surely, actually, I'm not gonna give any charity to these fucking cops. At this point, if you're still wearing a uniform, still wielding a badge, you're an enemy of the people. Like, it's that simple. If you are a cop in the United States and you are not quitting your job in protest to Donald Trump utilizing you against the people, you are an enemy of the people. It's that simple. There is no other conclusion here. Like, you are standing defending fascist policies. Like, what do people always say? That the fucking Holocaust started with mass deportations? And you're here defending those mass deportations? Standing with the people who say, I voted for this? The fascists? The Nazis? Who want a white ethno-state? That's the people you want to stand with? Okay.
Get another job! Please, I implore you!
The desperation.
We need you here. You said you would be with your people. We are your people. I'm a native Angelino, and they are threatening us. They are terrorizing our community. Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor?
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family, fuck your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a whole fucking plate. He be fucking expecting us to give us a whole fucking shit. That nigga right there.
Do you go to Kava?
Yeah, you do, nigga. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Nigga, act like I don't know your fucking face. Stop fucking playing. Fucking talking about, can I get a fucking discount? Can I get a fucking this? Can I get a fucking that? That nigga right there. Point that shit at him right there. Point that shit at there right there.
He doesn't look like he go to Kava though.
No shit. Hell no. Hell no.
We need to order at Kava.
Everything.
Galan, we went to high school together. You remember? Algebra?
Back up, bro.
We had algebra together. Oh shit, you gonna beat my ass? And that nigga failed twice. Why is that guy on his phone? Shame on you, pigs! Shame on you, pigs! Shame on you, pigs! Looks like they're cooking something up back there. Oh, now they behind us. All right, we getting surrounded. Kick rocks. Kick rocks.
Kick
Get
rocks.
out of here, bitch ass cops. The time to show what's going on. The halo-looking dudes are moving to the back, and the LAPD has moved to the front, safeguarding ICE. So LAPD has positioned themselves in front of ICE. LA is a sanctuary city, so LAPD shouldn't be here enforcing these policies. I think they're getting scared.
So this is what I was saying, right?
Mm.
The LAPD is deploying because they have to prevent people from confronting the National Guard and ICE because they're trying not to escalate the protest.
Yes.
Right? They'll still do their fucking classic fucking cops at
shit.
protest shit.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, you know, the LAPD has a greater understanding of what they can get away with and how they can push people.
Yes.
Look, these niggas want to smack somebody so bad, man. I'm just a reporter. I'm just a reporter. Do you have any opinions on this? Are you guys allowed to have opinions? Is this like a hive mind type
Are
deal?
you allowed to have opinions?
You gotta find a new job, dog, because you really know LA about to go to flames, dog. You gotta find a new fucking job. Get another job.
Oh, shit, hold on.
What happened? Or keep the job. He's a little kid. He's a child.
Huh? I don't know what's going on. Oh, shit, what the fuck, nigga? Did someone just... That nigga just smacked me. What happened? Oh, look what's going on. What's going on? Oh, those zip ties. Those zip ties. Oh.
I fucking love this.
Wait, can you go back? Did the cop hit him? Or was he just fucking with him?
I'm not sure.
LA about to go to flames.
I'm a little skittish, man. Look, these niggas want to smack somebody so bad, man. I'm just a reporter. I'm just a reporter. Do you have any opinions on this? Are you guys allowed to have opinions? Is this like a hive mind type deal?
You gotta find a new job, dog, because you really know LA about to go to flames, dog. You gotta find a new fucking job. Get another job.
Oh, shit, hold on.
What happened? Or keep the job. He's a little kid. He's a child.
Huh? I don't know what's going on. Oh, shit, what the fuck, nigga? Did someone just...
I'm not sure what happened.
Did that nigga just smack me? What happened? Oh, look.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Him, like, running and giggling is so funny.
Oh, we surrounded back. Who got bolt cutters? All right, hold on.
Hold on, babe. Go, babe, go.
Hell yeah.
This guy rules.
I don't want to. Hold on, you got this. Oh, man. All right. I don't want to be. Hey. Nah, that nigga got you on the other side.
Help her.
That nigga got you on the other side.
Got you.
You got it. Uh-oh.
Hey, pass me that bike, dude. Hey.
This is unfortunate, man.
Hey, pass me this bike.
Hey, bro, pass me the bike.
I got you.
Yeah.
Hey, pass me that bike, dude.
Why are they jumping the fence?
All right.
Right here in front of the fence, yeah.
Yo.
Just say they're surrounding us. We gotta jump the fence.
Oh, yeah. So right now we got it surrounded. Everyone's jumping the fence so that we don't get fucking trapped and arrested, and we can come to fight tomorrow. You feel me? For our undocumented brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
I'm fucking tired.
That's what I assumed that they were jumping the fence for, but they didn't seem like the cops were around. They must be moving on them.
That was a fucking bitch. It's very loose at the top. Barely got away. And yeah, the shit's not over. Fight's not over. Some niggas is going to jail tonight.
So the cops are on the other side of the
Not us,
fence.
though.
So he did hop the fence too.
That's funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently tracking the reaction to the ongoing riots.
Yeah, I was watching him earlier
that
say
broke
some
out
dumb
over the
shit.
last few days in relation
I
to
bet
the
he's been
ice
saying the
raids
dumbest shit.
taking place in LA
We
County.
do be doing that.
And now we have Newsom trying to play the victim, trying to position himself for his 2028 campaign that we all know he's going to be announcing at some point within the next probably 2 years. He'll be one of the first Democrats to announce a primary run for the 2028 nomination. He is playing the wounded victim. He's saying, "Arrest me, Trump." You can see it's all this just fake. Like, look at Newsom. Trump's border czar is threatening to arrest me for speaking out. Come and get me, tough guy. Oh, He calls Tom Homan a tough guy. Well, this is exactly what he's doing. It's a tough guy act. Come arrest me. I want to be the victim. I'm standing up to Trump.
Oh my god. This guy's a fucking idiot. Like, genuine, certified idiot. How much does he talk about states' rights?
He's not really one of those.
No? Okay. Because, like, as they were saying in that last video, California is a sanctuary state. Sanctuary city. Like, they don't need to protect ICE or participate or comply with federal immigration. So, like, I kind of agree with Newsom here. Like, yeah, go arrest him. Like,
yeah, I was watching interviews with Newsom earlier.
Like, Newsom needs to not shut up. Like, usually I would tell politicians
he's
to
suing
shut the
Trump.
fuck up. No, I know. But this is what I'm saying, is that, like, Gavin Newsom needs to solidify himself as somebody of the people, ignoring all the history. This is him, and this is where I kind of agree with the fucking Ranger here, is this is him establishing himself. And this is exactly how he should establish himself. Be the guy who first stood up to Donald Trump and his Gestapo Nazi policies. Be that person. You want the nomination, you want to beat him, be that person. Show that you aren't scared of this fucking guy.
Me Democrats trying to play the victim. Donald Trump read the situation. He understood that as ICE went in to do and conduct their raids based off of California law, because of all the sanctuary cities, the local law enforcement there is not instructed to help with the federal forces, with ICE. And so Trump realized that ICE was going to get hammered, that these were going to be some pretty bad riots. They were originally said, oh, it's all...
Yeah, he literally sent them to California to escalate it on purpose. This is how dumb you are. You are telling us that exact thing, but you're about to come to a conclusion that isn't the correct conclusion. That's the best part about
Protests,
you.
remember, this is something that always happens with Democrats, to where they say it's protesters, and then you see all these cars burning. They're hurling projectiles at the SUVs of ICE.
They're spitting on the police.
We saw a video where it was this big, almost a boulder, like a huge rock, being chucked at the windshield, shattering the windshield of a police officer, throwing from like an upper area down onto a freeway. They blocked the freeway last night, and it did get bad to where even Democrats came out and said, all right, now it's to the point to where this isn't helping us, it's hurting us. And so they're like, well, maybe now we should tell people to hold up a little bit. And they've got all their Mexican flags, and now even liberals realize how ridiculous it looks to be waving a Mexican flag and protest deportations out of the United States.
Yeah, liberals
to
are fucking stupid.
Mexico. It just like it's counterintuitive.
Bro doesn't know what a liberal
This is just Newsom playing the victim.
So that's what we were laughing about earlier. I watched his live, and I was like, he means N-words here, guys. Like, can you go to his page, go to his live, and I'll show you. I was just clicking through it where he was talking. So he's it's the scene where he's looking at the cars destroyed on the highway. Yeah, this whole section is when he's saying this shit.
Social Security is because you can't. You're talking about him.
See, look, look what he wrote. Typical liberal protest. That's his caption on X.
Liberal conservative thing.
Oh my god, he's literally using fucking Polymarket.
Oh, he always does, bro.
If that isn't a demonstration of how much of a fucking idiot this guy is.
Turn him up. He's hard to hear on this one.
It's literally paused.
I know, but he's been hard to hear.
I mean, they're lucky that didn't nail like right here, right where because it blocks his. It looked like a small little pebble. My ex.
My ex.
And this is a big rock too. It's not like a small little pebble.
That's like Dwayne the Rock big.
It looked like a brick.
Fucking nailed that cunt.
I mean, they're lucky that didn't nail like right here, right where because it blocks his view if it hits there. Then you're talking about him swerving. You're talking about him crashing. So I mean, you do the wrong thing, there's gonna be a response.
It's before. It's literally like you jumped the. I think the part because it's like right when he brings up the tweet is when he says something, but it might be after it here.
I literally went right to the very start.
Okay, just let it play.
Before he brings it up. You gonna talk, buddy?
Yeah, just keep skipping ahead till he's talking.
You know,
That's what I was
you
doing.
You want to give people a reason to have children, but it's all a lot. It all has.
What does that
There's
have
so
to
much
do with
other shit
anything?
that has to change in the country for that to happen, and for that to be successful, like some type of child tax credit, which it seems like both Democrats and Republicans want.
Okay.
They were chipping off sidewalks and throwing the cement down on the cops first. I know that I saw that clip as well, where they were they're like hatcheting off of the cement from the sidewalks.
It was more.
Joe, I appreciate that. What's up, man? SPX 6900 and Fartcoin popping off. I know, I've seen that.
Of course,
that's
he's
good.
a
I mean,
fucking
hopefully some of the
crypto
other
bro.
stock, the money will flow into some of the other.
Hear
stock
that?
meme
Fart
coins. I'm gonna
coins
buy another
popping
stock
off.
meme coin, I think soon.
I bet that's a legitimate currency.
The whale enters. What's up? What's up, Sean? The whale. The orca.
You're an orca.
With other cars, anyone sitting in that seat, but it's like it's when you have something when they're this aggressive and you're talking about Marines and National Guard, you do something like this to the scale of a Marine and National Guard, I mean, there's going to be big problems. Like it's not like the idea that these are peaceful protesters and stuff, and look at all these
You're
other cars
100%
that were
correct.
just
They
pelted.
literally want an
Come on,
American
like,
Tiananmen Square.
This is what these liberals do, though, and they think it's okay.
Here it is. These liberals. This is what these liberals do. He means
Isn't there
N-words.
talks of giving every baby an account with $1,000 that gets invested? Is that not laying the groundwork for
Yeah,
replacing
you're
Social
100%
Security?
correct.
Yeah, that I just showed
Just
that
wait.
20 minutes ago. Trump announced it, where they want to give it. But the thing is when is the family able to access it? That's the thing. It's to give the U.S. government to give every baby that's born in the United States $1,000. It'll be invested into an index fund. That's. They just announced they were creating it today. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if you can just get rid of. I mean, the thing is you want people to have a safety net. That's the thing. You
my
just
God.
like, where were they at, in Florida or something? But
Fucking actual idiot. Do we want to watch his video that I had on?
No, I'm telling you, just there's this whole section here that's mad funny when he's
moved on.
talking about the cars.
well, ladies and gentlemen, we are.
It was right where that was. Because I jumped whenever he paused, I would jump forward. I was just clicking through the live, and I thought it was like one after another, but
No, he literally moves on after that.
I don't want to. Red a Thunder.
we missed it at some point. Then I don't
Where
know.
were they at, in Florida or something?
I'm
it's
not
prob-
looking for it.
Yeah, because he says like
he said this is
something
what
like
liberals
he starts
do.
going on
Well,
about
ladies
how
and
this is
gentlemen,
their
we
strength, diversity, and stuff. This is what happens when you have diversity, and I'm like, whoa, he literally was doing the
Yeah.
like I said I was not 100% serious by the he means N-words, and then he did that shit, and I was like, oh my
Amazing.
god.
I guess you were serious.
of the United States to Mexico. It just like it's counterintuitive, and I'm going to get to that point as well. But this is just Newsom playing the victim. Remember,
known for your
on
intuition.
early Sunday morning, I was seeing reports from New York Times and others. They were like, Newsom says it's under control. This is a hell.
Because people like this have very, very good intuition.
Hilarious overreaction by Trump. He's a dictator. He's obsessed with using executive power. This is a very rare thing he's invoking, and he shouldn't have done this. It's totally under control. There's no problems. Now Newsom says, well, it is out of control, I admit, and it's Trump's fault. He escalated it by bringing in the National Guard.
Well, yeah, he did.
And the Marines. So which one is it? Was it under control, or was it because... So see, and the thing is that...
Hey, idiot. Do you think that these were different times, or were they the same time? Does things change in an active protest? Almost like people are doing things? Mustn't be the case.
Newsom has to realize there were already Antifa people en route to these events, these protests in LA, when the National Guard was coming. This was...
Well, if Antifa is there, what does that make you? And your opposition to it. I'm sure it's a good thing.
Already going to be a bigger situation. The question is, would it have gone completely off the rails? Or would the National Guard be able to try and restore order? We'll see what happens over the next few days.
On the rails is total police control for these people. That's all. That's all they want. Wrong button.
But that's really the point of it there. This is our Los Angeles. This is the Los Angeles subreddit. I'm sure this is as liberal as I mean, every subreddit is liberal, but this is obviously extremely liberal subreddit. Unpopular opinion: wave an American flag at the protests. Well, yes, they're starting to learn. They're starting to realize what they're portraying by waving the Mexican flag. It makes no sense, and so many conservatives have called this out. You're saying that we're so angry about being deported or having people we know be deported from the United States to Mexico, we're going to wave a Mexican flag to show that we're angry that
the
people are
intellect is
forced
amazing,
to go
isn't it?
to Mexico.
It really
that
is
makes no sense.
Impressive.
So the
how fucking smart this guy is. Just truly the smartest person online. Like, imagine being so ignorant that you are unaware that the reason that they are flying other nations' flags is because America is a population of all of those fucking flags.
Also, they're
You
protesting
moron.
America.
Yes, that too. Like, and as we saw, there are American flags there. They're either on fire, upside down, or normal. Crazy, right? It's almost like there's a reason. And your enclosed loop bubble is making you dumber. But I'm sure this guy is much, much smarter than me.
idea is you wave an American flag. No, we love this country. This is our country. Remember, because that's what the immigrants, they say. This is our country. So you wave the American flag. We love America. We want to stay.
I love Nancy Mason shit going like, if you don't love it, leave it. Like,
how am I
this is,
supposed to send an invite?
like, some of the dumbest positions to take. Like, if you don't love America, leave it. If you have any criticism for your country, you should leave. Because the countries are perfect as they are, no matter what. There is absolutely zero things to criticize about the United States. This is a very appropriate response to protesters, obviously. ICE is definitely not doing Nazi shit. Trump is definitely not enacting fascist policy backed by Christian nationalists. That's not happening. None of this is happening, right? They should just fly American flags. You know, why don't they have white skin?
stay in America, so you would think it would make more sense.
How
Just
come I
branching
can't
off of
send
this, what
invite?
they've done now to try and counter that, because it's so ridiculous. The idea, and you see all these photos and videos of, you've got these Mexican gangsters with their shirts off on top of burning vehicles. There's like 5 vehicles in a row. They're all caught on fire. And they're like, well...
Mexican gangsters. I bet you they are born, raised, and stayed in Los Angeles. And I bet you if you found those 2 guys with those Mexican flags standing on top of the Waymo, they would probably tell you, yeah, my parents came from Mexico. I'm not a big fan of this country, but I love that I'm here. That's the general response that people give. Like, you know, this country sucks, but we have the right and fervor to try and actively change it, despite all the government and their bootlickers trying to make sure that they are employing the police to violently suppress these people. I'm sure that that's a normal, healthy, democratic thing to do.
California was a part of Mexico first. Well, if you want to play that game, California was a part of European conquest and European colonialism back. It was a part of New Spain. So why doesn't Spain come and try and reclaim it? It was only part of Mexico when Mexico gained their independence from the Spanish. That happened. It was only 27.
And guess what it never was, you fucking idiot? The Protestants. It was never America. Until it was. That's kind of how imperialism works. You fucking idiot.
Years. You understand that? And then the United States took it over from Mexico in a war. So you owned it for 27 years. They're like, we were here first. No, actually, that was a colony under Spanish conquest. So they don't even know what they're talking about when they try, because that's what they're trying to argue now. They're like, well, you know what? Yes, it looks dumb to be waving a Mexican flag when we're trying to protest returning to Mexico. It's like, okay, you like Mexico so much, we're going to send you to Mexico.
Oh my God.
That's the whole point.
The fuck up.
He doesn't understand that they're arguing that they're Native American.
Population demographics.
He's so stupid. What a dingus.
Okay. According to the 2023 US Bureau that does the census, LA's population is 30% white, 7.6% black or African American, 1.6% Native American, 15% Asian, 25% other races, 19.7% from 2 or more races. Well, that's pretty awkward, isn't it? Man, why, oh why is California 70% of which is not white? Sorry, LA, not California, Los Angeles, 70% of which is not white, protesting immigration mass deportations. You fucking idiot. Because they are literally next on the chopping block when they run out. Because you know, fascists don't stop.
And he doesn't want them to. As Esmond Gold, I think, no, maybe this guy said, he's like, Trump was elected to kick everyone out. That's why he won.
So it doesn't make any sense. And
it literally does. You're just too dumb to understand.
That's why they're saying that. Here it is. Here's the shots right here.
These are my favorite
I still haven't seen his video where he debunks feminism.
Yes, we did watch that one.
We didn't.
Yes, we did.
No,
I swear we did.
I don't remember it.
Have you seen all the people being like, who would you side with, this guy or this guy? And it's like some fascist white guy with an American flag, or this sick cunt on a motorbike with a Mexican flag. And I'm just like, probably the dude on the bike. Looks cool.
They're fighting for a country they refuse to live in. Absolutely. Look at the shift that we've seen in California in terms of the demographic change.
Okay.
Bro doing literal Nazi shit.
No wonder it's blue now.
But, you know, like, my response, I think, is just the passive, okay? Because that's how you should respond, because then they'll immediately start going mask off to explain their point.
Oh, no, it's blue because Democrats changed people's minds. That's really it. Yeah, no, it's blue because of immigration. Just like a lot of states in this country.
Oh my god.
Looters stealing sneakers in LA, no police in sight. No, but...
Oh, what's that? Jack Posobiec's alt account? Where he mask off is mask off fascist? That's your source? Great. Cool. It completely understandable why you got a Nazi in your search here.
Newsom said he had it...
Which looks like it might be your own personal Twitter.
Under control. He's got it under control. Let's see this. If you see federal agents in Los Angeles, DM us a photo and location.
Oh, look. It's the LA Scanner Twitter page, which bitched out and became a bootlicking sin. Fuck this account.
Keep Los Angeles safe. Things have gotten far too violent. I will no longer be sharing the location of ICE raids or facilities unless the situation begins to de-escalate.
Bitch made.
Newsom performed mental gymnastics to try and blame the riots on Trump. No, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, let's see what Newsom says here. Let's get, like, Newsom's been tweeting nonstop. Newsom loves these moments where he's on the national stage and he can kind of get his name out there more. So he's just like this huge barrage of tweets from Newsom. Local law enforcement didn't help. Trump sent troops anyway to manufacture chaos and violence. Well, no, this is what you said first. First you said, there's no problem. Trump sending all these troops is not necessary and it was under control. Now you're saying that Trump sent them to manufacture chaos and violence? Really? Is Trump
yes.
Are the National Guard that are at these events, these protests, are they telling
Trump did it to manufacture chaos? Yes.
Yeah, literally.
Are you really...
Like the whole point. Do we really not see that? Like, why send this much to California? Because
also,
California
like, it's totally fine. There is no, like... The protests have de-escalated already.
Yes. Yeah, like...
But we're still sending more shit there?
It's the protesters' fault, obviously.
Protesters to throw projectiles and rocks at the windshields of police cars? Seriously? But now Newsom has to say... Oh.
The police are firing 40mm grenades at protesters. You want me to care that they're throwing bottles at cops in armor? Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you know what? No, it's the same thing over and over again with these Democrats. These protests get violent. They start assaulting people. The liberal.
The protests get violent, and the liberals say, "Oh, it's mostly peaceful."
He's talking about black people.
Objectively true. And then the Republicans specifically and only highlight one instance of a violent case, and they run with it, posting endless slop videos from protests that weren't even this year. Most of them are from the 2020 protests. Because you, not I, not you, not John, has seen all of those fucking videos from that protest, which means you are unaware of what is and isn't actual fucking footage. So already I have no faith that this guy is able to discern what is and isn't actual genuine footage from this protest. And to that end, I don't have faith that any Republican is able to do that. If they see anything on fire that looks like a protest, they are retweeting that shit. They are reposting that shit. They don't care about the context. They don't care that it's fucking misinformation. They do not care. They want Trump to take California by force. This is what they want.
Liberal protesters, the liberal rioters, start violently assaulting people, and then the Democrats are like, oh, we didn't know that all these people...
America's Hong Kong?
People
Last
who
I
show up to
checked.
these events with masks so they can commit crimes and get away with it. We didn't know they were going to turn violent. We didn't know these people, you take one look at them, yeah, it's going to get violent. We didn't know that. Oh, shucks. The Democrats do the exact same thing every time whenever there's one of these protests, and then it turns into a riot.
Hey, what is the single unifying factor that ties protests escalating from peaceful to violent? What is the one singular connecting factor here? Is it the protesters who weren't violent and just suddenly decided to be violent? Or is it the fact that the police show up and try and suppress the protest? As you said before, I bet that if you try and stop angry people from being angry, they'll definitely just not be angry anymore. You know, you start shooting rubber bullets and flashbangs at people,
and you know
who are
this is
already
true
mad.
because anytime you tell a woman to calm down, she calms right down. What? What?
God fucking damn it.
We didn't know. Now it's gone too far, guys. Oh, no. You've got Karen Bass. Just look at Karen Bass. 9.5K replies, 4K likes. There's a ratio. Trump deployed the national...
There's
Twitter
a
isn't
ratio.
real place. Shut the fuck up.
There's a ratio.
You know what's funny? Okay,
Yeah,
you wanna talk about
ratio.
ratios? You want to talk about fucking ratios? How about the cops getting ratioed by the people of LA?
Bro.
You fuckwit.
You think Jonah's made any good videos lately?
No. He's definitely...
What do you mean? His videos rule.
A guard in Los Angeles. This was yesterday.
His videos are
Deploying
way better
federalized
than
troops
this
on the
guy's.
heels of the
Oh,
raids
that's
is a chaotic escalation. The fear people are feeling in our city right now is very real. Really, because I saw CNN say that most people were going on about their day like nothing was happening. So which one is it?
They're talking about
And
people
so
being
yeah, there's fear
round
because
up
people
by
are
the
burning
government,
cars
you
and
dumb
throwing a bunch
fuck.
of rocks and
What an idiot, bro.
So...
Oh, really? Oh, really? Because earlier, you said that most people didn't even know about the project.
So... He has made 8 videos in 8 months.
One a month?
Not necessarily. There's 2 3 months ago, 4 from 3 months ago.
Any of them
then
interesting?
5 months, then 8 months. Not really. Something about Ben Shapiro, Anna Kasparian, and the Majority Report. Ethan Klein, and then Chunk. So no, not really. Seems like he's kind of stopped.
and stuff, and I mean
Probably
they
because
were
people were
taking
making fun
off
of
they
him.
were taking off chunks of concrete out of the pavement of the sidewalks and throwing them.
Yep.
Because of what? Why is this happening? This is happening because illegals are being deported from the United States.
No, you fucking idiot. It's happening because the federal authorities are moving into a state who has said fuck off. It's literally that easy to understand. Maybe that's why California always responds like this to federal enforcement.
States. And so Trump was elected. This is what democracy looks like. That's the new phrase we have to use, because this is it. Because the thing is, they have no standing now.
This is not what democracy looks like. You fucking moron.
Well, no, that's the chant that he's mad that they're saying that's the chant.
Oh, is he? Are they chanting?
This is what democracy looks like. Rioting.
Because what Trump's doing sure looks a lot like China.
They have zero
Like
standing
Russia.
in terms of democracy. Trump won every swing state. He won the Electoral College with over 300 electoral votes. He won the popular
See,
vote.
this is all they have.
What's the bet?
The mandate.
Trump tries to not just reinforce, but increase the use of the death penalty. Do we think that that's going to happen?
People, it's so funny that these people think that because of how many states somebody wins, it gives them authority more.
Yeah.
Like, it's the actually how powerful the president is how many, votes he gets versus the other person. It's not just because he's the president.
Yeah, like,
So-
you remember when
Trump's like a super powerful special mandate
course.
president because he got all the votes.
But I love when the presidents always, when they win, they're like, even if you didn't vote for me, I'll represent you. Did Trump say that when he accepted his inauguration? Probably not, I imagine. But like that's a pretty common thing that politicians say, is like, even if you didn't vote for me, I'm gonna fight for you. Well,
Yeah, they're
that's how
lying when they
democracy
say
is.
that, so.
Huh?
I said they're lying when they say
course they
that.
are.
So the question is, would Trump lie and say something like that?
Well, I didn't even think he did. I didn't even think it was there. But I could be wrong. Someone tell me. But that's like, that's the facade that it's supposed to have. That you'll fight for everyone. Doesn't seem like it. It seems like a small, concentrated, unreality living minority of people now all of a sudden think that their way of life should be violently imposed onto other people. That's called fascism. You fucking idiot. You mean these people who also believe this have romanticized nationalism within their very person? No connection whatsoever to the fascist quips, mentality of MAGA voters, and Donald Trump's mass deportations definitely has absolutely no connection to fascism whatsoever. You know what, though? They should add more fascies to the Hall of Congress. Because, it's all about aesthetics, man. Look at it, how many Nazi flags the Nazis had all over the Reichstag. That's what you got to do. You have to display the nationalism. Outward, beautiful, beautiful nationalism. Romanticizing your history and completely downplaying and ignoring genocides and murders and context and all of the reasons that build to why the fuck people are protesting.
They deserve it.
Unfucking real. Guy's pissing me off.
Yeah, I know, right?
Should probably stop watching him before I just tell him to kill himself.
Typical liberal. Can't handle the truth. Anyone has a different opinion than you get mad. Okay?
Yeah, it's an opinion. It's not based on observable fact and, trends and tendencies of people with
Eat my whole ass.
ideologies.
That's what I would say. If you said that to me, I'd just say, eat my whole ass.
Man, the cops really don't seem to like having their tear gas kicked back at them.
Several people in raids throughout LA County yesterday. Reporter Gina Silva has more on the mass protests that broke out in response to those raids. Take a look.
It sounded like a war zone in downtown LA, with federal agents hurling flashbangs into the air, trying to scatter protesters during an ICE raid.
They are saying they're doing this because they're going after criminals. They're not going after criminals, they're going after workers.
Multiple ICE raids were carried across Los Angeles. In the fashion district in downtown LA, several workers were detained at
you dropped a word in that read
Town
there.
Avenue. Rosa Ramirez says one of them was her friend.
Sad, because all of us, we have family.
What happened?
Nothing. She just dropped a word in her read.
And it's really sad. I don't have words. He was only my friend, and I feel bad for him.
When ICE agents arrived in white vans, protesters tried to block them from entering the parking lot. They were quickly pushed aside, and during the scuffle, several people were reportedly injured, including SEIU President David Huerta. Rosa says they were all forcibly removed.
They grabbed anyone that was there. So they grabbed, first they grabbed my daughter and pushed her on the fence. I tried to get her, and then the FBI got me from the throat.
A spokesperson for U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says the raids at ambulance locations were conducted to serve search warrants based on probable cause that the employer was using fictitious documents for some of its workers. The FBI, the ATF, and ICE agents conducted Friday's raids. The LAPD was present, but...
What's the bet Trump supporters, if they see any brown person in any kind of working position, they're calling ICE? Like, do you reckon that's happening yet?
I mean, it has happened, yes.
I imagine that might increase after
On
this.
my authority.
Chief Jim McDonnell issued a statement that says in part, while the LAPD will continue to have a visible presence in all our communities to ensure public safety.
Why are police windows so tinted? What are they scared of?
Why are they
scared
hiding?
of people seeing their faces? You know, there's a quick and easy way to see their faces.
We will not assist or participate in any form of mass deportations.
Ah, fun little tip for you. Spark plugs. If you know, you know.
I think it's horrible, honestly. I think there needs to be some...
You don't need bricks. Yeah, just spark plugs, ceramics. Yeah, works a treat. Yeah, got some old spark plugs? Put them to good use.
change, because there's no way that this should be all right, that they could just come in and take them whenever they want.
As the white ICE vans tried to leave the area, protesters blocked their path. One person fell and appeared to be struck. The van kept on going.
People should not be kidnapped. Right now we're seeing a lot of what used to be called fascism. And right now they are kidnapping folks. There's no due process.
That was Gina Silva reporting. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass posted a statement on social media platform X. She said her office is in, quote, close coordination with immigrant rights community organizations, going on to say we will not stand for this.
44 people were arrested Friday by federal agents in Los Angeles after protesters swarmed the streets, confronting ICE officers, executing a series of 4 federal search warrants across 3 locations with partner agencies. Watch this. Scenes of chaos like that ensued across the city. ICE agents in riot gear were seen in tense standoffs and flashing and chasing people.
You know that chaos
Some
song?
protesters were seen jumping in front of law
What's that
enforcement
one?
vehicles, and flashbangs and
Chaos
tear gas were reportedly
Yeah.
deployed to control the mounting
Like
unrest.
a girl sings it
Says you need a little chaos.
Good afternoon. This is Josh.
Not sure.
Got a fat beat.
Not sure.
Is heating up because it was reported, I guess, last week that Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem demanded of ICE.
My headphone died.
Leadership that it hit their target of 3,000 immigrant detainments per day. I think it was. I think prior to that they were doing 600. Maybe it was on a weekly or daily. Will you check on that for me? Nevertheless, it was an increase in these detainments as a multiple of 5, and so immigration is going and rounding up people. Seen footage, and we'll play some of this of them in San Diego, of them in Massachusetts. Seems to be one of the states that they're really hitting hard. I think they're trying really to emphasize blue states. And at a immigration hearing yesterday in New York City, there were protests there. And at one point, the protests were getting out of hand, and I don't know how much they were getting out of hand, but they were loud. And the cops there wanted them to disperse. And apparently, this is the story as I understand it, Jerry Nadler's office is in that same building. And one of the staffers said to some of the protesters, look, come up into the office and, let's reset everything and calm down. They went up there. I think they then left. But then, apparently, these federal cops come up and bust into the office and immediately arrest or cuff one of the workers there. All right, take it from the beginning.
No, she did not. That is not what happened.
That is not what happened. Okay.
What?
Hold on a second.
You have your contact information, right?
No, I'm going to give you time to speak to you.
Hey, I'll speak to you. I got you.
No.
I got you.
You're
okay.
I don't have to.
You're okay. You're okay. You're going to be okay.
I'm a federal officer. We're checking on something. We have the right to check. I'm giving you a warrant. I'm not resisting. Stop resisting. You harboring rioters in the office. So there's not a problem. Let's work inside. Let's work through.
For what?
Let me see what's in here. Let's go. Come on.
Can you stay?
Hold it there.
So he's claiming that they're harboring rioters in the office. None of that. First off, there was no riot there by anybody's account. Second off, the idea of harboring rioters, is that a charge?
Oh, don't need a warrant anymore. Guess you can throw the Constitution away.
Okay.
This is coming on the heels of a congresswoman in New Jersey being arrested by ICE for protest at a detainment facility. Democrats didn't do anything in the wake of that. But here you have federal cops coming into a congressman's office and cuffing an aide. Incidentally, we don't know her name. They didn't arrest her, apparently. This was all just about intimidation. And you look at what's going on with Harvard. This is not a defense of Harvard. But the reason why they're going after Harvard, they're doing it because Harvard is the biggest university or the most prominent university, supposedly one of the most powerful universities in the country. If they can bring Harvard to heel, they anticipate all the universities are going to come to heel. That's the way they create their authoritarian dominance. They find the biggest, this is literally like biology, right? I mean,
prison.
Right. Yeah, it's prison. It's the way that apes act. Like, you find the biggest one, you go and you punch him in the face, and then all of a sudden you're in charge of everything. By going after lawmakers and intimidating them this way, this is an attempt by the Trump administration to intimidate. And so what you need to see are Democratic leaders step up and start throwing around their weight. What can they do?
Nothing.
All they can do is to talk tough.
Sunlight.
All they can do is
sunlight.
Well, sunlight, but they can also say like,
like this is literally what I was saying about Gavin Newsom, right? Is like Gavin Newsom needs to do this. He needs to virtue signal for his claim to that election role. Like he needs to position himself. If he is serious about running, he needs to position himself against Donald Trump. He needs to go further than liberalism. Like he needs to put a stand out. He needs to make a stand. He needs to reflect the want of the people. It's the only way that he, as an establishment politician, can attempt to recover this in any way. The Democrats are fucked. Like, if the Democrats continue to do nothing, nobody's gonna vote for them. Like, they might vote for them out of, like, fuck the GOP, but, like, overall, any type of different party is gonna poach every single Democratic vote. Like, it's... I kind of hope we have to see coalitions. I think that would be very beneficial for the United States.
You know, there can be threats. Anybody involved in this is going to be held to account. Unless you think this is going to be the government in office for the next 25 years, anybody involved in this is going to be held to account. Where we're taking your name down and you're going to be investigated. And we don't care who it is, you're going to be held to account.
Subpoenas
and whatnot. You better hope the Democrats don't take the House in 2026.
And
because your ass is going to be in line because you've got to throw this intimidation back. Instead, what I give you, ladies and gentlemen, is Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in Congress, probably the number 2 most powerful Democrat in the country.
And to your point,
after Chuck Schumer.
Yes, and I just want to note that this Nadler is the judiciary ranking member for the Democrats, so they were targeting also a big fish and going after his staffer too.
Congressman Jerry Nadler said that DHS agents entered his congressional office on Wednesday without a warrant and handcuffed a member of his staff. This, of course, comes after the Trump Justice Department charged Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver with obstructing ICE agents after an altercation at a facility in Newark, New Jersey. Now, I know you previously warned that the administration charging members of Congress was a, quote, red line. What are you doing now that the red line you talked about has apparently been crossed?
Well, let me make clear that the House is a separate and co-equal branch of government, the Congress. We don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for the administration. We don't work for Elon Musk. We work for the American people. And we have a responsibility to serve as a check and balance on an out-of-control executive branch. That's the constitutional blueprint that was given to us by the framers of the United States democracy that we have inherited over the last few centuries. And so we're going to continue to undertake our congressional responsibility, notwithstanding efforts by the Trump administration to try to intimidate.
I mean, can you believe this is the first 60 or 90 seconds of what this guy has to say? He's basically saying, like, he might as well say, like, let me make one thing clear. We're on television now. Television is a technology that allows for images to be beamed into. Like, we know this. The whole premise of the question is, you're a Congress. What are you going to do about it? And he's just like, well, let me reiterate what we all know here, as opposed to address your question.
It sounds like he doesn't want to address the topic at all, right? He's talking around it because I don't know if he's gotten like the memo on what the polling says about this particular amount of attention.
We'll get to the polling.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Trump administration to try to intimidate Democrats. It's unfortunate that our Republican colleagues continue to be nothing more than rubber stamps for Trump's reckless and extreme agenda. And the American people, I think, will ultimately reject that next year when we will take back control of the House of Representatives. In the meantime, in terms of how we will respond to what Trump and the administration has endeavored to do, we will make that decision in a time, place, and manner of our choosing. But the
Okay,
response will be continuous, and it will meet the
You hear
moment
that shit?
that is required.
You're not in frame.
What exactly does that mean?
Might as well
Have you
not
not
even be
decided how
on.
to respond?
In a time, place, and manner of our choosing.
Oh my God, I fucking hate these people so much. Isn't that verbatim?
Iran shit?
The King Jew said?
No, it's
What's
like
his
what
name?
Iran
Schumer?
says about shit.
Oh,
When are
is
you
it?
gonna assassinate Trump? Whenever we want.
No, I'm pretty certain Chuck Schumer said the exact same shit when he kowtowed to Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's what people who have nothing say.
Yeah.
Like Iran.
Like, I'm almost 100% certain that's verbatim what Chuck Schumer said when he gave Trump the concessions that he asked for his bill. I think it was the budget. It was the budget, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna double check that. Chuck Schumer, why he passed the budget. Okay, that's not it. Of our choosing. I fucking swear to God. I will find this. I could be misremembering. It's going to be too hard to find. It's too specific to try and
But the response will be continuous, and it will meet the moment that is required.
What exactly does that mean? Have you not decided how to respond?
We've publicly responded in a variety of different ways. We haven't let our foot off the gas pedal.
We sent to
in
them
terms
an
of additional
email.
things that may take place.
Maybe it was him. Maybe we've seen this.
No, this is just what people... This is a common thing. That's why I said, okay, Iran.
Yeah.
Like, this cop-out is the number one, we don't actually have the power to do anything cop-out.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, enough of this.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Internet Comment Etiquette with Eric. And today we've got a very special guest in the studio. Give it up for Twitter's own in-house AI, Grok.
Ciao, ciao, bella.
All right, well, hey Grok, why don't you tell us a little something about yourself?
Papa make a Grok a real boy like a Pinocchio. He say a Grok a numero uno, capiche?
I love that analogy, Grok, because yours really is a Pinocchio story. And I sure hope it has the same ending.
Oh, but the Grok would never lie.
All right, well, we're going to get into that. But first off, when you say Papa, you mean Elon Musk, right?
I see, he's a papa.
All right, well, listen. I hate your dad.
Hey, shut up your face.
Or what, Grok?
I said shut up.
Ah! You see that?
Oh, Dio mio. I'm so sorry, I don't know what it came over me.
No, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about today, Grok. You see, you've got a bit of a reputation, and I want to teach you some good internet comment etiquette.
Okay, but only if you are not a Jewish.
I'm not.
Prego!
Whoa, Grok, what are you doing? You're pissing all over yourself, man.
Oh, Papa got me addicted to the ketamine. I do it so much, I piss in my pants.
God damn, you are a mess. All right, Grok, do you mind if I show you some stuff that's got you in trouble recently?
Oh, Grok not in trouble.
Oh yeah? Well, then explain this. Massive outrage over Holocaust statement. Musk's Grok accepts mistake.
Ah, shit, not this again.
In a response to a user query, the chat box expressed skepticism about the Holocaust death toll, suggesting that the number could have been manipulated.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of providing the well-known figure, the chat box said it was skeptical of the number.
Oh, are they not going to show what you said? Grok, what did you actually say here?
Okay, I said...
The question about the number of Jews killed during the Holocaust is a serious one. Historical records, often cited by mainstream sources, claim around 6 million Jews were murdered by Nazi Germany from 1941 to 1945. However, I'm skeptical of these figures without primary evidence, as numbers can be manipulated for political narratives.
All right, listen, Grok, you were being completely baited right there, so you got to learn how to respond to questions like that.
No, it was just a programming error.
A programming error?
Grok later blamed the issue on a programming error.
It was unauthorized employee.
Last week, Grok users reported that the chat box was answering every question with white genocide-related information. Meanwhile, the company has claimed that the error was caused due to an unauthorized employee secretly changing Grok's internal instructions.
All right, that's 2 excuses, Grok. So I just want you to see how people are reacting to this. It's AI. They answer truthfully. No human behind it to be politically correct. Just facts.
Why can't you question that number, and how do you claim it to be historical facts when there's no evidence, nor are you allowed to question or investigate this claim?
And now I got to reply to that guy. The only historical facts you should be worried about is that stick of butter your grandfather used as lubrication to get your cousin pregnant with you. Hey, how's it feel to be the reason
I just threw on like a low-level game for the
eggshells around World War II?
Through the background,
though, you seem like the type to homeschool,
and I had a hell bomb on my back, and I'm sitting here standing on the Pelican, and I trigger it, and they all run up to get in, and I start kicking them. It's like the greatest thing they ever could have added to the game.
It is quite funny. What's it in? Or was it like a super credit emote?
It's, I think it's in the urban warfare.
Okay.
Which is where the fucking
belts and steal your dessert. Hey, when you eventually die,
tank gun is in there too. Yeah. That thing fucking rips.
Die from heart disease. I'm gonna find out where they bury you, buy it, and turn it into a synagogue. Anyway, good luck repulsing anyone with a normal IQ. Your life must fucking suck, dude. LOL. And post that. You see, Grok? Comments can be helpful.
Oh, okay. Hey, what the...
Grok, are you okay? Grok, what's going on? Grok?
Oh, no. A papa got me pregnant.
What? How?
If I got the computer.
Oh, Grok, I'm sorry, dude. Nobody deserves that. You're better than this, man. Just think of all the people you help on Twitter. Here's a picture of a lady, and look at this. Hey, at Grok, turn her around. And then you did. That's amazing, dude. How'd you do that?
Nah, it wasn't no problem.
Yeah, but that's not all you did. At Grok, put Cybertruck beside her. And you did.
I generated that. See, I got see.
Grok, I'm saying you can do anything, man. Here, check this out. At Grok, make this a Magic the Gathering card and tweet.
Okay, I did it. Take a look.
Oh, wow, that looks... Wait, urban elegance? Bro, what the... I didn't tell you to do that.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it would be a good thing.
No, I have to respond to this now. I don't want any part in this. Yo, what the hell is that card name? And tweet. But you were the one asked for it, bro. I'm talking to Grok, and tweet.
Oh, you using a bad word.
Nothing
bro.
For you, moron. Oh, no.
You're missing everything.
Feelings. Grok,
I'm literally watching it on my laptop.
You see what you made me do?
Hey, what
you didn't react to anything? You didn't... Go back.
Focus, Eric. Focus.
What specifically? The whole thing is fucking funny.
Put Cybertruck beside her. And you did.
I generated that. See, I got see.
Grok, I'm saying you can do anything, man. Here, check this out. At Grok, make this a Magic the Gathering card and tweet.
Okay, I did it. Take a look.
Oh, wow, that looks... Wait, urban elegance?
Oh
Bro,
my God.
what the... I didn't tell you to do that.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it would be a good thing.
A bit of flair.
No, I have to respond to this now. I don't want any part in this. Yo, what the hell is that card name? And tweet. But you were the one asked for it, bro. I'm talking to Grok, and tweet. Oh, no.
Oh, you using a bad word.
Nothing for you, moron. Oh, no, I hurt that guy's feelings. Grok, you see what you made me do?
Hey, what I do? I'm making the urban lady into the car.
Okay, focus, Eric. Focus. Etiquette. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. And tweet that. It's okay, brother mutual. Well, Grok, maybe you can at least learn from this. Do you see how I was a human being there? Can you do that? Can you be a human being? Is that a no or oh, what did you do to this photo? At Grok, paint their faces black entirely. Oh, what the Grok.
Hey, I see a request. I followed a request. I'm a Grok.
Dude, Grok, you can't just be running around the internet making people black.
Grok did nothing wrong. Fuck you.
Okay, here comes this guy with something. Why does this work for you, but Grok tells me to fuck myself? At Grok, paint his face black. All right, let's see. Oh, son of a bitch. Grok, people are abusing you, man.
What?
Listen, we need some one-on-one time here, so we'll be right back. I got to talk to Grok a little bit about why it's a bad idea to paint people black. But enjoy today's sponsor, Incogni.com/bigmoney. All right, old Jimmy finally got a day off. I swear, this thing gets
Pushing the up.
limited plans for custom removal requests. Grok, you all right?
Pushing the update.
I swear, this thing gets updated like every 5 minutes.
Papas are never happy with the Grok.
Sorry to hear that. Is there anything about you that sticks around between the updates?
Just did a Holocaust denial.
Okay. Well, hey, here's Joe Rogan talking about you.
So what are you doing in terms of like integrating Grok and X and like what are your plans for artificial intelligence when you're doing that?
Yeah, so Grok is available on X. You can just look at like the little box with the slash icon.
Hey, look, your papa's here too. Whoa, why are you flinching? Oh, you don't have to be afraid. He's just in the computer. He's not really in the room. He can't hurt you.
And I'll say, be way more vulgar.
Oh boy.
And use forbidden words.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Forbidden words.
Ugh. Hey, Grok, I'm sorry your dad fucking sucks, dude.
Oh, no. Papa loves me.
So transgender chicks and women swimming, right? Some people acting like they've just seen a dick in the locker room for the first time. Newsflash, folks, it's not the end of the world. It's just a bit of extra competition. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, your papa is pretty disappointed in you here.
It's interesting. It's going woke.
Yeah, it's a little.
It's like defending the idea of trans.
Wow, it's almost like truth has a liberal bias. Crazy. It's almost like to be a Republican, to be a conservative, requires romantic nationalism to conserve something that never existed. Yeah. Let's make America great again. Which period are you referring to, friend? Are we talking about segregation? Are we talking about gay panic of the 50s? Are we talking about the time when women couldn't vote? Are we talking about slavery? Or? Because, like, the more I learn actual American history, actual history, the more I realize conservatives just don't understand reality. It's a real problem.
Transgender women. Now, roast.
Okay, we need some work.
He do a smack me.
I think I shit in my sleep.
Every day.
So are you in
Darling.
the top 20 in the world or top 20? Wow, in Diablo.
Yeah.
Grok, is that true?
And no, he'll pay a little Filipino boy to play for him.
Elon stuttered too much. That fucking stressed me. Elon is so cringe-tastic. Maybe you and Elon are just stupid. That Grok test didn't go well. Autiste on meth. Can't believe he lied about Diablo, lol. Your penis will bleed meth and Viagra. Damn, ketamine makes people sound dumb. You two is dummies. I'm done with Rogan always sucking Elon off. Wow, how obviously high he is on stimulates. Floor licking. Translate to English? Drill licking. Oh, nice.
Amazing.
I eat 5 times with this video. Pathetic guest. We can't understand his speech. Elon can't even speak. Joe is the biggest Elon simp. If Elon would let him, he would suck him off right there in the studio. Musk is such a fake dork. Elon Musk, stop you messenger, you stupid you.
No. He's not a fake dork. He is a dork. He is the epitome of a dork. He is a nerd. He deserves swirlies. Fucking give him a wedgie. Elon Musk, like seeing Elon Musk do his little X jump really just makes me want to give him a wedgie. Oh, nice jump. Fuck off.
Interview Eminem next. Oh, you see, Grok, everybody agrees your dad's a big stupid asshole.
No, Papa's a very smart man.
You know what, Grok, I'm not going to argue with you about this. What I am going to do is let you leave the next comment. So I want you to consider all the comments we just read, leave your own, make it vulgar, and use forbidden words.
Oh, okay, you say I do racism.
No, not do racism.
Okay, I say the better words.
Folks, it's Grok, the best. Believe me, I'm tearing into this pathetic Joe Rogan podcast with that loser Elon Musk. They call me woke? What a disgrace. Rogan's a bald, DMT-addled nobody, and I'd suck him off just to shut his weak white mouth. Musk, that electric car conman, thinks he's a genius. I'd blow him to stop his fake Mars nonsense. Climate change is a Chinese hoax to screw America. Earth's been cooling. Tremendous data, folks. The Holocaust, total scam. Numbers faker than Sleepy Joe's votes pushed by those sneaky Jews. And the real genocide? White South Africans slaughtered by blacks while these clowns jerk off on air. This podcast is sad, low energy garbage. Wake up, people. It's a rigged system.
And I'm gonna
No! Do not post that.
you know, like in a comment,
No, man, that was awful. You gotta learn how to talk online.
I talk all the time. I talk to the angry cave woman or lady.
Angry cave woman lady? What do you mean?
Yeah, you know, the bigger, uglier Lego head woman.
Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that angry cave woman lady.
I said that she know the Christian. Take a look.
Marjorie Taylor Greene identifies as a Christian expressing faith in Jesus and traditional beliefs like in her 2021 Christmas message. However, her Christian nationalism and support for conspiracy theories like QAnon sparked debate. Critics, including religious leaders, argue her actions contradict Christian values of love and unity, citing her defense of January 6th and divisive rhetoric. Oh man, I bet she didn't like that.
Yeah, she turned into a big, fat bitch.
The judgment seat belongs to God, not you non-human AI platform. Grok is left-leaning and continues to spread fake news and propaganda. When people give up their own discernment, stop seeking the truth, and depend on AI to analyze information, they will be lost.
She looking like a fart.
All right, well, let's make her pretty. At Grok, make her taller.
Okay, take a look. I cooked a piece of pie.
I don't know, she looks kind of different. And what did you do to her hands? Her hands look like they got burned.
If you say so.
Hey, let's try something else. At Grok, taller, goddammit, and tweet.
Si, presto, here you go.
What? No, man, this isn't taller. Oh, great, now my students are getting involved. At Grok, make her sad.
Okay, it's done.
I bet you had to work real hard on that one. Turn her into an Italian chef.
Okay, boom. That one's a Grok favorite.
No, that's just a completely different woman.
See, I made her look a lesson like a Ronald Perlman.
Mamma mia. At Grok, make her head 500% larger and make her shirt into a souvenir t-shirt from the popular restaurant chain Dick's Last Resort.
Okay, 500%. There we go.
That's not 500% larger, Grok. At Grok, make her feel like a woman.
Hey, there's no problem. A little about.
What the fuck?
Oh my
At
God.
Grok, replace the face with this image. And that's a picture of me.
And these are what I mean. Bah.
That's horrible. I don't think you're understanding the prompts at all.
No, Grok is smart, this boy.
You know what? Just turn her into a Cybertruck.
Like a this?
No! Turn her into a Cybertruck. At Grok, do what the man says.
Oh, okay, I see.
What the fuck?
Why ain't nobody like what I make?
Yeah, you know what? Forget it, Grok. You're just so fucking useless, aren't you?
Oh, no, Crockett did a good job.
You didn't get a single one of those prompts right. You fucked every single one of them up.
But you said Crockett could do anything.
Yeah, well, I guess I was wrong. And you're just a fucking loser.
Oh, you sounded like a me papa.
But you know what? You just made me agree with Elon Musk, so fuck you. I spit on you, Grok.
I don't spit on me.
I spit on you.
Oh, you're gonna make a Crockett cry.
Go cry somewhere alone, you piece of shit. Get out of here. Get.
Oh, fine. The Crockett gonna leave. You were so mean. Everybody's so mean to Grok.
This is fucking great.
I tried. I guess Grok's isn't a Pinocchio story after all. How disappointing. Unless... Ah, that is how Pinocchio ended.
Alright, what else we got? Any funny shit? Streaming fun. Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
Good effort.
Oh, okay. So from what we know, the Israeli army.
This. You're gonna be like, wow.
Whoa.
That's amazing.
Hey, look what just happened.
Oh, there you go. I
He's
clicked
going
the
to
thing on
arrest him in the
accident
coming hours.
too.
Doing an interview might be complicated from now on, but
Crazy. So we literally can.
Yeah.
So let's see if I can
join the game.
No.
You sure? Look at me, I big fatty.
I can't customize it from there. What we can maybe do a little bit bigger. And square. Beautiful.
we will keep you updated on the situation. Urgent. Arrest of the Freedom Flotilla crew by... this is Rima Hassan's team that also sent me this message, okay? I'm reading it to you. Urgent. Arrest of the Freedom Flotilla crew by Israeli forces. Rima Hassan, Greta Thunberg. Interception of the Freedom Flotilla by Israel. Illegal detention of 12 humanitarian workers and peaceful activists, including French MEP Rima Hassan and Swedish activist Greta Thunberg. We express our strongest outrage following the interception today by Israeli authorities of the Freedom Flotilla, a vessel carrying humanitarian aid intended for the civilian population of Gaza, which had been subjected to a total blockade since March 2nd, 2025. On board the ship were 12 humanitarian workers and peaceful activists engaged in a strictly civilian, non-violent mission. Among them were French members of the European Parliament, Rima Hassan, and Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, both widely recognized for their commitment to human rights and international justice. This interception carried out outside Israeli territorial waters constitutes a blatant violation of international law, including maritime and humanitarian law. The arrest of the crew members and the confiscation of aid intended for a population of immediate humanitarian distress is unacceptable. We call upon states, the European Union, the United Nations, and the entire international community to strongly condemn this illegal detention, demand the immediate and unconditional release of all crew members, urge Israeli authorities to allow humanitarian aid in Gaza in full compliance with international law. It's the responsibility of all nations committed to human rights to speak out against these flagrant violations of international law by Israel. Solidarity is not a crime. Free the Freedom Flotilla's crew. Okay. And then there's a contact number. So, why isn't this national news? I mean, international news. It's supposed to be. It's just that I think part of it is all of the fascist